Fay Tama 1962-63 Nkrumah Obie Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana. Ni speech, or baby before me said they should learn from them, otherwise the institution will not be any institution. Obo Professor Anton William Mamo, the first black scholar, our Ghanaian. I know we are say, only a philosopher. We are not JB Dankwa. That JB Dankwa no waben no man watch rono. I see a shame na yesia. That is, Nkrumah was a very honest academic into the field of history and religion and philosophy. Now, JB Dankwa belong and me pacho de mano. One kasa womuntemu yen into oduwa omweni din there be onyesa dishonest scholar there be. Na mom say obeka se Ghana ono no de ba pacho nyono. Say obeka se ono no de Kwame Nkrumah ba Ghana me pacho nye wono a. And omunso eka se Buzia ne Ghana's first professor no. And also I am from so Buzia rather was the first African professor at the University of Ghana. Na professors ni nyina ye abrofo. Na Professor Buzia ne first bibinia oba bachelor at the University of Ghana Institute of African Studies. Na mom the first Ghanaian professor was Professor Anton William Amo from 1703 to 1756. Obey professor in philosophy at Germany. Our child, your Halle University, Jena University, Leipzig, Wittenberg. Our Germany.
Ara, my memory of the next 25
1703. That's more than 200 years. And son, ya wu Buzio. Buzio on either 1910 or 1915. I think 1915. Now, mono ya wu 1703 or Axim, a small village called Okonu. Okonu near Axim. To one must say, Buzia was Ghana's first professor, and rather the first professor at Legon. Na bibi memu ye nyinara bibi ni odi kan ko school eye Ghana ni ofri Ghana Axim ono ne Anton William Amo the Black Star. The Black Star ono the Black Star na wo eyi ne mu
ye flag
ne mu
ona de bai
wono na okasa no o ma na eyi no the motus the mi o kan Latin say the rights that the rights of black people in Europe. That was his first dissertation.
Okay.
De jure.
Latin.
De jure mororum in Europa, something like that.
Okay.
The first dissertation, because you're black and the only black person at Wako school. Abrofuni yina ko meeting here, so unsure something about black people, the rights of black people in Europe, because that time, not all blacks, any rights were considered animals.
Oh, and I'm Belgium, human zoo.
Omudi nipa kuma Britain for ye, America na ebi ewo and Tina blacks in Tuaba, even the US until 63, until 63, no more
before ya bro.
Intisa thesis, I can't say on Chirono. And not Chiro BB say Europeans I consider womu said they had always been free, starting from the days of the Roman Empire. And to be part of the Roman Empire was to be a free person. As a free person, to be free means to think freely for other people. And during the Roman Empire, now black people were free people who were part and parcel of the Roman Empire. Omuba Egypt, Omu Pharaohs, ni ade no omu ni won yina di dwabo mekun tokwa ebom. Tie yina ye free people. Inti say na Europe that prides itself as civilized based on Christian civilization. Na utumi kokwachi wu nipa oye tuntum no ye nipa ye born te say wa na wo ton no a, then you have abused the concept of freedom.
Okay.
Inti anu na papa no propaganda theory kan bibia kama ane a man in saso said the Black Star.
It is a yet wo kana see dear. The first black professor ayamo.
First black scholar Anton William.
Black scholar.
Anton William Amo. Ono na no science. Ofrazim ono no tro ni dia. Ni book ni bibia mu. O tro Antonio Golomos Amo, that is in Latin.
Okay.
Ab Azimo in Guinea. from Axim in Guinea. So that part of West Africa, the Guinea coast. The Biana Okano. In fact, one friend who saw a German da, Antonius Golomosamo, Abazimo in Guinea. One friend who said,
and the first professor at the University of Ghana.
Buzia. Now, down the account concept of God.
Okay.
Clarify, say, Yenimiame and Sana Womuba. Into that black star, and a Marcus Garvey. Eko steady no who say, hey, into sa non forward Jamaica. Bibinibi or ye professor in philosophy. Now the whole Europe is a country who di any of philosophy, Germany. And obey a professor abrofo adie. Then one day, concept in the dinner done so appellation the black star or creating a company, sir. No, so one day all black people in America and Caribbean will come back to Africa in a ship called the Black Star. And Nkrumah so US, Marcus Garvey. Now no nimis sa amo can say ab azimo in Guinea no indeed or ye Ghanaian until said because no fee say Tama German Chancellor no Professor Ludwig or reading a certain speech no or refer to Azimo no as being in Eastern Africa. Intina Nkrumah adwene ne say in Ethiopia and amu efi na Tama 1945-46 oba Britain no called British Museum and already the full story of Amo and who is on enemy for every the same area. No, so adopted the Black Star. Now because he was highly detribalized in Titama Todoshia or prepare the flag of Ghana. No catching some for Black Star into middle. And I mean in her last interview before she died, Okasa Sadia and the Kocaine star ni bebre to American flag no see there be me here ba because Nkrumah with superior knowledge was referring to one man called Amo. Who showed, yes, a brighten or star or shining in Europe or be a quine my nama, a brofun who says, sir, giving so the
that's
chance.
the history behind the Black Star.
Just one star. Kantesa Nketioshi aku yeli bebre. Nkrumah had in mind one person or be a quine man who said, giving the chance. A dear beer. Bronia and Yansu betumi ayebi. In the speech, you know, say the black man is capable of managing his own affairs. And then the book not show conscientism, no copy amo. Everything. I say you see there now. Obi Canada. Fabi Ekawuni Yinuko. Men you never been say he's a liar. The patronya say ni pastori ani abet now. Yedika kaya de yesuya de pa. Mpatron ka wo ka ba frame. Ye bosre mu ka scholar. Anka wo ba frame. Na wo kan patron ka yin wadi.
Anka me ko. Patro Republic. Time no ko. Then you be do her. And yes enye holiday mpobium.
Areho na ye kan Republic ahun. Ete say sebe obati yanim ha wa wo ne ba. Yaw adie bi ahoma bi to oba akwala no so akwane maame yam onya se fe no umbilical
cord
nfuruma no nti se yentwa saade na wo mu se ya wo nipa de enso oda so kan maame hu
okay
kosi mra wo betwa ne se what detach no nti fa hodie no aye independence 6 March 1957 akwa Nkrumah Union Jack British for flag na de ba form no cast at long last Ghana is free forever now. You're 2 years Ghana no. Now the problem associated with it, and they say now your head of state, your Queen Elizabeth, and as a British monarch. Now Kwame Nkrumah, your prime minister, was just the head of government. It is an esadia. And Merebia, your parliament, ebeyeno. So would they come Queen Elizabeth? No signing and sign a law. Sending a parliament. Mra ye fe bill. Bill no de akoma president or sani na chesanya presidential assent and sani a friend law to say LGB TQ sanity until the moment or then sa ebe chance and sani a friend law they say ya wonya na ye bill until mra bia ye parliament be ye no Queen Elizabeth mfa ne san chance a eda so ye bill or sign wi a na be ye law no to me metna ha and this Jumano, and ye obi a fan governor general. Okay. A shank was assumed no governor, and that the Enya family, Jabba Governor General, Lord Listowel, one no gina ho ma Queen Elizabeth ana Nkrumah hu say ya bra ne ya mbra na de koma Lord Listowel no wa hwe ma say that we nya de British Parliament beji atum na say we German can no sign the back say you should know that you are still linked to Britain and you are not supposed to do sa na mamema with the finest example. Kwame Nkrumah independence 1957. Yebia University College of the Gold Coast 1948. And Nkrumah proposed to the British government. So why independence? I say a friend University of Ghana. And that's here University College of the Gold Coast. 3 clear years after independence because you needed a charter from Parliament. Say the best now brofone so mumpene adentila. Nkrumah's Africanization policy. The moment woman wants sabesha as ye pe Nkrumah be pam abrofo na ye professors ni nyina.
We say University of Ghana din when the propose here.
Mpacho nipo de ba ye osaje fu Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Mpacho
na ye University College of the Gold Coast.
The mpacho na microphone ne ma.
Oh.
Sesia na microphone no eba. Pacho we say Edin University of Ghana no. The Kano answer the Dean University of Ghana neighbor no. Lay a friend saying.
Answer the University of Ghana, but now University College of the Gold Coast, affiliated to University of London. Ntina nyo mo anema one certificate.
I feel Mike na started.
Some Mike na ba mamen san council say University of the Gold Coast, College of the Gold Coast no. Ye bie no. Na Achimota School.
Na wa he.
Achimota School.
Okay.
Na Prempeh the second. Omo asi JB dan kwana etu din e be University of Ghana sabe nke president say yam fanti JB dan kwana president o kansam kase o wogide se school bi okumase wo ye fena Santiman secondary school o koso ha me hwa wogide so say to the second e kase yenyi dia Santiman ni free so ni emfo poku area na Prempeh din to so wonim say atemdidie kase yama Asantiman
asam kase beba Asantiman
tio Ghana din yenyin fa Nkrumah na dankwa na bedema na krobodi se nto so mpacho ho kakra no senka eyobi mpo na de ba ya dankwa mpo na de ba ya nka ye munsuo se wo beka se subset na de aso se universal set mathematics kakra me ye no inti mesra
lawyer
yanto aso hwe Nkrumah ba ye
primary na di ni ye University College
of the Gold Coast. Na meba.
Brother Chemi nipa o Mike number fine pa. Why the proposal din University of Ghana?
Me trust ye say. Tell moi. Allen Commission ka say ye benya just one university for West Africa. Na Ghana for ko fight here. Ye fight ya say akukosa e ka ho. Sanke ye mfamra and common sense dictate say Nigeria population is almost 10 times that of Ghana.
Okay.
Nti ade na Nigeria for mra school
Mra University of Ghana.
University wa nti na say de mawum. Nti omu bai na ne yenwere akwo no. Ana Ghana for say ne ya ye babie ye school. Na British government say some we scam mo de be ya. Ane ye be recognize amamo. Mum ye ntia he yo.
Je bi ti opa o Mike na ba.
Ya na maybe papa. MPP ne no ye senior minister no.
JH Winsa.
Tabi Osafo.
Okay.
I say a chum for started politics na mo asante for mo we mesremo. Hwe. Wonim Prempeh the second asante hene. Samra no na achim asante ahafo. And the bono ye one region. That was the biggest region in Ghana and the leading cocoa producer region in Ghana. It one of Prempeh the second say me the idea bi ba. Obi oba we ni cocoa piano. Ye beti bi. Na ya boa no ne de bie university no nti atete ya ye digu ho no ena nkrani a ye fra no Bruce nanka Bruce
tinanka Bruce on ya fanti
o da bi pacho ye nkrani ba
and olma we sweating o
nti nanka Bruce no ye nkrani de
so man ye o Mike na call olma we sweating nanka
Bruce no wono ena no wo the first and only private radio station in Ghana ye fa no Zoe ana oye de me copy BBC say si amie university ni bintam o Gold Coast ha trouble ebeba enti tam ye gigi ska wie no na Prempeh say e onu ni sika wanya asase ni bi ewo Kumase enti yankosi ewo ho na Nanka Bruce ne Nkran ahemfo ye fast ekwo hu labadi la manche esre no ma wo mu Legon Hill of Knowledge and ye started
Legon meaning the Hill of Knowledge
and you know tamwa Asante ni bebe mu no na ya starting school no ewo Achimota so mo vacant structures bebre ho nti time ye pe baby di akona nkotumfo di ko Kumase no na yesi Kumase wa because all the schools no were coast here hwe Cape Coast schools na Achimota aba beka ho nti no enye so ankofo free coast call interior nti wona nkrafo no led by Labadi stool no and Nanka Bruce no suggestion na initiative omu di call Legon nti Legon no yan startia kosi 1951-52 Kwame Nkrumah sikane beka nsa wendi and no building University College of the Gold Coast at Legon as it is today. As it is a diner wawani in Legon. Sorry, Nkrumah nesisi. And no more dine Nketia almost say one more year market Accra International Airport. Omo besi airport international airport kesio Onua se na ebe besi. Indeed upon advice and a mama Legon structures and costro because there can be a problem because of aircraft flying low. And untina yidiano can US in a Dani attention when we are in theater. Into Sawasha halls in a kosha omu history. Omu started from 52 up to 63. Commonwealth or Commonwealth no and or dedicated our hall to it. Volta Hall or starting Volta project no. Mensa Saba Hall a third hall. First one Legon in memory of those who gave us the land and a Kuyafo Sikano a second hall a Kuyafo hall inti nya abrofo ne see University of Ghana aya Kwame Nkrumah and no wie en pacho wutie me tell Mike na papa oje fa ahudie no and a prempe e ka kire ne say won say ya Kuyafo nyina sika no de akwesi Legon wo de akwesi ene fa o man no so sika ebesi bi wasase no a I don't know Kwame University of Science and Technology. I know we are some sense ba konso Africa teacher for nyina ho na be training wo. And the University of Cape Coast. Inti Ghana University papa bia no Nkrumah na si nyina. O wie no Ideological Institute. Oh, Ideological Institute Winneba. And Winneba Sports College. And Winneba School of Music. Let me answer the akabo ma ye. UK. University for Development, for Education. Oh no, see, and Savannah Agricultural College, and Nkrumah so ACM, and also the UDS. The government universities in Onua, and vacant walls here and there, war Legona, yadi a war at Timota. Yadi University College of the Gold Coast, and the SCC become a Gimpa. To come University be a Wakana bind and patch on one idea. Papa dear. Papa ne dia mesel.
Enti Edi University of Ghana no Mike Naba when they propose. Oh, yeah propose one a year na dia o yeah you have we college in difference college abufu pa. University College of the Gold Coast. I affiliated to University of London. Na papa na bufu enti 1961 no did ni ba. So when to Republican now be some more question no Mawiyamfi say anya Republican nke besi na university ni din ebekoso aye University College of the Gold Coast enti na oto no bo declare republic wie no de you know proposal no koto wo manim na ya parliament ni G2 mom de ba no sign na be charter and 1961 you shifted from the name University College of the Gold Coast to University of Ghana. No, Pamu Abrofo professors in Nina every ho. I know more Bembe, Ubenya first class, no. Kwame Nkrumah, see our gross besha. If you are no pa, or more in our scholarship, PhD straight. Beneficiaries in the Bini Dubois in on Nkrumah, a Bini Professor Dubois, BA PhD, a Bishop Professor Duffo, one or more Bebe, a Bain, stress a BA PhD, or mobile is one go on one in Moise. I know to me, lecturers and ten. No more fail gap, no. Yes. And say, by then I feel do baby, do boy him per Kwame.
Oh, and dear, say, your friend is a being power sama.
No power.
Aha. Yes, so being town want to was a massy. Well, that's our free facro to Nkrumah. Sand has ye nedi. And you warn your catcher, a president of Ghana, Sakwane near, then you see a heja, baby, your name be no per commotion or no beer. or fit into any group. Na Kwame Nkrumah say nyamo na mbe determine no seniority. And o me ye fa ne back. Nyo no betu Nkrumah. Nipa Nkrumah ye ne papa ni wire mfida. Ono ne general ke champion. Wono
so nko kwase ka onko fa ne mra no sambe di president ni bi mo.
Nko no kwase very good. Nti your friend say wono de Nkrumah ye ne papa e ma ha me ni ye san fa no no ni wire emfi Kwame Nkrumah da. Kokwa akofa no aba. Ma yosie ne kama so. Nti benefits of a republic no and so what twa wo funuma nti wo ya wo mra nya obi na besan na bua wo ma that time no so ye independent without republic no now Mr. Chief of Defense Staff no broni Major General Alexander nti na say Ghana could not raise an army without the British nti republic ni duru ansana broni no eko ema Chief of Defense Staff no ye bibini the Republican no sanya Republican e duru ya nkanya easy say Kwame Nkrumah say ukoye OAU ne na Britain for anye antomo e
ubeden na obeye
because wo de mra bia beko ubaya no say broni na assign nti obi obeka say Republican status no mfaso eni so no mpachaw na on kan ye because uko political science and government your subject to be a sovereignty the sovereignty of the state resides with the people. Na your time na eji independence no people no omu parliament ya law na nipa ba ko ye broni tumi kasa me sign na say me sign no na say the sovereignty of the state of Ghana did not reside with the people until say papa no koye na Nkrumah ebeye full president Onua na sign ne mra no then sovereignty had been achieved or attained to us be seen there.
So what I say?
Yes, sir.
Very simple. But say enye holiday biom.
And ya say me be na radio stations bebre na me kasa. No me say ye fro no sunsanso ne say na me sunsanso na ne say nkenne ya ye history wo primary any JHS at least Republic Day no wo ha nkanra echi Friday fiada a teacher for catch school for nkwala say juada mamu ma school na ye 1st July a holiday nkan kwala ne baby say teacher for ne say day nti na ye afofida na nka teacher for na kire nkwala ne say ni nti fa hudi hu hia na be masa ye mra ye mfa nkoma obi wa burochire so nhwem na mo ye be ye bibia wa hana tumi ne bekuta ye nsam no enu nti ne ye create republic no na nkan kwala na sua bibi wa Ghana bakosemu ti sade na ye yi afiri ho no ana aboa ma nne nkofo tumi twa ntro se nye Kwame Nkrumah na je fa hudi se fe na wate ase se ye yi republic day no amfiri ho a nkwala ne be hu se Kwame Nkrumah na je fa hudi.
Oh, say you free ho.
We free wa na cha say your mom Nkrumah din biom because
na cha say we ya shadaye.
Shada. Na cha Nkrumah din ya kata sokura because
the founders day.
Yanya no founders and Jebi dan kwa kan we ne me yempo de senka founders nimpo now boy can Ferguson din agre mensa saba digraph Johnson Nikisli
famina na kwaku bichem ka ho
mate Southway bafo akoto ene ose agement prempe the first and the second nka ye ne sa akora nka ye because ye ka founder papa ya me university a prempe the second ene awu friend say nanka Bruce mo anhwe me yamia university of Ghana nka ye wa hene nka wo kai wo mu kura nka eye enne de akoya ne se founders day no nipa enum no a ewo Ghana sika no so no na nka ye nsia o eduru anu mo akrop Kwame Nkrumah din no ne picture na de bibi akata ho sa enum no ne ye bo wondin a sa enum no so na anya founders wodi ma de ba ko a sa usua bibi ketewa bi a wo behu no jabi dan kwa sa ne cousin sa ne wo fa sa ne friend no William Oforiatan after 1948 raps na ye chichi wo mu no papa we enka UGCC ho o mu eka ho ne edu de Kufuado ane Dr. JB Dankwa January o mu ka ho na teacher ni no eye pawuli no nka ho no di mrika kwa ka kire JB Dankwa se wo mpe ba bi nwane mfa ne ye chichi UGCC empanimfo no oduru wo no sa na police fo no wo hodada ene ye che ne de ka Dankwa and now you kind of big six. Tesania or can UGCC more original a fighter for Foundie. Into a no dear time obe when I idea before by evangelist. And on nam school upon school a preachy cham kwala say momunum cigarette ni wi obi amfa no homa Yesu Christo. A one no can say he was just an accidental member of the big six.
Obie na no kan.
Obie na no kan yantro. Ni dey ne UGCC records mu kra on count. Just
no, I don't know how you feel about my next question. As a more monim history, no more din hwan match matna sia ma ya pollute adwia ma say e to da wo ka de ye no kura ni pe feel say you are conjuring certain things from certain baby how you have no idea and matna sia chesa.
In the first place bia ube blame ye mu bi because obi a wutumi kan na otwere de say wo de bibi ba bonti ne atoso biem no say aban ne ye na adwen so ma nkwa de bia ne say history abakosem ye twem na wo twa abakosem no wakan Bible na Bible is not the history of Israel, the history and religion of Israel and the birth of the son of God, the life and death of the son of God. Your friend is saying Quran is the same thing. Abakosem Ndeda na abakwasam ese wuma yeshia na ituru abakwasam yeshia Quran and the Bible ne sano na mayagie di kura mo because we see history babu amu we say sa Persia ene Persia wo twrose mu no Persia eno ne na Iran and Babylon eno ne na Iraq so Mizrim Egypt intinka history no kura boa nkwala kura de wo mu adwene ba Nyankopon homo na wo si yensu na wo mu asua no nso ekata so kire the wrong thing. Me ya researcher ko hu say the battle of Nsamanko so wo sua in school 1824 the battle of Nsamanko the battle of Nsamanko me kwa research mu say dubu anyi na FK bu anyi na yem from so abrofo no records no o mu ba beto ye no. Battle Nemuno, it was fought at Adamanso by the river Bonsaso. Okay. Natamwa first night in one and wasa almost in a fan full. Some wasa I'm infinifiance in a no way of mine back and also man the soldier for Monko chunk of 40 kunkum. The idea chain now brought for the soldier for your kunkum and no one say, yeah, in some unconi queen. Into omo catcher the secretaries among them Samanko in Samanko. Oh. And no, I recorded the battle of Nsamanko. Could be anywhere what Western region was a fan in Samanko. No more what Damansu. And 1 year corner near the river Bonsa. And he also kind of saying a Dubois and FK, they just did armchair philosophizing. But two records were won't share what really happened. No what Elmina. Samrana na kwame na nsawa wona azambuja mo beto no be patcho na wanya mfantio ewe wasa kwame na nsawa wasa ni na nsuo na da fa ni benya na nya wasa a fancy word benya eye wasa word ewe nyina eye wasa fo asas obi ofre elimina bia o tie me ko bi sana nanu me fra nhfie me yen kan kire and then wasas gradually moved to the interior samrana e from Otumfo, the Doom warriors, no more hard juniper, and then gradually they moved to the interior. The moment you see history now, uncle deep. No baby.
Boy. Majimaniso. Makobisa kosa Majimaniso. I was saying, you drew baby as I say, your history, no. Yeah, that may not be book.
But I have a man how cry.
I said, we need an troll.
No, say before problems, I didn't watch Uncle Fonka.
Yeah, Beckine. Yeah, Beckine.
No confirm that die. No, be first away a liar. I mean, Obi now say yes, and to our war, the British won. What Julian said, the British did not win because they couldn't take away the golden stool. Sure, what the and then Obeka said, Baku is telling a lie. Darby, be a scholar, you know.
You got to be a scholar, you know.
And a very honest scholar, yet dishonest. To send Nkrumah praise JB Dankwa. So the concept of God, you know, Institute of African Studies, I saw Mushia. You should be very honest.
Anyway, and Ghana a Republic Day.
Incidentally, I'm can say last year Republic Day say kafu ye me interview your friend say GBC. Na your friend say other countries send messages, congratulatory messages to Ghana. So many say twemu. Many say twem. To no send messages sa. And on a Sunday no me kwa kan say twani etwam nipa no otwam no wanye niye ene ye kan say ne ma me ma breakfast show biom
awo GBC
nti front na afini ya menko ho no nti meso me commemorate you the Sunday there talking point na me kwa kan say ne ya bone kase na so obi kan so mpamani mahwe ewo ho kura na me ha adwene nti meso afini aye ban na me wo ye nyina ye fie yenina ya tax ene ye di si ya ye di tua wa kasanika ai so bia mo bia kwa ma ne kire na adwen ense akwa ha adwene na nka pa obi so betera me nkyɛn na me ka me dia no so accounta ese da bia mpa wani ma hwa wo
Professor Dubois and Michael Kyei say University of Ghana I Kwame Nkrumah the sea.
Mr.
That's a lie.
University of Ghana.
Say history no ha.
Near University of Ghana we have. Near what University College of the Gold Coast. Ah, now what Achimota School. Achimota School. Na no na. Your friend is Nkrumah ebabedi ekonwa no. Wono eka kire abrofo ne say adena yense say the University College of the Gold Coast yenya University of Ghana na abrofo ne so wo mpene because na ye University College to University of London until lecturers and professors in at a certain point apart from Buzia omo aka ni nyina abrofo until I say we have created
so Buzia was the first African professor Otra there our Institute of African Studies okay na ho na Otra African Studies na institute ni dey kire na Nkrumah baby no Otra African Studies so then he will be at sociology department na Buzia na your friend is say course University College of the Gold Coast wa Republican wa Akufo-Addo wa year free one no mistake pa nkofo bebre enim Kwame Nkrumah and declare republic 1st July 1960 and charter ni bibia etumi elevate university no what they call my governor na Lord Listowel on sign because Obeka said I saw good British your friend say Queen Elizabeth enimu ase ya sign into ya Ghana no na university the University College of the Gold Coast
until say Obaba president na charter no ya de koma parliament no mo G2 mu ni elevate ni ya de buy or de nsa here as president into University of Ghana no 1961 University of Ghana a fair buildings no a esi one Nkranfo asase la fo asase ana Nkrumah agi free won ho no o see all the modern buildings we see there into Nkrumah na University of Ghana na advisors catcher ne say a Hoben airport into one ye na university no was in the buildings na I know you see Japanese style architecture Nketia and pass a deal or the total solo ni 1948 names modern names like Commonwealth Hall, Mesa Saba Hall, Legon Hall because Ojifri Legon no I say Onua with one hall and Ekuafo Hall. Why Ekuafo Hall? Ekuafo Sika. Ekuafo.
Because say JB Dankwana, University of Ghana.
Ghanaian Prempeh the second impona credit in the corner. And Nkranibi, your friend Nanka Bruce. Nanka Bruce ne yusu or no what the only private radio station on the Gold Coast. And na tamwa committee tana say yes university ba kwaka fura be wono. Na Ghana for see pe. And Nigeria force wo mupe na committee ni se dabi Ghana ben Sierra Leone kakra your population nusa na Nigeria for ntimi maha omo doso dodo about 10 times more nti yensi university no ho and na yawura ho ya na Prempeh the second say don't worry that time, Ashanti was the biggest cocoa producer region, made up of about 3 regions. Bunafo, and Ashanti. Assassin no Ken UST one.
That's right.
Oh yeah, no, and also who carry cocoa be our Ghana. Jet to Miss Ayanti Sikani bin to near the University. So from 1948 to 1951, a year leader Bianco discount 51 Nkrumah saw Sikani Munu. Anna Osi University of Ghana, a year cocoa for a Sikano. University of a year cocoa for Sikano, or this University of Ghana. Enti on now with 1 hall, a year a 4 hall. Or we are na pempe the second and say, one a month for Ghana, we have 1 year, Sika University, a Maya. Says I cast a bind so basha means so any munyam. Not so towable na Messi Biama, and your second capital, where they are Miami University. And no see
Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology.
And not catch and
where is David Dankwa? Where was David Dankwa at that time? Where was David Dankwa? After so do Kwame Nkrumah, David Dankwa concerning, and we are with them is some another. 19 letters or throw here by Kwame Nkrumah in our copies. Or a concern or a traitor. 80, sir, Professor Edubuahi, Namin Fanny Clancy, Michael Quay, the Otiasi. Robert Catcher said David Dankwa is University of Ghana. Yes, I feel crowd or no crowd and coffee dean in the buy. Only thing in the buy.
It didn't buy a Ghana.
Ghana. Champion. Tama Kwame Nkrumah conclude do keep say
Ghana and any Tennessee. Tamwa, almost Tennessee, Omukofa Nkrumah buy. No, Musso Omope, your friend is a logo. When we saw buy, no UGCC, one would need logo flag BBL. To Omotina na JB Dankwa can't say, Kwame Nkrumah suggested, say you use eagle. No, Miss Answer the entire. No, so that famous African agri. No, Kasabi or Taka eagles before eagles. Until I did be a man, Yamfa eagle, emblem. No, so there be eagle, the answer eagle on in a rib near what Dinkra symbol be in a yepa. A Dinkra symbol now, then you do not cross on.
That's right.
The fancy funtum fruit, Anna. What shall I say now? Nkrumah da from China. What shall I say? Also, Nkrumah no that say I no man da bre no nim no say. And on the chance me am here. No say. One woman you funi na back no more no mienu no. E person e ka kire won say mo ano na mienu. At the end of the day, mo pray bi ano no say meanwhile so ni obedi bi en ha dwene beko ye funu back ho. Nti e de kire o man say mo bia enya basabasa na the end of the day your destiny ye baako na Nkrumah ka kire ni say na mudi kan kontokwa ansa na aduane no abegum na nya conflict ya na enti wampe Kwame Nkrumah asem we na me kwaka yesi nya amane yeso ko fa di so bra Kwame Nkrumah say Ghana no be say Ghana there no say that famous the first Western Sudanese empire Egyptian civilization the Guyano the first black civilization the Guyano the second black civilization was the kingdom of Ghana. It has been proved they say accounts and when you fee intina woman yen use no see there be you be use akanman Jabi Danko also akanman tinka na woman who say a car kanman and we Nkrania you are not covered where you are not covered not that you are massa we are Ghana, you are not covered. And Nkrumah to me a dispute is a young yet, and Tino your boguya, and no we maintain the name Gold Coast one, and Nam say one Nkrumah Timono. The following year now, 1948 riots in Bay, and no drew students of
There be no think or Cape Coast.
I call a second D.
No Koshapa grant.
I call no, I call ne almost head office, Salt Pond. A Salt Pond, Oko. Until Okodru Cape Coast, no problem here. People were standing in clusters say yeah you wo mo adikura no say no yen create school be like an evening school or any there you better register as a workers college a private workers college right. Now immediately on here akwa be find a plunge on the first headmaster of that school omunya obi uncompleted structure around no kasa students and any teachers no say omu me use eho almost there be now your structures papa be at the side
na patro man I say
no there be some me mind so pa na me kwa
papa broni
cho e mamusa na mo ma money assuring you say anche be a beje fa hudie na eje fa hudie a So school will be one of the best in the country. Mo campus no so best one say other schools na mo kan. Efe so no. Messi Ghana National College ni be in every region because of Niamo Mayan. Once Ghana National be Okofodia, once a bisu wa Tamale.
That's right.
Na ya Nkrumah team pasa region be as
Ghana National College.
Where
was Jebi Dankwa?
Wow. And the dean of Ghana National the Ghana no na etoso. Na 1948
before independence.
48. And I Nyansa won the team. It took 9 solid years before we had our independence. And so now what and so I didn't want to be say a beji fahudie.
Lawyer, TV, very simple.
JB Dankwa. They
say people teacher defeating it 3 times. People teacher on JB Dankwa a lawyer.
And Tiasian so say, Tio, Tiasia say, Tame yeti Matime Hono. Immediately after the 1951 election, around 52. JB Dankwa no uyo. JB Dankwa was 65. Adena Santifo na nkofano ameye the leader of Matime NLM. Na leader ni ya bafu akoto. Enti mpacha Asantifo mu miensu adio. Ye ni bibia wa Ghana. Your friend Dankwa Buzia tradition.
Ebi ni bibia.
I am tro. Aye JB Dankwa supporters. Led by Nyaubo Nidina Wewunu professor.
Eduwaye.
Aha, omu na edi won adwen kase EDBT Asantifo say Asantifo na edoso. Indeed, Ashanti edwene hu mienu ahu nke omu be yi president sa kosi da wiase bese. Na unity na ni wontem no mu nye ready so mbe asete wo ho. Na achemfo na wo just about 6 constituencies ni mudi won chi no. Ana da bia mu nya problem. Na till Metropolitan Ashanti kwa wo 47 constituencies. Metropolitan Ashanti. And a new region a year created Ahafo. Ahafo is 100% Ashanti.
Oh, yeah,
who
sure.
6 constituencies.
What the count?
47 plus 6. In 53. I'm so one content in your papa.
53.
One can in term. No mess. What I say? No, I call I say north, I say south, I say central. Now you're part of Ashanti Empire.
That's right.
We are Aguna so adrum no mfa Asante na baba gu ho.
Aguna be search now.
So what you say? Central region Aguna so adrum. Obanya be 3 constituencies.
Be wuro ngwa bagu mu.
Na Breman Sikuma. Onu so kwa Breman for so Kuma se Breman na e ba he. So what you say? Na wa ba kwawu. Obanya be 4 constituencies say kwawu we 100% Asante. We are wa ba New Jabe North and South. Internet say out of 270
275 no more than half
no Ashanti nko atra ni nsam say ya ne ownie wo wi a efei omunuanom etese dagomba ana oti region ana nzema akotoko tina make sure say Asante toto wonu ome yi a nka Ghana politics ni nipa bi omu pese odi president na wodi ana mwama achimobu akwa Royal House no aye smart ana omu angunu saade no ana omu create imaginary yibia NC dan tro say Dankwa Buzia tradition and na make kachira we say Buzia wu 65 adana Asantefo ne te party first one NLM second one UP United Party no mu di Buzia be di anim samre na Dankwa te ase wa ben okuta PhD no mu so mu po bia wa ben obe challenge Kwame Nkrumah enti na edi dombo si nchen no mu de bafo akoto si nchen no mu kofa Buzia me pa chaw Dankwa na so ye member other one be ye leader one can Asantifo who is so ye part of them and the reason was very simple. United Gold Coast Convention no mutie no omo constitution no e wo mu se wo mu pefa hudie for Eastern Province and na ye Greater Accra and Eastern Region Western Province and na Western Region and Western North Region and the Central Province others no enka ho others no enka ho tinanke se JB Dankwa etumi be ye first prime minister na president of Ghana Kampacha Asantefo ni me say nko omu nka Ghana ho ye nuanom sremfo ni me say omu nka Ghana ho ewafo ni me say omu nka Ghana ho nti tamu akwa Nkrumah de ekon no call Asantimo mo kire prempe di second we no say ai nkofo ni tiri mo de o nti fa hodie no wo mo hwehwe ne ye nka wo say na wo nka ho no say ne meye won wade bi why you ready say obeko ma ye ready ba ye krado why krado obetuma ko ama me waje fa hodi ama me wo se nana metimi saade ame ma wade bi no na be ma watumi edi nkonim Ashanti Youth Association is the biggest youth association on the Gold Coast. Mena media, one penny for the Bini Ala Ponsa, Victor Wusu, Krobwadu say, Kwame Sanapoku Jantua, any Nunia, Franklin Adubo be Jantua, made the one air mount. Enti what they won't be Nkrumah Echino. Now Nkrumah more ye do because they became part of the committees for youth organizations. Now yeah, part of the UGCC and then they share Nkrumah say as general secretary direct to Obabedru South ha near say 48 riots no one na akofa ba say yeah pamono so momo pamemi afire ku anu woni nipa etamachi hey Asante hene odi nipa de atamachi nti Ashanti Youth Association no ene ma ba Nkrumah chi dom ma wotumi beje fa ahudi a Asante hene title no de ma no dan wo kire mu se ka so oni kan ko mankasi mbebua
no be san ko wie ye Asante hema ho ana mo wie di wie edma no
sa man osa agefo nti Ghana de ye ka JB dankwa no wa ye bi no ye academic
ye den na magana
academic work
academic work be dey there here
there be so no say Ghana ni
say akaso Ghana ni but ye kaso ye den na magana
academic work no ye ade na in politics no no
ya politics ni ye kan
ye de akosoro too much mesrew ye de akosoro
ye de akosoro too much
ana fen so yanti ase se mateme ho no nka ho the party no egu ye nti 1954 no a won so mu enya 3 seats pe ewo 1951 election no nti ye beto 54 de no na che so mu aban no won de na adwuma ba awie ye kora asantefo na use ni biem ewo wiase nti ye den na ne you say dankwa buzia tradition. Buzia there that time no Asantini because Bono was Ashanti West. And no free Bono wenchi. Intina that time no Asantini 100%. What you say no Asante na Asante for no ko fa ne ba as a leader. Na dankwa there na Asante hina who say would ni ye bibia nye because no time Asante. So what do Asante a nke Pa Grant was just a businessman.
Sure.
Or no sikano na nimidie nka mo amota na chi no na mo beka kira ne se yanfa ekonu ko yanuanu Asantefo esrem ene ewe na mo gitu mu se ase wonko na ye be operate na se Kwame Nkrumah de abeka ho na yewini na obi te ha
compare advanced countries no mo ye kura na mo need those holidays ni ba be ndey. This is our country and this is what we have. Let's see how we can turn things around. There has been a number of developments at ECOSO. Now last week, I know a petition removing the Chief Justice. And I made it quite clear to you why it is very important for us as people to put aside your partisan and your first emotional interest. Now you look at your judiciary from a very dispassionate perspective, devoid of any partisan allegiances or affiliation. Here, me say one question, sir. Ain't your judiciary that way fair? Animonyam, a man for trust womb, confidence womb. If we are to move to the next chapter in our democracy, is this a this judiciary that we can flip to the next stage? I'm a Ghana for because democracy now, we are not building for anybody. We are building for ourselves. So I think it must fit our own specification. That is why I always say, we need to build a country of our own design and a country of our own creation that will fit our specs, our needs, and the needs of those yet to come. And it's not a big deal. So, and they say the emotions, and then those your friend is saying, kind of when you chichiri ya hon ekon ntokwa se be ehun hia. One kasa what tenants now we a very dispassionate analysis na bisanti your judiciary in the last 8 years. Baby a kwan namu ye enti a year. Can we have trust? Now so when what trust are you asking the vast majority of people out there do they have trust in this institution? And we are not just talking about any other institution, we are talking about one of the foundational institutions of our democracy. An institution we cannot toy with. So you see sometimes you don't agree with what is going on no krana. Sometimes take yourself away from emotions and just transcend our bisa. If we present ourselves with a chance, say reform your judiciary now, that's are the basic questions that we should be asking. So I think that the petition at this point in time there, your Council of State and the President, the Omode Beba. Now the Befru Omoha Bebiano was Sunso. Say Eba, na se Council of State Bekase. Petition omu go through no. Threshold a ombetimi akasa merit woman no omo na se yantom twena President Mahama beba abonten abeto atwene. Na mbom so mbeka se bibi wo ma ombetimi agina so a at that point no the president will have a choice either to suspend the Chief Justice pending the trial na bekoso no and say obekoso amana tena so na adwuma. That is up to the president. That is a discretionary injunction on the president at that point, and the constitution are making it quite clear. So I'm sure, sir, we are supposed to allow the process to just ride through. But you see, the entire me fu and me cancer same way home. The hypocrisy on the part of the NPP, no, and me fu is a process. Yeah, air course to say even year 2 banner year 2 you know, Akufo-Addo went through the same process. When Dr. Professor Kwaku, a Ghanaian-based, a US-based Ghanaian lawyer, or the petition Akufo-Addo go through the Council of State, he dismissed it. At that point, nobody challenged the powers of the president. But if another president is going through the same thing, then hell is breaking loose. I'll see you say, that is the nonsense part me, it put me off. Some of us get involved in this whole conversation. Because what tenacity will be said when Nema cost Nkrumah in our judiciary. So when you're worried that, then you are sick in the head. What's Nkrumah in the last 8 years? Now when you're concerned about the integrity of Ghana's judiciary, Ebiana Weyare. That is the simplest way I can put it. Because any crown and what concerns the many your friend is saying doses of doubt out there that has been demonstrated in a lot of reports, and some of these reports are not just Ghanaian-based reports, in reputable international firms are survey, and then as for thereby passing a damning verdict on the credibility of our judiciary. You should be worried. So this whole thing is not about Chief Justice. It is not about the Chief Justice. It is about the institution judiciary. So any other person within, we are inconsequential. So far as the main objective is to reforming the judiciary, our focus is on the judiciary, not individuals. So individual won't be out there. If it is important, say your sacrifice will not the integrity and the reputation of the judiciary will be maintained. Trust me, we have to. So that is it about the judiciary. And the issue American has to do with this doomsaw situation. Because I think that you see the mistakes of the past, I see some being repeated even within this short period of time. You see, we understand the power crisis. Before Ansana Abang Ebasisa, we saw the books. We saw a car in the Akufo-Addo government abaguho and the power, electricity, the challenges in as for Nkrumah. Obia all follow discussion development behind him say there was a problem. Fast forward, the Abedru has saying the problems in the young film because Abang and magic. And like I say, well, that's sorry how the problems will go away. We've seen certain mitigatory effort by government aimed at ensuring the power situation will be stabilized amidst of all the challenges in as a 4-year war. But you see, mistakes a woman said. People are not being communicated to. Now, but that sudden light in the cut off. Now, cut off. You see, is that you are just reminding people of the horrible experiences they went through. Makaja said governance and when you have the information and hold it to your chest, it doesn't help anybody. Because people have expectations. There is a new government. People want to see things different. If there is a challenge, tell the people, say, these are the challenges. Already we have told you, say, problems in as for better. But as days goes on now, power situation in the course, be bold enough, confront the people, tell them say because of A, B, C, D, and T, and situation, I say, and again, light never call offer. Tell people, inform them in advance. Some mistakes you when I cause in the past and making government very unpopular. Because people can agree with you, put up with you for us. It got to a time people become fed up. But you see, my culture says in governance, leadership, politics, one of the most essential tools is communication. For a government and you don't know how to communicate, and you create, your friend is saying, a vacuum, you should know, say, every vacuum that is created will never be left to remain a vacuum. Unless we are not wanting politics, I say, whenever a vacuum is created, it will be filled. But whatever people fill it with, you have no control. So that is why I always say, whenever there is a vacuum, people will fill it with cynicism, propaganda, whatever. And you may not be able because you allow that particular space to be created. Be frontal, tell people, these are the challenges. We are not out of the woods, so we are still dealing with the problems. So, these are the explanations. We are working on it on daily basis. I'll be updating people. So the amount for will be sometimes people are not angry because light cut off, because this is Africa for you. We all know the challenges and so forth. But the loud silence and the fact that nobody is telling you anything, nipa no cry any respect to be amount to wenum there. And when a shiny before no. And I think that is the same mistake I caused in the past. And here we are, the same mistake is being repeated. For the past 3 days, we know there is a problem. But who is communicating to who? The Energy Ministry, spokesperson, ministers, who is talking to who? At least, you see, you don't need to allow these things to pile up. Else it will make government unpopular. And my culture said, governance na inshallah nye gidi sao ye ni tablet ya twerɛ gu so ɛsɛ wokɔ nwuram Kocaine ba ansa na obehu how to govern. No, sometimes a relational, how to communicate, how to explain things, how to get in touch with people. Me your president every blessed week I will mount a stage and speak directly to the people. I don't need anybody to speak on my behalf. That is what Donald Trump and Sam Huna Odin, look at him. Every day, the spotlight is on him. Because his policies, personally, he wants to get it out there, tell people what he's doing. And Oko White House, almost every day from Monday to Friday, the press secretary at your friend is saying, White House is giving daily update, briefings. The media are there always at the White House. Deliberately ask any question, I will answer you. They are beyond me, the president. So you see, there is a free flow of information. Free flow of information. So at any point in time, obiya behu baby ejina. Now you have no information about some people are holding on to it. Would you ever say you are only digging your own grave? Because people need this information to understand why this. They want to explain the situation, but what are you speaking to? There is nothing. So sometimes it's not just the light and air cut off in the challenge, but the inability or the unwillingness, the inertia or the reluctance on the part of those in charge to relay information to people. So Charlie, I don't know, say, and they'll bear with us. And Ebia Accra, your friend is saying, Mom will be way, and you may way, more light back off. The people are aware. Now, ye gumba sa na wom na we don't even know when the light is coming. Like wom na come on. We can't continue to do things in the past. Yeah. When we are here today. No. Information must flow. Engage the people any step of the way. Be in constant engagement with the people. Tell them, update them. Governance is all about information flowing. People becoming receptive. People knowing. You understand? You can't keep people in the dark. And my culture say governance enye be ye na anajo ebo wa na ebi ma so da kwakwaye adecha no mo beda. No. And enya court and they be my school them be no. Governance is a public enterprise. Everybody has a vested interest in it. Whatever the situation is, open up, tell people, so that people can plan. Say. The power crisis the government inherited is any other power we understand the challenge for now, and people are ready to bear for some time. Sabia government because I buy no cranium for me. So it is not as if say when you tell people that you open up, and people will criticize you. No, people, the situation we have. If people will criticize you, any reasonable mind, be not just all criticize cannot do it this time. Have no crime for me, but with time, we need to open up, tell people. At any point in time, update people, let people be in the know. Don't hold it to your chest. Come on. Oh. Again, me other issue me person me can have some has to do with Galamsey issue. You see, I say one year at the cross na expect say you have a different results. Obi kura describe madness in that faction. The truth of the matter is that you see, Galamsey fight, I will not say agensamu. You could see Nema slow down because there has been a change of government. And the whole machinery of government is undergoing some kind of changes. So it will take time for the machinery of government to click to full function. Even though some effort in be to battle this whole Galamsey thing and then for and but you see, I think we need to look at the approach this time around. First of all, my culture say the idea say you bet China for deport your some no cry in some huna and this will be crabby and no I can't move it a ferry and guasi. Say you bet China near the Nessie Plimus on Krum because you ain't been tired. No. If we start on that note, this whole Galamsey fight, will be some kind of a nonsense kind of something. It will be a non-starter. So that particular thing there, nobody should even talk about it. You see, it's very embarrassing to even open that up as a conversation leading to this thing. To say you be deported China for because it's very embarrassing, and it takes your friend say dignity from us as people. Because it's absolute nonsense. We don't even need to. So let's not waste time on it. But you see, the approach, have to be such a way, say. Nipana over the years, ya need almost so I chi muram. We had a soldier for us some more lie. Not yet the camera chomono. San Crofon ya Galamsey. Those boys are not Galamseyers. Omono. Omo ye poor people are. Omo deliberate. And omo fru omo krum. Ebi free Biye, ebi free Ashanti region, ebi free North, ebi free Western, ebi free Volta, ebi free Central region. These are young guys. Omo deliberate. They move to these mining areas on daily basis. They do these things, and you may in a day, you're marking 50 cities. In a day, you're marking 100 cities. These people are not Galamsey operators. Omo kwa bad. But very often, these are the people near watching the cameras. We have arrested this. No. You and I, we know that those people are not Galamseyers. Galamseyers in a Onua, or only excavators in some machines I can see. More watching no. And some machines, are easy to find the owners. Offer excavator by Ochi excavator and any penny in Ghanaian, you can still find the owner. Excavators now our chances number na a bosso. Obanako input into the system, it will give you the name of the owner or the company that owns that machine. And it's a open campaign now, who campaign no. Say nye company no kra na etua nipa kro behind ye on that day no, you'll find a person. So why I didn't know hosa. Galamsey no. Yenimpa sa Nkrumah na sa mrantie na omo ho okono sha manam na ne ho fi na o tu we no onye Galamsey or ye bade ni. Basa nkra we na yebo mo na de o makoshe prison. Na China for no makra cham fine equipment o mu say nso ya chi omo a kwabramya kase yense so mungu plemu ne mfa omo ko. And it's shocking when that Manasseh report na buy no from 2001 to 3 ni na se for no China for ya chi omo okrom ha nyina akufo ado aban bo modern se omo nyina de omo ko plemu e de omo ko ye because China boy bosia. The Nkrumah they can go and lie. And I'm telling you, sir, there are young people who have been in jail. And your jail crowd. I don't know, your friend is saying, remind, custody. Some have been there for years because a Kocaine or Galamsey site. Sada no crown or call. Go be a or 2 coin, echo baby biaba, and a walk to Galamsey site, and a oyebi, and a yaba fan or the prison. For 3 good years, caught to cry and fanning Kobe. Sani pano moto kura uja no ntumi nto na kampasa wa one Galamsey site. So the approach has always been wrong. We've been chasing saying wrong people. What are campaigns akasefo na over the years with the names of Wuntumi and Co and several other people. Akwaya not Jubilee House. These people are still walking free. Frimpong Watson report is still there. We should be acting on these things just to send signals, shivers down the spine of people. Say, we are ready frontal about this because you see, it is not just about fighting Galamsey. It is about our survival as people. Because our name will threaten your livelihood, a threaten your environment, a threaten everything. We can't do politics with things like this. We need to be very frontal in our approach. And make sure that this Galamsey menace, we tackle it once and for all. And this will require some sort of decisiveness. Bold approach. Na yamfa soja fo nko wuram na ye wode ba ahoso na soja fo na do mko na akufo ado pens wan soja fo na do mko gu wuram se omo nko stop Galamsey no ewie na omo to ewia gold egu nwura mu ba man fo ho ban ko ade na esika nipa no kono okohu no na soja na oni etia na kasan. So the whole system is so weak to the extent that soja ni no ko nwuram so nkochi gold no yetia na kasan na wajimi okwana gold wo na se oho na oba obi ho ban na boso miska na obenya na ye ne 1 year salary. They will stay. Well, I know soldiers are omukọ Galamsey side wo mu nyina jai ebinum to London ebinum abiebie sport cha say ebinum ayeye omukọ ba no beto car obi on ye na kọ Galamsey say onko stop Galamsey no obaye no wanya sika to the sense military no wajai police for ebinum the same thing. So a chiro say bibidi ho. So we need to look at things that we need. You see, this whole thing requires a policy direction, a new policy. It's not just about your first knee-jacking reaction and soldier for the room, rolling the pencil or soldier for shas, a co-woodum copper man for free Galamsey side. It's been almost 30 good years and counting. Rolling the pencil, even military time, no crowd, not soldier for co-woodum copper man for. I spoke to a friend who is a military officer. No, I said back in the days, over about 30 years ago, no more ko chase Galamsey for 30 years after we are here doing the same thing. It means that we have failed in our approach. We need a comprehensive policy plan that will call for restitution, that will put people out, put them into something, create sustainable job opportunity, and also state in Ankasa only this site employing people here to go into the mining. Now, there what time I'm a foreigner, and I would royalties. Foreigner no to another fadan chain no about balance na a minor loose. And people in the town, you think they will sit aloof. You see, we need to pick our thinking cap as a country. Na you say who say Argentina 60 years ya failure all because of greed. Nipa nyanya tumi anabje so nim nyansa che say oh na wo kra de odo ya dan. This arrogance, like, come on, black man. I think we need to look at our broader policy approach to this whole thing. And kasa bebre, and politics, and way. Sit down in the room, devise a strategy. My culture says it's easy to do some of these things. State in Ankasa can just form companies at this a mining district. You train people in it. Abaye state-owned companies are able leading in this small scale. Fortunately, and they will gold board as a form. Let them set up these companies at this district. Employ young people, train them. There are people who have gone into mining, engineering at a higher level. Ghanaians abroad. Ghana for mining as for abroad mining bed to do or these are people who will be willing to come down, bring them home, form these things at their back. They will train people. If each of these companies, the local mining companies, this small scale mining, employ 500 people each, and 1,000 and 2,000 young people each. We have about 3 of such companies that are going into small scale mining. It's government owned. So they will follow all the regulations. Private sectors will integrate them. I know the day you pay them. Baby, private sector, no, our machinery, no, they do the service. You pay them. The state will own it. You see, we can easily. Oh God. Sometimes it's annoying and very frustrating, and nobody will listen. And that is the hardest part of it. Anyway. So that is it. That is the conversation I want us to have on this particular matter. It's sad, but obey and then. Power no. Unyana wanya careful. I'm culture say Rollins be 21 years old. But it's the impact you use it to make. And then who here? Because there is no position obi bedin and now obi nebi that. Obi a janoho uko. Obi a janoho atifie. So there is no position about Zoom. How about Jane say, hey, also be mad. No. Masa position bien who be nebi that. Akufado or Tifi and they. But the impact you use that we need to do. Listen to people. We overcome all these things. We move on as a, because I know the day I want to see a just society where at least Ghana and you young people will become self-sufficient. Not uncle rely will be. Just imagine all that sorry you need to wait to hear from somebody. I'm gonna send you BS and what did he? You see how painful those things are? It takes away everything. It kills the man in you as a person. But if you're able to create just society, everybody will wake up, find something to do, find the ends meet, and as a form, we all move on. That's the society that we need to create. We have all it takes to do that. The culture say, "Oko omanze DR Congo." Gold near man a Japadi or they can even take care of the whole of Africa. But Africa, Jimmy and greed in Tino. Koko had there, who know here, you rather. Anyway, so this is my channel, Ivan Kyei Innocent. I'll be doing podcasts from time to time, like I said. One subscriber, subscribe and be part of this intelligent community, and let's grow. We do this passionate review and analysis of all the critical political issues. Ghana. Our focus is one, to make the Ghanaian dream possible so that the average and the ordinary Ghanaian will become economically self-sufficient, independent-minded, and innovative. Because these are names the new era we seek. It's a critical choice to make. My culture says the decisions of the future can never be left to be based on the discretion of those who are here today. No. If that future belongs to us, we need to be part of that conversation. And how are you positioning yourself to be part of that conversation? Be part of this community, be part of this platform, and let's grow together. And also, don't forget that you're a stakeholder in an enterprise called Ghana. Never shut up. Or shut it up. In your silence, the estate will collapse, and it will collapse on you. Thank you.
I've been chair and where Washefo
near T4.
Anyway, T4.
Fantastic.
Say, yen so say, no one may acquaint say, you bet me, I bet na, we feed a say so. Na, Bibi Kukuru be a yamedu 2 years, 3 months. A yenim diano.
Fantastic.
Yenim yet me a cabi.
Fantastic.
If you say, one of my dear in Hooper,
catch them in
any part drink to send Pabua size. We wish size 33.
We share 44.
We share 44.
Samuel Kwesi was share 44.
Aha. Enti say wo shem Pabua bia. Na se Pabua no na yenkwa.
Ma wonante esesa.
Ma wonante esesa. Enti se wo ye nipa. Na hu sa de bi wo na enye. Na wanka ho asema. Enti se wo share size 30. Na wa share 43. That's it.
Ti bebo no bo mesa no.
What's some now can who do the media book of no?
That's a captain.
And you men come
out for a janda mojumo organ how.
Minia I
so him for you be there no.
Oh,
I member will feel TV3 for Mokoya de NPP for Jumediasi.
Oh,
PP ammonia magu.
Me krana mi nim se ebia bibisa ekoso until I saw this video. Ade ba ko esese ye hye no nso wo omemu ha ne se politics na ye no ho esese nipa te ase se enye akakabensam ne de politics wo ma akakabensam ko wutirimu a wo be yemfom so na wo say between me no ayet here minua TVB and Nkrumah has switched TV3
baby.
That's an established fact. It is a what share
match our system.
That's right. What share the viewership analysis
content in Mobibia
any about reality shows in this country. There's no TV station. Uko Ashanti regional. Yen ye fi ho ne bai. Yen ka brofo bebre wo ho. Ba wo mo hwe TV3 chen TV station bia
in Ashanti region.
In Ashanti region. In Bronga Hafo region. Wo mo hwe TV3 chen TV station bia Ghana. That is why TV3 is still the number 1. TV station a otoso mienu odi na chi no ye chiro the credit pointer English for no. TV3 leading 55 credit points. Meaning say at said they will free her. Now one me Kokumase. Now we wadru a Ketia. Oko park wo bantama. Na fe na misume du achimota. Difference no. Gab no so. But idea back when we want to say. So we share nipa on pen no kra. Hwe sign free na chi na obekọ buru nsam jim.
Nipa on pen no kra no.
So wona na nama. Sign anya sa wo be sign ho akoburu nsam jim because obe catch obi obe jedi
tina uji akofo ado achidi.
You know why? Hwe ye do be bi wo omemu ha ohun esese NDC for eyi wo akoma efi NDC hu no mo do wo adwen edi achidi
mpa
esese MPP for yi wo akoma efri MPP ne ho na wode won adwen rather ene didi achidi. But say baby ade na kwa koduru ni say we are feeding our heart with politics and leaving our brain to starve. Eti ekomo di adwen no ena akoma na men ena akoma ni hu de onye nti odi nsem hunu. I keep telling people say why would the NPP all of a sudden decide that party obey criminal libel law efi hono ene otan central for no emubi. Number 1, they should tell me one single story TV3 yeah na nya nokre from Nana Nebuchadnezzar na kwenwa na not so ekosika not nem akonwa na odalan krusem
a bodyguard actually.
But that tepa midwifery trading college no munika. But now Konya at the Land Cruiser. Yes, we agree, say, protecting the president, and other things, they are very much expensive. But you don't put a Land Cruiser there. Now with the Konya and a tomb. Wabra baby a deeper kwaje ayaresheno. Only car. Ultimately money person who yade. Okay. After the MPP had lost the elections, Okotena pew so. I saw them bench Okoye obi akuranchi ano. That time na Land Cruiser na dey akunya kono wen.
Mere ninkaso. Baby.
Here's a wo bra ye obedi mre akaso. Me, you know the president I respect so much in this country. Kwame Nkrumah.
Fantastic. He did that show horse.
Fantastic. We didn't mre na akaso. Because of the nyansa etoto enema. Eyo niema and now 600 years ago. Yeah, me no ya boy ho no ye bai.
Hope so awura mo.
Nti 6 no Eswa nti ene catch radio manager, the TV manager. Say ye be pon 7. Say muntimi pon 7 amoda mon kan che ne fire asem ye nsoro ko. And I ehwe bi animu. Enti wo ho say anope na meka na me nua bai na host ye show no.
Oh, okay.
Nana me busa say. We share MPP history. Mama nkaka kranchero.
So the one man anti-ache.
Me started say me de me hu to ho. I'm a party no. Na mo 12 years.
Wow. At the age of 12.
Yes, beside MPP. Yeah. Nana na book days asort as so nwi.
Otiase.
Osaf ma for so ho.
Oho.
Message e kufu so ho. MPP mpanyifo bebiri omotiase. Omwi. Chairman FF Fanto. Oh,
hey, didn't know boy.
We now move. I was a little boy. Dis-moi, you lose in 1992 elections. Make I said it this morning. Yeah, Kufo called for a meeting. Then penifuni na bishiem. Toto niyama drinking and niyama hon fine. And Obusa won say power na mo pe. And I say wontwi. Anyway, I am saying no mo pe. The woman na agree say omo pe power. Also fantastic. So mo pe power there. Mo ma yensan kusini nanim. And the Jacob for about 1996. I'm fat. No be winning 2000. 1996, 1997. Okay? Before Yabeko Sunyani 1998. Yabeko Sunyani 98. Ako finalize it. Ato abano amaje hikufo no na won na wo di post no nyina no na wo so ye nkwala atese me aba na wo musuru ntu bi amen ho oh no hu but obi amen ho na me di mfie du nwotwe
18 years
1996 na me was 16 you do 98 na me di mfie mi no aka me di mfie du nwotwe kosunya ne besi ne ye frema akwada nyame
CaptainSmart
yes me diane ye defem no akwada nyame
ewuruwurem
ye ni first people are boye wo wanchi
ye hwem
yeah and this for gwa yen wanchi ye no gwa yen kane
man paba
that time na professor David nyam yo konfi ba queen dan say kura no kan jambafo he was a young intelligent politician bisa jambafo. But so what shadi ni dinya Kufo transit ye a fee power a party no a feeding some so on a leader supreme leader and your national executives executives leadership of the party no done if you could find some a bit of do someone a party and start to say egu there be a gugun temtem. Today, yanka kranka.
Samoho.
Eh? Eti ye 1998 abano. What happened? Why the cancer for your rotten cassava? And when a supporting no
akonta
yana na Nebukadnezar
nado
and a Kufuor amfa ne ho na ye winning power Kufuor befi akonya so no o kasem bi wo Kumase na nya say ye wo baabi na we twa video no we were there when he said say ne kona okọ ye nhwehwe obi a se ye to abama na ye hwehwe na ye behunu
na one divide the party
na on cheche party nim e wo na chi
full of tension
ba Kufuor oye bosom e na oka asem ya so okasa in parable
imagine bo
it is a one tiase a wadwene be ye o say otan obi Kufuor saw this coming. So watch this. 2016, before the elections, and you catch and say, Yapam General Secretary of the party, Apam, the elected national chairman, Apam Sami Krab,
second
vice chairman,
and until Yapam winning elections. And yes, Uncle for now, Yapam on the Maya winning elections. Because come vote boom saying if indeed Kwabena Jabon had some people and he was sabotaging the NPP, he could have continued.
Yeah.
If indeed Paul Afoko was sabotaging the New Patriotic Party and had some people, they could have continued. If indeed Sami Krab was sabotaging the New Patriotic Party here in Greater Accra region, and the people that he was doing that with were still around, he could have continued.
Exactly.
But it was a wind of change that brought the NPP to power
in 2016.
And then far CPP akokora Ed Freddie Blay by no be promise part ni say obe tobas am a constituency bia but you be seen there very good. That is when the na ese Ghana fu who say but let me apologize to the people of this country. Me judge them. Adom na obwa. You can't mention Muhammad's name. Obwa Muhammad didn't say them boy fool show so.
Oh, Adom FM.
Oh, I mean everybody is aware. Won't mean can asem.
Just rinse.
Well, can asem agina. Hey, yeah, fa kufa do say your mama.
Obey day. Some more diablo kakro.
Oh, and some say let me apologize to the people of this country. Yeah, enti fast forward no party no ada eje gon pa when him data party no je gon pa dey na your national executives elections e wa Accra Sports Stadium John Boy Dulusu ye na that day enya John Boy Dulusu in na party no je gon.
Okay.
But how things were put together no and my party no eje gon e won class so because we realize it carefully. NPP said that anya niam akese won kran make a party organization anya project nya member project for the very first time na wo hwe pepepe na hu se no ade no atroka emfa patron one na national chairman sisi ya
MPP
Steven Tim 2024 campaign no ye dey what the trase what the to Asiedu Nketia ho a
emfa
who is who
emfa.
Okay. When are General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party? Justin Kodua. So a lawyer. Case be no what is we dey be more court. Okay. To be only track record. Obi only track record only the party.
Oh.
I'm telling you today.
Kodua.
If you don't have a track record of your profession, you can never lead a political party. Take it or leave it. So watch this.
Track record.
Check who do you hire. What he had done with his profession before he became the General Secretary of the NDC. Check Asiedu Nketia, what he had done with his profession before he became the General Secretary and the National Chairman. Check Haruna Iseku, the MPP Chairman. Check what he did with his profession before he became the National Chairman. Check Dambotwe. Check what he did with his profession before he became the General Secretary of the party. Check Nana Hininto with his profession. Nana Hininto and a setting up Kokroko Peace FM. Edin Kokroko no na de buy. Show no na de buy. And Nana Hininto was the first morning show presenter. I was sort of.
I know.
So check his record.
Check John Buedu's record with his profession before he became the general secretary. Whether he performed as a general secretary or not, I'm talking about the profession. Then check Makunta. So a lawyer.
Yes,
Case Ben with the very good. So if you cannot thrive with your profession, you can never lead a tank of professionals.
Yeah, the profession here, you mean.
That's right. Then you see here. You do baby, you say sabotage, you know. So what? Say sabotage what you. But woman, you know. Now, what do you not to Fifi quite one? You're Gabono. What's it?
You're wide.
You're wide. It's a difference, no? Okay. Share the women organizer of my party NDC.
Totally with a Hanabisi.
Now, father took it. Jemfua. Emfa. Do you know why? A do baby club party club board kitty Jemfua on born and faint. Buga Kwashishi. Excavators. Meboa.
Yeah.
Okay. Father to whom? Echo. Okay. Afei brafie proper. Fa John Jinaha, na fa ba omi Jinaha.
Gabinaso.
Fa John Jinaha, na fa ba omi Jinaha.
Gabinaso.
And a party who say they are still in shock.
Omo say omalusu.
Dabio, woman who say omalusu, but they are still in shock. Yeah. Adia who pa ne say wawu na waso no hu say mewu. Na usunsum na hu say wawu. No wasore. Hu say wawu. Ba wo saman no usunsum na ejina ho no. Ontimi nyane wo body na da ho no masase so bi mu. Eti uhu obi se obi be wura dem a te say ye hwe wo movies mu no. Unya ya na nka wo ne hopes ni kasa. Ba wo kasa hopes onte. This is what is happening to the MPP. And saman gro.
The omo yes is.
Omu din saman ya gro. Aso mu emusie no mu din mu din saman gro. If you look at how J.A. Kufuor quickly organized the party after we lost the 1996 elections, it will marvel you and it will clap for Kufuor.
Fantastic, man.
What you say? Say there na kusi. Na a whole national first vice or second vice chairman. Maybe one video no. I wanted to play the devil's advocate. So I said, oh, Ninsana Aka. I was waiting for confirmation until today. He himself confirmed. Say, Osheda. And order Ninsaka microphone touching. Number one, before the general secretary of the party, Kodua Ekasano, said Ubia Kasadada. Said that on the TV3 microphone is all. No. Fantastic. Before Sani Parasuye, no, before Kasai.
So Kodua wasn't the first person.
He was not the first person. It's either any Nipa no Dika no Kasai no. Woman come microphone and to Anthony. They are trying to say they don't respect Sani Pano Kasai no. That's right. It's a do way so no. You person way Nipa channel. That's right.
We
there. And yet, they toss to be able to say, hey, when the penny back with him, when the penny back, but with him, Matthias is CA, many hopes in your penny chammy. Okay, with them, my main fan is semi hoarding. Some fish some your brandy to Benene Becco. Or bet time, I asked her baby say, Jaw. We real into them penny for say I want macho about 2 wanting
when the penny never come
now with him. Senior, what are not 2 chances here? Hey, party no ye dankwa buzia domo. Let me sit here and say that there's no tradition, political tradition be near success where any padina here.
Very well.
Eh? 80 America Democrats. One must say Democrats, the tradition of Democrats. Ya more woman penny for the president and has to be a Republicans same.
Yeah, conservatives.
UK same. Maybe Obefibia same. Uba Ghana ha. NDC. Womuni Rollins ato hoy anagarage bibiawo
National
Democratic Congress. If you want to look for a tradition, they will tell you PNDC. We are coming from the background, the courtyard of the PNDC. And the sister party, they just psychological introspection. The new patriotic party, if they will listen. Hey, what's a Dankwa from Eastern region? Buzia from Brong Ahafo. Ahafo Nkao. Bonono. Okay. And then Domu. Northern region, Upper Eastern Nkao. So watch how MPP wins elections in this country. A Ashanti region, an Eastern region, and Northern Ghana, Northern region, Kakra, and Esoso. Because they have psychologically occasioned their approach and thinking that these are the people we are following them. So, the 3D NCC about 1996 when she obedient to her NDC to which is it da.
So far, NDC
Waje 2020. No, was in 2024. So what it means is that Buzia who are then away and away. Asa. Fast forward. Come home. Eastern region. Dan kwa who are then no away. Yankano because one Ghana no come. He is the chief concerned ever. Ya won was aseso. JB Dankwa. And baby imagine be America.
Number 1.
Obi or say or ye history professor Nkrumah. Onim Ghana history no. Ometna. Me say JB Dankwa nyon no na ka say from mine we Ghana. What kind of books no match na? Yes, 1954 TNU. And a JB 1954 na JB Dankwa a proposal say yemfre oman Ghana. Ghana for mutim you mamuti red no mamushebi TV no so no. Yes, 1954 na JB Dankwa proposal say yemfre Ghana. All right. 1948 June. Asiedu for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. No, it was in February. February 1948. Asiedu for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Efrin Ako Axim, Ako Slapa Grant, Ajinyansa won ho, Oba, Obedu Kepus, near Pamon Gaddafi at the Saddle College.
In the central region.
In the central region, Mujina Kwahu soon, Bobana. Kwame do ya Nujina. Bisan Kwano so ya Pamon. Oh, now one when you ma, I mean Kwame Nkrumah. Oh, and there's an idea, young Kona Copacho, or some why I may. That be young Copacho, yes. And see. And Okogo I know. Some person to school. I said, Kewo, you be fine. I say, I'm person to school. Oh, but not to school, I say. And what I need to patch on, I said, Debbie, you'll be a pablo, Dibiacho Nkrumah.
Betty school.
Betty school. 1948, and a Kwame Nkrumah too at a Ghana National College.
The central region. In
the central region. 1948. And or take Ghana National College. And to meet him by a Senate JB Dankwa in 1954 co proposes a young Ghana.
Na Ghana no.
You see, now who are then were Eastern region? Away.
To say that na do more than away.
Hey, Ashanti region now yeah NPP before say almost stronghold is because of Kufo. And number 1. Number 2. Calculated lies. Sir Rollins at the Kocaine Echo Kumasi Jum at the Brom Mahem Pacho find a picture. Said 1948 your pictures will crum her. Say ya me no kase ye Rollins 79 81 ye and any picture. Why na what picture Rollins kuta Kocaine exactly or Bobby. It doesn't mean say soldier ni be a movie and ya no na make. But I say Rollins at the Kocaine Ura Kejitia and tro. And what says say no and penifona a D Santro cha Santrono. They are leaving, they are exiting the system. And a Gen Z for na abano. Onye anadwen say or pese oduele on their CaptainSmart aka. The minu penny hopes in aka. Or pese o go beyond their captain car, you know. Or go beyond their hopes in car, you know. Na or de koto Mugabe den who say no and there are some hopes in Captain Kyei no there be nyasa adete. Mugabi dey no, wo dey no to we hu a, eno na efa. Enti ama say na Ashanti region is gradually becoming difficult terrain for the NPP. But they haven't realized that, and they are not managing the party. If the NPP actually realized that they were losing Ashanti region, then can you cross from Santo Abama wound to me?
Very well. TBS was at a power 97.9 FM CaptainSmart Ewaha Sansuna Hobson Adoyenso Ewaha Power Specialist about Hospital and Fasida Emomo Medimosis Clinic and Herbal Center Safari Valley Eco Resort Victory Garlic Mesa Hebron Hills International School Power Specialist about Hospital Muninada Macao and a church Edumedi Edi Ebrona S Natural Mineral Water. Okay, Director for Special Duties Movement for Change Minia Hobson Mwakwaba na pomo e tena o de mefa hin
once am drum yellow movement for change no
yes
to be change Ghana.
Thank you and the obana so pe say ye ma me ma usi fire chief director on fire attendants in back when you dey yeah answer say into where president
so when you ready
where cafe
yeah shase yeah why you want to buy
yo nampacho Mr. President wo home
president
no to going
no what you see home obako ko nyame aduma Saturday
ko
business forum
yani atwapa ho
what you see
na mfi senka Eastern come to offer if you Mr. President
obako dey just okochina
you know Eastern and you
wanko to abako to ye ma melodina
ene Thursday
obatampa ene Thursday china Friday
asam
obako dey am content
ye ma melodina
chiache ne
ye cheo wonim say me ba be ware wa grant permission anga anye you wase ne ba no o ma no kwan e ma no nko na me de no be ko MPP ana me say efie de ye nye politics e de efie de e yodo asem nko
empress
ono oto no nyome so me kwa kwa me politics
atiase
ana wase se sadia ana wasanase ana wasanase mai enti yama me ye cheo
so kura jo mama de wuye bi
what saying
so sata mo so obetu kwan a
one day say ya kika ni nyina to
why ya juma okrom ha o
ya kika ni nyina to
so who is that captain so ko assessment
one day the cement no ya be prosecute ayi national cathedral na ya be frɛ no
ye ti okoso assessment
nientia ya be kan wasem nientia okoso assessment no ɛsɛ ya tutu na no na that time manager kwa no kwa fa no
na manager calculate na aswa 42.5
what so cement no say million why are there no do so dey kwa ma agronfo
na kwa ba
ye wi am yen fa wo na yen kwa sisa ye cement
da be executive secretary in the baby mention emergence cement
yen go tutu ni omudi agu yen go tutu ya de
na ye swimming pool
yen fa go
fo madi o ma we abropa o
be say Ghana fo nyina anye din nyankopɔ ya dom na 2nd June du na kelo frata be PA special prosecutor ho say kri
obeba
na o say
obeba
wa ma omo nsuma me
wa ma anya den
omo nsuma me me kwa kofa na ba
o senado ye
me so o de omo nsuma me keke
yenkoi
ya kwa kofa na ba na you see baby ana captain de ewie no me fanfa ho concerning how our MPP party no
I say what for him
baby aba baby do come there me a former say me nka omo me say me movement for change for so there yeah change ni ye hwehwe ana change na ba na change na ba ye no wo hwe the way anuama hyase na efe ye support ye encourage ye se omunyire omo no omo adwuma
change na efe
na Ghana ensesa Ghana sesa me na menya so mfaso won so benya so mfaso NPP for omo tutu ayampie nyina omo so be den omo benya so mfaso etiesremu let President Mahama stay focused, make sure say look at the call Easter omoko first president call a year so omoko amachi de no omoko akosa no omoko anamibwa and say the president call una wo kono wo ko akwa dress business forum wonne ye kan say adwadifo akɛse business people a kyɛ sɛ wɔn yɛ tycoons ne ade wɔn free Kwawu enclaves ne other areas and wɔn kɔ akɔtwetwe nkɔmɔ. We should tell you the vision of this administration. Euro zebra every Kwawu. Eto ɔno nso atima keka nneɛma bom ama nneɛma ɛkɔ so. These are some of the things we want to be seeing and be hearing so that ebe encourage amobia nso so atimi akɔ pepepe. Captain ninsamo a wɔka nyina no kakra bi na me de so one we say MPP party na ngasa no say no eye declining party bafom emre bia e bafom afenyomo emre bia e bafom me say I am a tactician and then I will engage them make people more busy or money be bomb ho so no or 28% no mo cross 28% 2028
omo cross 28
me na me catch record it down.
Hey, Hobson.
My be down. August 2024, me so mbenya 39%.
Okay, yes.
And then me say 39%, but we will not cross 39%.
40, look at 40.
Ada ye declare President Mahama the president elect. Now you were outstanding 9 constituencies are MI. When you are 41 point something. 9 no be come home ye be no. Na ko 38.3. Na office me be sorry me nyeska ho. Share me share nkom brutal. Eti adene de declare na declare eba. Na waka nsem ni bebre nti I don't need to be repeating. The current state of MPP eya dia chese party no enya kono egu eyeyi. Look. Today something small happened. Na ohwe omu poster any idea. How can Oba Besia bet ne be ma betna what disrespect me na my dey na me show because I was Oba. Because KBI say makwa attack Oba. Look. What you also your Oba one people na we share me disrespect me. I will show you the bigger disrespect. Maybe the law of Moses in a when you slap me I will slap you and now make sure I say me slap no be den. Next time, when you attempt to solve a slap me, what come here? Marry one kaza. Marry no. Next time. Next time, when you attempt to solve a become yesterday. Me say I control the space when it comes to the politics. Never MPP ne ade. Omunti me. Eti baby omodu ni de. Me mahu say look, MPP, every elections committee. Every election committee.
I will in 2016, 169 seats. 2020, 137 seats. Now what about 2024? No about 8 years. If a year 2016 war banner no more the total one. No more call 2024 or more 137. 2021 37 na ba baby do 88 na omunim di entia every aba from aba besi
entina me say a declining party say one share 2028 one share no more cross of 60 seats in parliament 60 one share among cross
hope say
yeah can say I'm say oh you full of bitterness mo man ga me dem bitterness beka
mo cry from more
because so a bam.
Hey,
Mugabi, me say baby a me de omo party na kwehye no ho. It will take the grace of God.
What dey kwehye baby?
Me say what dey hwe 3 cycles of elections. Omo win be da.
Captain, hope say can say that is you.
Captain or no trust me. What trust me?
People Japan what dey kwehye baby.
Be so nkrofobia nkrofo mo kwesi so mo free Ethiopia den akofa bi free Benin ni ni mo enkwesi aga
chebia musie
ni na enkwesi aga
ye tikru mu o kofa komfo so me Nyankoma de mo a ye de ne kwato cantonment akwa komfo so me Nyankoma de mo a ye de to cantonment
Mugabi every na me TV so ana omo ahia
bibia
omo ye Nyankoma de atwemi ababatum na omo aye ne omo beye nyina Akwa we Debbie.
Emfa.
Yanko Perry enforcement.
They call Ethiopia.
Ethiopia won na neti ho yade no. Ala ezo ba reinforcement. Akofa beni bo abega ho.
Addis Ababa.
Me hwe. Saadi we ya moko be nyina me ka kire mo. Wo mo say so mo timi de me to ho 4 p.m. na 5 p.m. mo buhye ni nyina wugro mo pe. Me say mo so sidi da.
O mia omo.
O mo so sidi because look me maka ye buhye m. Ye ni ewu. Unso a wuntimi ni ewu. Se me kokko chini pase na me sheda kuna. Wan hwe amako naked. Sa na wuntimi enkume. Eti you should get it right. Munu anu mo pese mo ordinance a eduro do ye say o ba be pa hope tia chew. Asa cha me mo 14 days obendante obebobo any ade. Me kan wo ha sei muti abutie die.
So mo pese omunu anu nante a
enu anu say hope tia pa chew.
Na omunu aben. Na when you ready so be body.
Ni omunu anu omo say nkonko bubu mi ngu hono. A me ye ihuiche ni say ara me tuma ni say.
Allah.
Na je kekrao. Me say edro bia ni wiase. Ebe mananante. Edro ebe mananante ni say hope say ni enkana ye be ye ono. Yes, sorry. Fache yen. Me man no 14 days from that day. Obetima ko Accra Stadium akwa bobo.
Semoho.
Hey. Nyankopon ensada obi aso. Poga bi utie Nyankopon ensada so. Nyankopon ensada so. Nyankopon ensada obi aso. Akoma no ene direct how Nyankopon protection be kese amon.
O say yomra a year removal of a year chief justice no. Ma captain embo a year on farming umra sagum binum na yen hwe a year global info analysts womo Sovia Omaye, any woman findings, or more home, the Ababa to about no. Yes, is it the captain? For me, more 52% of Ghanaians say Chief Justice.
Me global info analytics for survey. Me,
okay, young boy.
June 28, 2018. For immediate release, President Akufo-Addo removes EC chair and head 2 deputies from office. The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has on Thursday, 28 June 2018, removed from office the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mrs. Charlotte Osei, and her 2 deputies, Mr. Amadou Sule and Miss Georgina Opoku Amankwa, with immediate effect. Paragraph 2. This was after the committee set up by the Chief Justice, Justice Sufaya Akufu. Underline Justice Sufaya Akufu.
Now retired.
Pursuant to Article 1464 of the Constitution, to investigate separate complaints brought against the 3 persons by Ghanaian citizens, recommended their removal from office. The committee recommended their removal. Underline the committee. The committee recommended their removal on the basis of stated misbehavior and incompetence. Misbehavior and incompetence. Underline misbehavior and incompetence. Pursuant to Article 1461 of the Constitution. The provisions of Article 1469 of the Constitution require the President of the Republic to act in accordance with the recommendations of the committee. President Akufo-Addo has directed the 3 persons to hand over their respective schedules to the Director for Human Resource and General Services of the Electoral Commission and thank them for their services to the nation. This was June. This was signed by Mustafa Hamid, PhD, Minister for Information and presidential spokesperson. Mahama che wachese tokunu date ho edi Chief Justice.
Ayaka. Ya waso no wanya dan.
Wache. Se maame no. She's a fine woman, a mother, an auntie,
and whatever. But the reality of the matter is that, number one, you say a misbehavior and incompetence.
The what no?
There be a way the pam Charlotte say misbehavior. Charlotte say Charlotte say a misbehavior
towards who?
And Charlotte say you're incompetent. Okay. One. Then tina kufa do na nkasa ne time. O initiative process so me you talk on.
So it didn't start today.
No. Let them come and deny. Nana do tia bemuno. People petitioned him to investigate the Chief Justice and remove her from office.
John
Ache na me ono atada ya na oye metomom hwe Chief Justice by no okose a serious constitutional blunder menye lawyer, but she caused a serious constitutional blunder. And a lawyer phone bia woman say ma me na cause blunder, but say o man hwe yi nso a ebema judiciary n'anim egu ase mo no etisim so mu defend say lawyers no ka say no mu nim de no mu nim say de ma me ye ne nye. But now for the image of the judiciary in totality,
we are quiet.
As I say, we defend. Na enyonyam kakra na aka no.
Dey see
and say. Ocheche parliament and sagu nachi. Aya na dwen so obebo bag bi no ye speaker no buka.
Oh kwa meso.
Oh, na say wa wonim de kokọ Supreme Court. So no anatim. Hwede oye church atwitwikata. You see, professional misconduct and professional misbehavior are dangerous. She thought, sir, the MPP will win. But let me say this today. If the MPP had won, come be within 2 months.
Achieve that.
She's aware. That is why she wrote to the president requesting petitions, because no person who said, "They know what it is." MPP for be try about him. Sakufa do nyina di no. Say ye no na Muhammad Jina so MPP dey na no Jina so na say petitions for. That is why she wrote to the president of her copies.
Wow. CaptainSmart.
It's now onim or hint no. Otitibi. Dent na eno de na do amane copy.
The first one.
Yes, I didn't amane copy. Na nyo obeyi no. But so ye na kadebesi na say na maame no sebe onim na dwuma.
And at the same time obi aka na nya obeyi no na no so recommend some judges be say for monko.
They be sending na dwuma no
Supreme Court.
And the constitutional right.
So I recommend you.
Yeah, the constitutional right. Or was that powers no. Ti yenya mpamo ne de. Say ya ti ya wonko breaki. So to me fra we ne monko mo phone so.
This me wie.
Just we. So o sa to me no.
To so watch Mahama che.
Oh, watch oh. You don't na che oh. Ese by now easy boss koda da.
You reset.
Because watch this. We are Chief Justice, sir. When I will supervise all the judges in this country.
The courts.
And the courts in this country.
Yeah.
Adia baku ebetimi ama on my way aboto elections. To say the election petition ebeto anima. Any kwan say we ye wo ho te say agiman. Wabra won ye adwa XYZ. Esesa we make sure say judge na or sit on it no. Say oye de enyem pa be fetch no wa correct. And election who presidential petition yemfa nko high court. Yemfa nko appeals court. Ye tam straight in Supreme Court. Parliament who asem bia no.
High court.
You can high court. And then you sit there. Now, why are they? What's a parliament a goofy? Really? Wabra constitution not share the independence of each of the three arms of government. Chiche bag means a good nechi. Or bo bag being fin. And then the MPs now parliament. What to the phobia na untie? I am reliably informed that at a point one time, the then president called her and told her to stay away from the issues.
Okay.
Yes. Stay away from the issues because don't forget, say, Nanado, or a lawyer, Yamfa Bibian Tonche.
Classmate Noni.
Or a lawyer. Number 2, a lawyer for now do more call Supreme Court to say lawyer Dennis Num, Yoni Kolendi Num, Nadam for pa Okujato uncle, their friend saying. Respectable lawyer Sam Okujato. These are lawyers. I mean, when we are lawyers. You think Nanado will not take advice from them?
Yeah, of course.
He did. And they told Nanado in plain language that, Chief Obano, waiting. And untino. Ena abrante no petition, the first petition I am for you Akufa retirement. No yet no Jubilee House. Hey. Chief. As a man yake kan Nkrumah san.
Your petition first one.
First one no yet no Jubilee House. And then you need the man transfer so. Obi I see you need the election you letter no yes transfer no.
Abrante no.
Oh, okay. And then of course we didn't say president did the nice see from Nanado did the nice see from. No catch say baby who pia Omaine kono mame what the Omaine ko she aminem e de oyune ebeba mame yentie body language won obia betimi atena program bi asena body language ni ade
ya no mama videos ni bi
but hwede na na mahama gina ho kan state of the nations address look at how she behaved as an born the president of the land really even J. Kufo behaved. Even J. Kufo, he had a diplomatic body posture. Right? Nana Kuredu Wajiban Rollins, evergreen.
Body language, Akasa.
Body language is dangerous than anything in this world. What will say? When
action speaks
louder than words.
But now you more defending.
Oh, please. What's happening now? Okay.
We didn't hear Kakra.
Yeah. Na yeah. Pese.
Mama me video no Kakra.
Yeah, told you I say China near rap.
Your video na ready. I'm fan to.
Yeah, can you say China near rap? Hey, that's what I can. Me to aso.
Me try video.
Okay.
Call it for afenyo video. Production team ada.
E be den afenyo en defend. Because on the Pia some no koye. But me
video na ready.
For you.
Certain individuals in government to push for the removal of the Chief Justice. The judiciary should not be seen as part of the partisan political system in our country. All we need is to have an impartial judiciary to dispense justice. What is happening is unacceptable, and it's clear that the NDC government wants to infiltrate the judiciary and make it partisan. But my advice to all judges in the country: stand together. Let not somebody create an impression of one of you and think that by dislodging one of you, you will be the next. The next day, you would also be the next. So judges in the country must stand together. The judiciary must stand as one body and make a full statement to condemn this act.
Captain.
Sure.
Very dangerous.
Oye no. Yetete ho sa wo krum ha sa. And the bag been di nyansa e bo Ghana ho ban. Look, let me tell you, as there na course with Supreme Court no, it was a very fertile ground for a chaotic whatever to have happened in this country. Saturday night course of Supreme Court no. Chichire Parliament in Sagunachi. Or yet the open one. It was a fertile grounds for a military takeover.
Wow.
I'm telling you. Because by that time, the Chief Justice threw away our constitution and made rubbish out of it. Thinking that Nana Nebuchadnezzar and I appointed. No.
Is it not too harsh?
No, she rubbished our constitution. Okay. Not her. Hey, or your boy can't go to that level with a woman.
Fantastic.
She rubbished our constitution. And whatever thereof are now womb. Talking about the independence of the three arms of government. And I said, say, into the man anado. Ubi petition is a pamamino. Because lawyer from penny for one memo had two nanado for say, we dear a blunder.
At that time.
Yes. And what happened? They come by in and say, you say, see, and then, and see, also politics, sometimes timing is also key.
Yeah.
And
timing was not good.
MPP penny for
that time.
And one more train so, any idea.
Not now.
And not now, be seen there. Me, I will never be surprised that the MPP lawyers say Nkrumah, they are happy said John Mahama be Chief Justice.
Very well.
And 62%, 52%, see you know, it's
52% in Israel.
It's 52% now. Info analytics for say, Yemfanyi Tokununu. It's Opasi Yentinsi Ashanti region. And crying any voter, Ubibeka so NDC stronghold. Yentinsi Ashanti region. Now would you bisa Chief Justice Onkwa na manenko ne ukasa Onkwa no wateke manenko no wesu wateke na hwe nipa dodo obenya ubise nipa 10 bi obenya 9
to Onkwa na want
waya
mama
oh me catch you say wache okọ oh say yeah oh okọ no owie we ya onyi jemensa
boss man so
oh say the two ko ye no e ka Charlotte ho no two enkohwe menu akafra yama opposition wo mem ha wo ho amema odin bi na hwe wo mo ho di to me first one ayo panin Kojo Afarijan
man of integrity
oya bunu ni entinadwene no ebunu wo mu emu do
why so pompe plan
se wo hwe Kojo Afarijan Pacho one appointing no easy boss. Any Rollins.
Yeah.
Very good. Kufoba no Afarijan edi. Dentra. Fantastic. Kojo Afarijan e de ono say oye Ghana ni no na me wo tumi say me ye easy boss akaka bensam na denden no eto nchen. Onya ne bi a bottle back no bogu so. Na nya me ye na dom na se ne saka ne matches na onya ne cigar ne to so a. Ghana nko na odwen ono bi adi asem. Into we NDC near. Do not come to my house. I don't want anybody to come to my house. If I have not invited you to my office and you are a politician, do not come to my house, my office. When I need you as a politician, we will call a general meeting. We will all meet. Kojo Afarijan, ye EC boss Rollins time, or ye EC boss Kufuor time, or ye EC boss Professor Mills time. Or your easy boss at the Mahama time
until retire
until occur retirement. Anti-president yenya womo ewo Ghana ha ewo Fourth Republic no mu emu nan sanye se na occur retirement me gidi yesanka Kojo Afarijan that ho and Ghana ni bi enya Afarijan ho asem ankada ono ni ni po ma yete ase say elections are won at the polling station. Not EC head office.
Or Tesano place.
Or Tesano police training college. Elections are won at the polling center. Number 2, Mami Georgina Theodora Wood, Chief Justice, who appointed
President Kufuor.
President Kufuor appointed Georgina Wood.
President
Mills by no. I didn't know Mills and you know.
How much when you know?
I didn't know Mills when you Georgina Wood. because a Juma na George na wood here me mama o kwato no ofia no be catch us obi nsidi kunu dross obi nsidi ni kunu singlet obi be kono no a odu fie na oyi ni ntade no go as chief justice a obo ne bra wo fie te se maame a oye na odini wunia from Kufuor time abedu Professor Mills by no maame ni dini wuni sa besi John Mahama time obi ante ne ho asem ko sisi nkrofo bi di asem be share no konse yese wakota asase wo is Legon mi hwa na enyo no anti George na wood bi ayo no mi hwa na enyo no adentina Mahama ampam no
kwase na adwuma so ni
adentina Mills ampam no
na adwuma so ni
adentina Kufuor ampam no
na adwuma so ni
nti dent ne yepa maame we
na adwuma so ni
bam
obse
Wonim
tisemai
easy day or the far away mama fanfa na mintinsi mama there so look
ma inkinko
this is the time ya toaba na ya declare ema na asat now parliament aya adwuma e won the 4th month mu na a constituency yentimi and declare and say antoaba no ya toaba no so yentimi declare eti ni MP ewo parliament a wo represent wo mu is it not incompetence is it not chese enonko ma grounds for the remover
na wo president officer eso bi sempija e declare no winner na wo to office na wo say masa overturn the decision no
emra no so ntisa
CI127
emra ni say so declare wi a ye better ni na ana eje support adenti na mo koye musa kokoye recollection ayeyi look oya MPP voice o mukita scan copy enye original ne de scan no eti original no wen obi so muzo a omuzi a yehu I mean chese odwene ho a o ye dan ate ase eti
dollar ma 7 countries 7 why she studio her wow nipa alaji kaleta ko
alaji ye jiao ejanto ha no we bia
oboske to obodo
why we are now we say agree we better about that enye ti say pz
dollar man
so on yet eti nkrofo ne de look hwe MPP ama say no you are politicizing all our institutions who say Drew baby yes papa look Charlotte Benza Charlotte was say ne petition no munya bi kengan
obi wa ha
nipa na oye yi no mote ne nka kokosi say ye ni free ho dabi
na wonu nipa kono
Jubilee House organized that petition because it was an agenda say look Charlotte was say must go it was an agenda
captain nipa
so many more
me say
Jubilee House one
they wrote the petition
one more petition
one quiet the 10 weekend hotel be
they wrote the petition there
because they knew what they were going to do in 2020 and they were afraid that if Jane Charlotte be koso ho a anhwa no waye fair
tinyino
wanya boni bia because the first win Madam say the chairperson of the Electoral Commission on 30th June 2015 assumed the office as article blah 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 of the Ghana Reinsurance, a public company, contrary to Article 444 of the 1992 Constitution. When the issue was raised, the PRO of the Ghana RE confirmed that she only signed on December 5th, 2015. Hwade ni you what say wakoye ade no ewo 2015 na nka so no ba ye June na mu no no dimirika no science. This means that whilst holding office as the chair of the commission, she was still a board member of the Ghana Reinsurance. Oh, come on. The main way you know say your board ni din so on be EC chairperson no. Na Charlotte say or your board member. Or your board member. The response of the man Charlotte say no Troy or say Ghana Reinsurance is a limited liability company with shares held by the government of Ghana It's not a Ghana buying Ejuma.
Wow.
A non-executive director position is not a public office.
What's the tea?
The woman is a lawyer. This is what Charlotte Asel wrote. In the context of Article 444, which my esteemed counsel should well know. Why? Why do you do this?
Obviously, if I'm a coin.
And see, you can say, you can say, James, Nenshisha, any other. Yes, yes. Nenshisha, just say, Odia Bamunino, Ayadia, Bedia, the word incomplete is a show. Say, Yatua Baye, na asat now, Yentiminia. Wasan Abubu Emraso. No, I don't know, sir, but under misbehavior, said then, I don't know. James. Say ya declare will be
incompetent.
Ya declare the panel. Share don't be just say anything for that more money and yet dear. And come with finish. And come with finish. So on yet. Yeah, can't say Mia Minia, Madame for Army Penas and Pa Okanque Centra. Aha. One who said there's a cocoyano. And this is so a cocodane. At that places, I just say, one would done. Another prayer, economo, share a quetia, and in the Kaikahu, Nijina, Yachamu, and Yatetihusa, just like that. Sir, what politicizes the institutions are? Do you think, sir, Nippon over Banado or Nova Metrans in finance and shady debris from? Open to us, Yana, open to us. So, it is an unwalkano. Would walk off a fedia Buffy.
Once and a buy house.
And you want some go as I didn't want some of the has a baby. Good now, they are hidden number. So on yet, look.
So they are ready by one of them once.
One didn't want another. A Kufado Parky court. Nasi, you see also or more Ghana say no, or Muye hypocrite.
Some
before.
What we hypocrite.
Some of them.
What we before.
Why not? What you imagine? Bra,
30 seconds. Bra, ye bring in an a Christian council.
Number one.
Any CSUs no. And ama yebre. Danka Charlotte say.
Yan defending.
Share. Mamin can de win to share. Claim 3. The NCSD Charlotte say di number 3 ni tiu. Tie brofo na won tro no. Ade we na tro Jubilee House no. Ah. Office na proposal akotena mu no. E hwa na won tro letter no. E hwa na won tro petition we. Sa ba bia proposal akotena ye no. Sa dan na mu no won tro petition we.
Mami he.
Or say, following her appointment as EC chair, Mrs. Charlotte compromised the independence and the neutrality of the commission by arranging for a 2015 V8 Land Cruiser with registration number WR2291-15 from the office of the president for use as official vehicle without going through the procurement process. Adiano Ofafi office of the president. Instead, also go through procurement. What must Charlotte say? Ya boni dino. Naka ni ho amami no yusu. Joma ama nominate Charlotte say no. Oka chance sika ni ho aye de toka mono ma otenam. Etima me ka ni ho. Sabe
the pool mu di amount.
Eti Charlotte say no de ono ane ka na kwa adwuma. Until such chief of staff Honorable Julius Debra Wubo Nipedin June 2015. When time our Charlotte was an official vehicle. Do you know when she was given an official vehicle? Yeah, born 15th June 2015. July, Charlotte Nyaka. August, Charlotte Nyaga. September, Charlotte Ny official car. October, Charlotte Ny official car. November 12th. After 5 months. And our mama Charlotte say an official car. Say onjem fanya adwuma.
And they say and go through procurement.
Dabi we entro. Enta me ka tro se be office na proposal ate no.
Ono mo tena se twa.
Sa dan ni mu no mo tro be nka se proposal na tro e.
Ba ho sa dan no.
Sa dan ni mu sa office ni mu no mo draft letter we. And o mo quote car number. Sa car we 2015 car we. And ho ba asema time and 2016 MPP winning election 2017 no. Soldier for no kwache car we. Enti car na ye de to Charlotte so say. Wakofa car free presidency at nemunu sa car na nya Charlotte senatim. Wow. Etiwe almost say WR 2291-15 and Charlotte say ekofa ama ye de man no office of the president. The president ma will be at say jeka na fa koye adwuma. We say onko fa procurement. Tie and Charlotte say ka kire na do say hey guy kana ye de man no the number nye WR 2291-15 and when the man Charlotte remover no e cheye no because they realized that you try wrong meat. Ma amene say kana otimuno the number enyesa. So they sent some national security operatives to Tete Charlotte say and take pictures and videos of the cars. Tete Charlotte say bekaya 2018 February. They called her and said they had wanted to change for security reasons. They had wanted to change her car numbers. They had wanted to change her car numbers.
That happened.
Happened because she thought that she told the president. Said the lawyer response. Say Mrs. Osei does not use a vehicle with the said registration number WR2291-15. Following her appointment as chairperson, the office of the chief of staff allocated Mrs. Charlotte Osei a vehicle. This is certainly not a new practice in Ghana's public service. Indeed, the office of the chief of staff provided and continues to provide vehicles for many government institutions and appointees. Pacho Jemensa cannot even one man. So can we say that Nanado imagine Mensa car? Any deputies in the castle won't use unti. Ye bejina so na de di ana.
Abide the ball teaching.
The political posture of the chairperson. Tell ye brofu we need we to kan won di Charlotte Eddie.
Posture.
I
say Jemensa dey watch.
The political posture
you know
of the chairperson prior to the conduct of the 2016 general elections nearly pushed Ghana to the precipice. But for the action of technical and competent staff of the commission, how? How? She could have plunged the country into a civil war. Really?
Compared to Jemensa Dieye.
Really?
Charlotte will say.
And indeed, we lived in this country in the Bronga-Hafu region. 8 innocent Ghanaians were shot and killed. It was just one constituency. Nobody saw, say, and no, it was plunging this country into precipice.
Very wicked people.
Post Abeya. When did the entire trust claim for no? When did a claim for no fee? Once I Charlotte say, as a sign, easy logo no, because that time no, na Nkrumah acquired them. Electoral Commission logo na no. Baby, I know what print on letter head no. I don't know. Can I say that? Let me say it. No, back what print be with all the security features.
Wow.
That time they were in opposition, and they were using the letterheads, writing letters on behalf of the Electoral Commission.
Wow.
Charlotte Osei got wind of it and said that no way, we got to change the letterhead.
That's right.
That is the reason why Charlotte Osei changed the letterhead of the Electoral Commission.
To your memory, Obetimasako.
Or to me, Obetimasako, but I'm not sure Sama Menebeko. She's so a fine, refined lady. When I met her at Cape Coast, me share the name didn't say Captain. I know you defended me, but the powers that be did not listen. Hey, Anna Obeka say we or you subrofubi or say we did it. I like it and we love it. I think she said something like that. Yeah. It's letters and Nkrumah person womo de easy logo dadano eye no and
I say we saw it, we liked
it and we love it. Something like that. It's Emma Nkrumah plan ekadem. Do you know that if indeed Charlotte Osei na on pese MPP Baba power 2016 Time now elections and started said figures nobody now. Kocaine say one more system no Nkrumah hacking.
And then got to no.
That be why you say you hacking. Your hacking system. It's no or stress both parties ni nyina no womomra na yempe IT specialist no muntimi mehwe system ne maye. Charlotte say could have done that. So by the time now wadwen by yourself figures ne ba no, if indeed she had wanted the NDC to maintain power, go betimi ayesa. But what did she do? Onua na tena ho county ye, e be declare nanado winner anambo.
Yeah.
Why do you lie? Such a lie.
Can't say more for nipa.
One kasa sa reasons we.
We Nigeria that's it. Until now so watch no.
Charlotte say, without recourse to the commission, engage the services of lawyers. Sorry at law. So nim lawyer sorry. Teddy sorry assembly kano. Without going through the procurement process. This service engagement goes contrary to Public Procurement Act. As at now, there's no formal contractual agreement between the commission and the solicitors. You think lawyer sorry, Sebi, excuse my French, is so dumb and inept to the level say sorry, easy a contract now, there will not be any contractual agreement. You think lawyer Teddy sorry will sit down and then a lawyer of his caliber be yes way and see that. In any case, Jay Kufotama when power 2001. What did he say? Or repeat Buzi a statement you can say the constitution is not a fetish. Why? Because any pay ye here ka sama post for I say ankofa parliament intima peka na pejo. Yeah. Ma pejo no ma 504. E ma ne mana. Ye de ma judges ne. Say sorry. Why ye adwuma ama easier. Adwuma na oye no na ye ne kwanso ana say na adwuma na nye ne kwanso. Why then do you based on this? Say wo pam sorry. Beside lawyer Teddy sorry. After say NPP winning elections from 2017, Papa ni nya hoto abesi ne. At a point, no, let me say it.
Dear number.
Okay. Oko voter region kodi case binke ye kunu kwam.
What?
Obi onim Teddy sorry number bi an friends me na make asem we wo TV so sesi a. Okodi asem oko voter region or bank line ke ye kunu kwam. Wow. There were several attempts on his life, but he remained steadfast. Listen, we are building a country, we are not building a political party. And if we're doing the wrong thing, get away. But Charlotte say, missing the reasons now. One casa brofona muchoye, dina office na a proposal a quote name. I want to draft
Room 21.
I want to draft this all that way. Claim 6. The commission signed a contract with Supertech Limited, STL, on the premise that the voters' registration exercise was going to be electoral area based. Now, voters' registration exercise and the electoral area based near the year. Can Afenyo Markins move away from Winneba? No, I can't say, Makwacho Midi voter region. There's a one transfer of voter. Obetra Kwatwa Bano Winneba.
Very well. Well,
when you me pese captain kasa mama no ayi se won kasa yi pa so
yeah ma min kan we
odo as a host no aya onya kwan kasa
upon assumption of office as the chairperson of the commission Mrs. Charlotte say unilaterally abrogated the said contract or said the commission signed a contract. The commission signed a contract with STL. After Mrs. Charlotte say unilaterally abrogated the said contract without recourse to the same commission that approved the earlier. Commission here, why? If indeed you sacked her and her two deputies, why not no more fighting?
Same people.
The same people.
Yeah.
So how did she unilaterally abrogated that contract? Listen to the rubbish they wrote under. Listen to the rubbish. She single-handedly renegotiated the contracts. She single-handedly.
James and Wacho.
Oh, that's what I mean. She single-handedly renegotiated the contract with the vendor without involvement of the members of the commission, not even the deputies. How? Meanwhile, when the deputies were contacted, Mami Amankwa, she said that she was the one who ushered those people back into the room. Unimadia Charlotte say, now Mami Kennedy. She then awarded the contract to the tune of $21,999,525 without going through the tender, contrary to the procurement, Public Procurement Act. Watch this. Contract na Charlotte was $49 million. Wow. Charlotte was contract no beton it was $49 million. As a bow during Ghana hono. By that time no. Na me NPP adwuma. But enon kwade me can be my Charlotte because I had documents from Adewe. Kata we answer the come Akufado. I saw it.
No, is that from a reliable source?
$49 million no say no. Adwuma na mo be no.
No sir.
Then I mo charge $49 million then there be. Entino Mama yente so na Ghana nyamfa so kakra. She renegotiated from $49 million to $21 million. And then you sack her because we're reducing costs. Hey.
Was save $28 million.
O save Ghana, Charlotte was save Ghana $28 million. What's my pamano as a result say wa more mining iska or mining yamfa so $28 million. Nanka SSN comma $49 million in now. Nanka Ghana for the yen tiasa akano. Wabra Charlotte say realize that no, ye tiasa sikana enye and no reduce your renegotiate ye the bar 2020. Ukwa say moment to be anka. The chairperson awarded this contract without seeking approval from the commission. I don't know man can say contract no sign ye no. Now we any board in chair for front. Dada no. Moment to be anka because they knew said Dada no was 49, not about 21. You sacked her
based on this.
Very well,
Madam. I say CaptainSmart live on TVS was and also on Power 97.9 FM. Power specialist about hospital. You have one nature, mame. Edua ya na suyo hepatitis B, NC, netete a blood sugar na a blood a pressure or sebra. Na suyo na onhe ena nneema ntimi ko yi emfama obebbo no homoden show kama kumase ye wo eye putuja continence kwantempo so ye ne Jezbo filling station na edi enhwani mu sanso na Nkrumah Poku CCP kwantempo so takrade ye wanaje estate ye bayanaje MA primary school no fe 0244544422 0244544422 Safari Valley Eco Resort omo wodawo in the eastern region wasebra wildlife experience udu yaso ye wa kama ye hotel ono so no obowura ho a bibia ye kama enuane local and continental dishes no ye serve ni nyina bi ewo aso ye ho ye wodawo ewo eastern region ano emabla car shops no so no wura
womo the flat rate e de ato ho na de womo ye nyina ne say said the Supreme Court the end so and one editorial appeals and one editorial high court and one editorial district court and one editorial circuit court. National Trust say how charges are a charge or high court no. Yes sir, a charge ho. So what I did and say there was a meeting. I think if I remember correctly, that meeting was in September 2015. Yes, I remember. That meeting was in September 2015 September. And a Charlotte Frey, the two deputies no catch on say, Sadi we are moye a criminal. Because all the case you call high court, ne born was through. Okay. A chain, circuit court. Into here then a makape sikano. Into here nyanisa.
The bonny away.
Into Momayam pe lawyer for. Because that time that is the car in fear 9 and a lawyer for car. And I want the EC to come and deny this. Till today, Saka na better home fear 9 Charlotte Osebe inherited and because Kojo Afrajan so catch almost said no. The processes through which one more they hide the services of some lawyers, no. A more of them to be all proving to Kojo Afrajan. Wow. It is Saka na better. Charlotte Obano say Sadia went in Amakada in fear 9. Enti Monfre lawyer sorry mra. Lawyer. Ye pese ye no ye adwuma no foforo. Won we di kan be ye adwuma no said o musi ye adwuma no e ma isi ne boka emfaso ni so. Enti wo de ye no wotena se. Timi Charlotte mi yi mi ho afirim. Eno no ye deputies na adwuma nti ne wɔn nkɔtena se na mo agree 15 September 2015 I think yeah it was in September 2015 no mo nyina atena se no mo agree say ni be nti sa na tell the case go Supreme Court ne board nti de ekwa ne yetua first so ne yetwa sika to ho so court wan court betua ne ya tam ne ye dia ma say ebia da chenye be court ebia da chenye be court ye di tuaka and then you sanction Charlotte say based on this today Jen Mensah is sitting down when we have lost 8 people. That's number 1. Number 2,
5.
And then you declare results at our police station. Really? You declare results at our police station. Really?
Mama Nitimo
Oh, there be. Oh, say. Oh,
Captain. Madasi. My main co so. Now, obviously, over to us, now the member cause civil aviation. And some are Bobo acting now, so acting. Say free more pariaquara. Go about 70% of them when you know free more pariabra no aviation minister. Paco civil airport when you know why you do more airport open. But penny is so acting. Your man is so acting. I will free or memo 2 weeks in here on call office and call Juma.
Hey,
yes. Obetima checks see the civil aviation. 2 weeks in his own acting. MPP Nina or acting. 2 weeks in your see your office. I got to abroad.
Dr. Callisto is what to go.
Ebia no monte into monte. Ebia now no bujilos that branch on to your monte.
And your monk country.
That area was very strategic.
Then you say in Penifonu be 80. Monk country.
Some fire or money.
One say,
if you matter office, I buy now, I change into what's so more money than I do buy. Or money than I do hesitate.
These are some of the things yeah, come with them. Once the President Mahama Shasi. Now we Kofi na MPP Fusu anamebwa at a point na president okay odi ankrofobia ohonoma yenja wo mo honoma kakra one airport Ghana airport company ho ana Ghana civil aviation Fusu ohonoma Minerals Commission FDA ni ne kakika ewo honoma ni na no ani nansa wo hwe social media no so a MPP for na sa adenti na Mahama ja wo mo ho adenti no ompa mo mo na nkrofo no kra na o aka ho no kra o ye traitors
e kra se wo ma yapa mo
MPP for na se o nti ase se o nkrofo no wo da so eti ho no
ase ni men
enti mo twa die mbiem se ya appoint o se wo de act
2 weeks
na yenhwe na 2 weeks won ko office how won say sa yi elu presence and suspicion ya de ade nyina sa nipa na wo acting no senko ye proactive nka sebo no ewu wo hwa because what na ya wo ye in charge wo ho no
MPP
come and speak, you are in charge
wo ye MPP ni
ansa na elu prebia betu afri ba bia ba no before say betu no ni ama clearance wa hansa wonya clearance a wontimi ntu
wo ye adwuma ho paint na me to ho ma
yes wonya clearance a wontimi ntu wontu na mu wiem no aka say oba be clearance except emergencies. Say ebia kele mu twemu akọ ye kan say Cote d'Ivoire and wanya emergency immediately no they will communicate and say ye pese ye by force landing e wa ha say na ye hwe 1 2 bi ansa ya sako eno no wo honom na ansa na wo betu afri Amsterdam no ya ye bibia wie number 2 ansa na flight bia betu no wo ye check-in no wie ya ye ka can say door 2 mu na no manifest through Ghana de dada eti yedim obia what flight no mu awoba ansa na flight no betu afri say New York say Amsterdam no da Ghana civil aviation no manya na security agencies ni sa akeka ye can say NIB national security obia hu eti omunim hwan na te flight no mu awoba eti etoda na so muka say obia ba ya hu no ne ya na ya mistre kakra so on eti no
chief of staff mutie a mo ma o mani nko
so o mani ko ho no sadio mani nyina e wo ho no ana you see abansi sase ne ade wo ko ho no na se wa anye kafu a ho wo betra ho ne o mo atwenu ma fa wase sa woni mra ho se obehu no na 4 years na so na 4 years na so because o mo do okokoto o mo ho no no o mo miebie ne mani so nkyerɛ the custom will not come and tell you say sadie we the immigration will not tell you the AFSEC for no, they will not tell you any near Kaika Hunina. Who wants an Musa? Look, think about this. Yawo Chrome has say, Young Crawford Lebanese for the Indian for ne, or Momokika home, more big time businesses was in. One who said, Wamudu Musika Kobaka, Afa Bankada. What will be that? Coco check it, Bisa Bank of Ghana. Me say. Yeah. I knew what they were doing.
I just come on there. This is CBM.
Me so Mike and Emma.
Me say.
Into the act and what's
San Crawford, our big business is Wahana, or Mumfree has it. Lebanese for the Indians, Hawaii, Pakistan for the San Crawford, the South Africans in the Gaga. That Ben who say, or Muya ya, or Musika or Mudiko Mukrumuno, Alpha Bank of Ghana.
What do you say,
What do you mention, Echo? You mention now what they call God report and the best thing is say, Obey the Grey. Oh, maybe 2 million cedis. $2 million, and they call me crew. Nanka custom for no, I calculate ya Nanka what ya or tax also near amount a whole receipt. Nanka what they call, and yes, and so me say and taste our hot.
I had Juma Hopper, what do you walk?
Or more barber qua. They go to the aviation in Penivonibi. I am saying this here today. What? Now, Omako Koko, your money na. Me say be fast can no akoboko. Some da kwako to alupenum no moko.
Obse we are aware say last year 2024 we say mienu ebisi e ma pilot ni crew omo ba ye no omo be die e ma de chin no omo fa wiem foforo ekoi ama sa 2 aircraft ne da so si Ghana ha ebisi ene. Ti die no mo de ba ye we say no e da so si Ghana ha e ye den.
And then you see, look, a year eba all the time no. Obi o hono mo o woni sika anu achata anu so oba odunu doesn't mean say ebia wo sika gumu ana se wo ndu boni gumu ana se bibisa nipa no woni sika anu achata no so wo so wo ye no promati yemfa ne se me brother Ibrahim Mahama wo the private jet wo decide to see asem me call London no de Onua ne private jet ekọ wankwa for commercial flight no okọ na so sade ba esan say o use private jet into na bibi o mana no so ho ne no na answer na cargo anase bibia beba no na wo munim Swiss port for enim nuamakra ewo flight no mu a eba o
etimi makekesa
especially on the cargo mudru ha say ya omoye duty pass through send the temaport omoye de pepepe no omoye inspection ni e keka ho
o se sando ko
so hu ne no eti sanyo ma we ya ekoso nyina na so bi ka say oh ma hu say private jet bi aba bisi eti eye sikadi Kocaine wo mu a na wo wugina bonten onko ho do akwa gina we say hey ya hu say private jet bi aba eye Kocaine ya suspect say eye Kocaine eno. I mean, how can you talk like this? Sadly now, Ntim Fordjour any minority for year, no. Do you know the consequences? I may no one ever suffer. Now, say the whole world, any Eddie Ghana say, hey, you say, a center or mudi Kocaine for pa. At you took quite nice, would drew Heathrow, would drew JFK, would drew Skipo, and I say him for. Eho ana ubehu say the harm asa reckless statement no akoso na ne ya wo mu ni say Ntim Fordjour tu kwan a kono no ngodi line mu we member of parliament ya man diplomatic passport etu do airport ho no ma ye diplomatic lane
ho na obefa
only more than 5 minutes una wo kono Rasi ajo wa yini askane ne ya se photo no mbetwa we twa fa onsato so wa twa ya take wa yi pa na wo na wo ordinary passenger na wo di mu no
this is e best can o yam no
she me say wo do skipo na wo here ya wo mu ye dwe yangasa wo timi cross immigration bibia wo kokodu wo ho ade asaba betwe ne de waba ye de waba tiri ho no ye see you mpaboa me say wo mbesa de ya fefa ho aye various test answer wo get a hand luggage a fe ni eba be biebiem asave sabi wo be hwehwe mu nyina ahwe nim wa waste time just like that Omo fanfa emrofo no so. Ye hwewa na ye bibini pede aba betwon de adoko. Enti sade we ya abai. Timamfo anase ordinary Ghanaians no e de ba be sofa. E wo sade we hu. Enti me de me meka ne se aban e ma nani na ho. Se wutie Afenyo Markins oko KSM show ni so na. Se wutie nse mo kan no. Wasi hwe NDC the way almost say your money amano. Ye tena hodin a hey one hwe beka opposition ache. Samutie. Eti atoda ese se o mo sheda. No mo create scenes bi, wo mo yabiama bi, wo mo heke wo mo ye delay government kakra ni na kai ka ho. Enti sa no mo ye. Wo no ankasa kokotena ho no no to na numu tu. Say sadie we e na ekoso. How can we build a country like this?
Captain, Fami Bowem, who say we are Jumebi Efa a year MPCA, or much they say DC win a penal, a semi person made DC, or maintain a person from a MC without my family.
Pacho, quick one. Kocaine, your cousin Ntim Fordjour, the Adeni Beba.
Nothing will happen.
Okay.
That's
it. Into India. So do you?
I'm saying, what can our mic know of?
Mumma say a cassette cocaine. Eh, papa no yes sofo no na cocaine gene dia.
Sofo be.
Ntim Fordjour. Enti na hu cocaine ne dodo.
Dia na besi.
Otumi koti ne dodo.
Dia na besi.
E kire time a plane ne besi fom. Any plane fufuro so be kan ho. Enti ye cassette cocaine na Ntim Fordjour dia na be.
Nothing will happen.
Okay.
Carry on.
What about 70 years?
Kofu preach power.
Dia.
Hwe. Se ya me no ka say. Question you obisa me. Asen Central. NDC from constituency chairman no ho no ne NDC MPP parliamentary candidate na ho no. E no muka bom mama me nya 5 no.
Oh, evidence be no generous.
Oh, asema na okay. No mu ye na kasa send party for ni gina ho. Omo ne assembly members no muka ya 20 ano. Who video no?
Yanko.
Okay. Party na mo party NDC no. Mo NDC for no. Mo MPs no. O mo start pira mahama.
Ebi mo.
Me de me nka bi no me kama sem. Wo e form ho no mu nim. NDC MPs na shase pira mahama. O ma start plano. What do any try Eastern Regional? MPs feel say one share year 2028 e bia na ono as a member of parliament no. Oko prime minister no will lose Eastern region. Enti no de enye de ono MP ni pese obedi DC no. Emmaso. Uncontested. Go to Asamankasi. There's this lady. Your friend, no, is it something Chesao, Rebecca? What's the record? Any day, party in penny for Nankasa air kafane. Any day, regional minister Nankasa air kafane. She qualifies beyond qualification.
Among all the
others, she's the only Obasu who listed him.
Ebiana.
But the MP, if you say lady you're too vibrant, be at that trouble contestant until me and farmer.
That's as going to be cautious.
And see a war enjoy. As a central assembly, Mammy, I quite 5 pay. Here, maybe Yamahama on come up sa. The constitution is not a fetish.
Serious.
Someone toi. Me boni din sa who suffers when they suffer my mountain cry on the budget or the be as president no and you be the chairman no a call to the finance ministry near him near the family kwan so kakra pa na ekro no so we anamwa okay
for na ho na bebre
who na what Asen Central what him say be 15,000 assembly members no
what
oh chief SSC chi assembly members na woni egwa won ye kan asema ya na Ghana for be person better say in any case didn't ye bo bi dia wo so wo 20 and didn't na wo 20 no
wo interest o baby
wo debi nipa no president na mu no yato aba na ma na wie. I think say you review your constitution say you bo bi din so nko DC ya. Na you say you to no so aba say you confirm no. Meanwhile, obi obey CEO. Aba national health insurance na na you bo ni dia no makoye adwuma. Yento aba bia also. I mean, does this make sense anywhere?
You know.
Me your mampani ne. I will go to parliament and repeal that.
Committee no more review.
Ambassadors you more represent.
I will repeal that. Maybe your president and then yeah. Me the back parliament mun use and say hunu free constitution. Mun free one say hunu
is dangerous.
Enti say no uba no na baby a MP wodo MP dey nya di po ohwehwe na otua losing bonus.
MP no.
Otua losing bonus.
What?
It's more party no MP3 tua losing bonus. Say nipa na mahama abo mudin so mbedi MMDC so yan tunti awon. Asen Central me mashada ko wuram me kan ma me pay yese. Enipa na oye MP sesi ya no ono ena wo mo de asam to no so se wakofo obi yire no. Okay. Nuruddin.
Okay.
Aha.
Okay, suspending no kura.
Omo suspending Nuruddin. Emenam so kura ma me wofa. Regional chairman no ho ba asem mo no so kura ye suspending no. Prof. And then Yamia ya branch that no one winning election. So when the matter happened, I sent Tim to go to the constituency and find out what happened. You know what? A branch that dream Papa wanted to say, I am a Muslim. And a Nodna. In the midst of a sin, in an account space. And she said, party didn't tiase, executives didn't tiase. Say me a Muslim. Na me ceremony. Na se metibie di MP na. And the yema obia oye asante hye.
Ensu medi.
Ono so ye Kristo ni.
Emedi.
Ono so medi DC you know. Na ye mienu no nkam mom. Na ye ntimi draw powers from both sides.
Ebi ni.
Na ye
Ketia mon ho. Asen adanse askwade ya ye kan.
Chenchene tachi a
MP ni votarian and wakwaje seat na maye. Ena nipa omode ne eba no de se kronkron na oto na wo ye kumase ade mebra hene. Oja akonya no to work contest my 2020. After 2020 no party office see adanse askwani simaye. One afana party na sa so candidate ni say ne campaign manager. Ya we ne ya ba vetting ya wie. Esimesisi wo mpe we the way minua dagati ni no. One Votarian na danse askwa o de sata ba na yini kupila yes
you see na enunti ama ebinuma 15,000. I am saying this here, the national security should go and investigate the assembly members no.
Okay,
some took 15,000 Ghana cedis and they still voted against that woman. But the final thing is empacho national cathedral so for na Ntimian resigning ya be cho mo dabe me ama soro pani opoku ina kan ho yenchomo
maybe of course why cement
okay
yenchomo
na me yenchomo which was about $58 million at then be
me ye ma bebre
nti ade $58 million aye swimming pool be na we ase Atlanta Georgia America, the biggest swimming pool in the whole of America
is in the same
at $3.4 million.
Okay, where the mami fa yikitwa entwam.
What are we talking about? Ghana Police Service. Asofo na ekọ mahama house omko blackmailing no ye o molest. Asofo ne ko John ho. Eko ka chense so prosecute asofo na edi National Cathedral nanim na they will turn the church against John Mama.
Omuboa.
Na Your Excellency. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Wonim ayi kitwa bi amede to dwane say Ghana Police Service, the National Security, the NIB umuma money na ho.
Thank you.
It is alleged say encrophobia kwakofa encrophobia begu krom. Wadi oti hwa ubeti pay yakun bi ato ha. Ochina ubeti pay yakun bi ato ha. Omuma omuani enye den enda ho.
Madam Nua CaptainSmart say from Onua TV na mada hopes na doyen so for movement for change. As said you
addressing rallies, campaigns, and talking to people all about the freedom of his country and the unity of the continent of Africa. And it is mentioned that his wife, Madame Fathia Nkrumah, had a disastrous marriage because the man had no time for her and the family. He was always writing, always talking, always traveling, always developing, always dreaming, seeing visions, all because of this continent. Enti se mijina ha na menya opportunity biem se menkasa mesa kai kofo bi ete se CaptainSmart samre yimu otumi kai Kwame Nkrumah wa bro man ni nyina ewire fi no bi ka kasa samampa na eto no badin na Ghana de ewire fi yesamampa na so obi tumi si akoso bodam at the mount. Took about 10 years. He was going everywhere to look for loan to build a Kosombo Dam. Just because Kwame Nkrumah realized, they said, Koko Onua Ghana didn't need atosono. At any time, say, if we are free in Sio, more yenya weather, Papa, the BBA Bian, and now you can't say, Eja Eshia, Nagana away. Tiasi Dam, which will be one of the biggest in Africa, a best-selling power, both locally and abroad. Near Tonyanya hard-earned currency. Near Nyabiso at the building factories for industrialization. Let's just say you're free the cocoa or agricultural economy to industrial economy. That's the 1 year I must end the payer. Why the catcher will say, "Win your doom so?" Locas here, Nanum, and Nim near Umcasa Samampa, and your Tuni Bedino. Senior Nanum Union kind. Muma, Yamuyani, and Concoche, the Anyan Fata, and Judicial Numunu Yami Beshra or May. Amitis obitis a quasi prat, Kwame Nkrumah who asem, Obi Biara. Ubeka Kwame Nkrumah who asem 52 years after his death. Mijilisa Nyankopon obeshira. If you say Nyame yi Yesu Kristo edene babeje asasi wesi. Na men kasa Nyame so enyi Kwame Nkrumah so omra meje ebibi man. Now we share a testimony. In 1969, I believe I was just about 5 years because I was born in 64, June 64. I didn't know there was an election in Ghana. I was just too young to know that. But what I could remember was that at the age of 5, I was struggling with grown-up people just to pick one poster. They stamped on me repeatedly. That was at Nsaim in the Takwa district. When they brought me home, my grandmother I was living with decided to give me some whips. And the pastor person said, leave him, he has already started his work. This boy will grow to project the name of Nkrumah, who has been overthrown everywhere he goes. So today, if I stand here with an opportunity to talk about Nkrumah, I would be very grateful to God and affirm that should I die immediately after here, I will rest as a very peaceful soul because my mission has been accomplished. And before I start, let me pay glowing tribute to people like Ike Nyame, Kofi Eni Johnson, Jewel Aka, CK Man, Obrafo, Adumako Nyameche, Nad Brew, and many others who have made songs remembering Kwame Nkrumah. Thank you. Now I can begin. Same Kasa, my mother is still alive, so let me speak she so that she will hear me wherever she is. Meka Kwame Nkrumah ho asemo a Meshas Yefi, baby, a CaptainSmart, a kind. Me call SDR, sorry. Na me pastor bi wo koforidia. Me kan no be ya sorry for nebufunti me monidi. Na me mrebo ba me chambers asem bi o kan. O se kwan ya kwa me Nkrumah efa so. Na ote Ghana National College no. No kore pa ne se St. Paul no wo Bible mu. Na kontimi nyesa. And that is the truth. St. Paul was a human being. Jesus, who was God and is still God. St. Paul on to me. And I believe when I narrate it, you would agree with him. Now, 1948 riots. As Sergeant Ajete, Corporal Atipo, Mo Ewu. Now, because of Ewu na say ni pay Ewu no, ama riots be pray about Ghana. Udate lam tesuka woman am 3. Now, riots about on my way same. Now, on my name penning for no, a roll call. I was school sumuni be bia oba wisa we ye aban adwuma. A wo support to nia Sergeant Ajete mo ayen. If you say omu ye sa riot no, aye kunkum wo no. E ma ye lutu abrofo no shops nyina wo omani mu. Ti na che sa aban aboka. Na enu mu na Cape Coast. We know say Infantry School yet in the 1870s. And at the saddle 1910 and Augustine's 1930 until as at 1948, and these schools were already there, and then Wesley girls. Now, and I'm Sabrofo, and a year teacher for headmasters, paying for one until almost 2 school gates in name, and almost year roll call until would be a winning school there in the mono campus one. Nature sa woko supporto riots no moka hu ne yewi abrofo no man na enya students ni bi ene a teacher fo no ebi mpacha say eye enne politicians ibia a wo tu no kwan from Accra to Sekondi to address railway workers as the general secretary of the UGCC and I mean Kwame Nkrumah nko betwema kwahwe mfa ne ho. But what do one who say nipa bochenku? What is happening? Kobisa said dear Ines almost say roll call and yaye. The students near you won't wait. Semben omukofi akoka. A teacher for all so ye you want yentia won't keep you. To what done who so no only general secretary of the UGCC. And then I say Kwame Nkrumah to me kopacho. Edema wom Kwame Nkrumah mo aso ti se me pa cha me mpa broni cha woda na menye bi nso da na yanyara yasase ni nti ese kwan biara so yetumema sa amane hunu no amahunu no enne no de bisa wo ka ho asem a ebeba abeye nkonimdie asem mombo musem Kwame nti Kwame Nkrumah LED students. I mean, look at a glamorous school such as Adesada, Augustus, Infantry. So your members want to say invest. Now, yeah, you ready. Now, uncompleted building B. So Kwame Nkrumah started school for ewa. Mind you, Nkrumah did not seek clearance from his employers. Party chairman, near Feno, Park Grant. George Alfred Grant, first vice chairman, your friend R.S. Blay. He was first vice chairman in charge of Western Province and in the Western region and great friends in Central region. Second vice chairman, Eastern Province, in the Eastern region and Greater Accra region, Dr. J.B. Dankwa. Wanko sa sama ye dia to enim na dia na yenye immediately lead won konenam Cape Coast krom and omunya uncompleted structure bi na nadam for back we fa ne plant wo be ya headmaster e wa ha na ye school na say school no that was in 1948 nti mo amunim se Kwame Nkrumah na ye founder na ye nya history wo school ne atwa ntro ade kire ye nkwala na wo school se ye wo bibi the founders wo Ghana na Bible kura ka founder Bible o ka founder ye ni founders wo Bible and o man bia so e wo founder or the father of the nation why founders Kwame Nkrumah na ye founder edini free ono ni tirim because in 1948 9 clear years before the independence of Ghana school na ote ye no yam freno Gold Coast National College sane freno otunidi Ghana National College kacha on samane hamo ya beji fa hudie afri broninism na nipa na opamo mo no enche mo na mo be pamo no afri yaman we say mo nti story ya make us many SDA pastor no share I haven't narrated it to you no what beside who say back to Apostle Paul I'm not blaspheming Paul was not God I'm not blaspheming what beside who say Kwame Nkrumah as at the time no T school no why is the kind of debate ya teachers in the car why exams na omo bachelor who would recognize them as candidates nkwala school fees no obenya no wahefa or those days the schools were mission schools was school free papa we are creative Onua ne school nobody knew where it would come from. And Nkrumah didn't worry about these things because he felt to say, "The be a woodru nsuo ho a, kwan obefa so a wo betwa no woodru wa wo betwa. Na wo nyina 1 mile away, na wo mbubu se, eh, baby ami fe medru ho no na nsuo e wo ho." Dabi. That's not the mind of God. Nkanyankopon fa Israel fo nko Red Sea na no. Woodru ha obepai epunumu na kwan bedem e ma wafa ako. Now Ghana National College is a great school in the country. And one of the first students is a famous professor, Alote, one of the 100 greatest mathematicians in the world. Now, Nkrumah say, "Quite ben ye fast war Nkrumah. Nkrumah ye wo ne say bibini." Professor Mbiti says the African is incurably religious. Say bibini ni bibia no honhom nsem eka ho. Mami na oye kurafo ni koni ye gosmate e wo hafasini na owoyire no bebre Nkrumah mami eka ho mami nya ne ba na waya na onya yefunu engoba ana wo munya dunsini bi otete haban ana okachire ne se obetuma aboa no ma now nduro na no de ma no a oyusu o san ye doll ana bibiti sa bodua baby e de kan ho se fanesa wo ba ukofo ba fanisha wachi wo dance a wo ne ne nate se wo ba na through that no wo ba wo ma me na apply anche bia na wanyemeye Nkrumah in his autobiography no eka sa se ma meke o say obisa ne ma me se denti na wo menko a na wanwo biem na ne ma me yi na no se me wo wie no anche na Liberian evangelist or the 12 Apostles Church ba Ghana your friend William Wadi Harris ebe kan nyamesam e wanze mamam e no kan say obi bia osom bibi say ye abodua ba say ye bodua say ye den koto ni yina agu nti ono so esakrai ma me de abodua ba ne bai na ye hye no o si free ho na manwo wachi no and Nkrumah was so angry with his mother and he expressed it because he also wanted a sibling. After at the end of the day, he was a human being like you and I. Now, there was always the spirituality associated with Nkrumah's life. Said you know because less than 3 years, or sani mami echi, not say mami wetia enamuso. Ampa osha no any argument. Say wo wo shamechi. Na meme na mnsuyo bono se metia na mso anka nyame na mem wo se wo de fa won safa kwa hwehwe ti papa ma ameni yi nam kese no what many people did not know and say oba fie no no suro ne ba no no suro enam no nso nti ode ye nkwan na kwala nkrunku ana odi na de ana akwala ni nyine ye onyine na chese so ko school enkrofol sana ya nana ekan samre na ye kura seketi we bi na let me also say man can ha enkrofo bi be attack me later and say Kwame Nkrumah free Nkrofo all right na mom na odi akonwa wo takwa nsaem ewo na akonwa ewo no san so di akonwa wo wanchi in the Bono region na ne cousin na Professor Kofi Abrefa Buzia omomi enu efi wanchi Royal House, and as she completed that way Buzia's cousin was Dr. Kwame Nkrumah omudi akonwa ewo wanchi omudi akonwa ewo awawin dadeɛ so omudi akonwa ewo takwa nsaem Nkrofo ondi akonwa ewo ho oye gunani nia mfantefo se anona nti nam se Nkrofo school eni ho no na se okɔ school ho Hafasini Roman Catholic school ewo ana ɔkyerɛ dako bɔni bi a odiye na Nkrumah pese ohuse ɔno akola aketewa no oye popular pa anaso onye popular. So one day what he did was oko school in Tampa do school no kofa school down no begina veranda no and no wo say ya nti omo ebe nyina ni omo tifi Kwame Nkrumah no say everybody should go home, today is a holiday, everybody should go home, today is a holiday. Well yes to share no kwala no so kwaye Hafasini na nsubia to bia kwa no waka kire ne yanko bia kwa no waka kire ne yanko aka kakra me abo 8 no hu se teacher for ne ban no do don see one odwane ya okon the baby obia ma school that day. The following day no mo bae and ye bisa ne ntira o mo am school no mo say akwala nsamre ne fa ne Francis Nwia Kofi wono no begina anim ho no papa be 6 obo don sa say enra na ye holiday ye no two tables tane mapa eye to Kofi no na ne ma me say akwala body pa no say menya akwala body na me pese me hu say me kasa nipa ebetie ana. From that moment Nkrumah ni ban who say sir di bia wo pesa we no take away age and position. Once you decide to do, you will do it and you would achieve it. While another thing is na yes strange one Nkrumah life mu and say yesi ya wo no na onsu and also omo kanche sa ana desini no yes adwuma no okasa kwala no ofri oman foforo bi so ana oba nti no ma ekoso wa yan mamu ha no yasasi we say so nye no dweno. The reason is very simple. Ya maame mu yamu na ho ash temperature na high nti ya wo wo tofam pe aha ne enwunu ma nti the first thing is say akwala no esu Nkrumah da ho na whole day na onsu nti ne ka fa no nti wo nyine no na kromo afo say dabra bosom bi eba nti ne ya desere no ko school kra ne yesere no because ono so ya anyem ne 9 months almost 1 year nti ne ya desere no na ne ma me ka kira ne say mo bi ansere so bi ya 9 months na wo de we almost 1 year na kire say nyansa na wusua no wo me yem ansa na wo ba e che wo mu nyina de nti wo che wo mo sere wo no nti no so she Kwame Nkrumah etirima nani ejiya. Now owie school no initially no so ye twama wo school dodo nti school ni nka wo jai na ma me persuade na mote ase me fe o sha ase so okọ nti wo kan books about Nkrumah no nyan nkukọ sane ebe ya de bi obenye skade ama ne maame na maame na kotua ne school fees nti oboa ne maame mu a ohwe no ewie school no because he did well at the age of 16 17 you find a people teacher ewo Hafasini Roman Catholic school na ho no nya lucky director of education AG Fraser eba kromo ho and no who sa small boy no a o kira de na osa nti blackboard no so no gina table so na wotimi atwero board no soro pa it do form there no assign esi form. He was so fascinated. No catcher and say nyasa wo ka measure say wo beko Achimota school, and that was how Kwame Nkrumah entered Achimota College and met the man who had about the greatest influence in his life, James Kwejir Agri. Na yɛkyerɛ sɛ oduru Achimota no sɛ Agri kyerɛ adeɛ wie a na ɔno nso abɛgyina board no ho na ɔmɛmik oyusu Agri ne no ɛne ne justice ne bi nti James Kwejir Agri ɔyɛ Agri of Africa wo a wanhu no ma ne haw sɛnea Nkrumah kasa no saa na Agri ɔkasa Nkrumah sua Agri kasa sɛnea Mandela susua Kwame Nkrumah ne kasa no. Now obejina anim hɔ a na ne ɔka kyerɛ wɔn ne sɛ you call Agri of Africa, one day you will call Kwame Nkrumah of Africa. And it is said of him say in Achimota school okwa say wotro wodi club bia wo pese wo belong to. Kwame Nkrumah was the only person in the history of Achimota. Kola bi da mun kan kyerɛ ne so wonyan why ebe how was original but you can't sleep here. Kwame Nkrumah was the only student in the records of Achimota otro ni din wo club BM, debating society, current affairs club, tourism club, entertainment club, history club, literary society, bibliotroni dinwo ninyinem. And it is also said that he made time for everywhere until one day na is a group be eba Achimota eba performer entertainment day, a Friday evening or Saturday. It should be a Saturday. And students and teachers, it was very disappointing. And Nkrumah felt something had to be done. And Nkrumah, a free nipanimu, no kojina students, no enim, no performer in whichever way possible, spending more than an hour entertaining the students. Until after that, everybody got to know Kwame Nkrumah. And no, and see what you be a school, a mark choir or BM second year. Do not notice be able send a mentor a nam or no near Ziki Wesunti or University or Americano, Sa Papano, Ewu, James Kwejir Agri, US. How Nkrumah ye pa the death of Agri affecting Nkrumah seriously. There no so count no ye na dwen say Queen Bia so be kwa America kusia ade. Now it is also on record say Nkrumah drew America no na Oniska otumi kwa kanya mesema Baptist Church na Presby no mo amaniska e de ato no. One day no organize African students edidi nachi. No de won call Agri nenaso. No the Bible no eto baby. Any hymn book no ekura no. And no two snaps akotoa. So and no gu nsa awo Agri nenano so. Nti asorofo no ete no. Omu frɛ ne bisa ne nti a wakoyɛ saa abosom no ma no. Kwame Nkrumah eyi ano sɛ nyamesam a meka no eni sika kakra mo de mame ene be ha mo a mpacha mo tworo sem no enie because baby ya me fi no me nananom egu nsa e de ma abosom ne nsamanfo efi sɛ through them no ɛna ye gidi sɛ ye hu wonyankopɔn ɛna mo de abeka ho mo de ka ho sɛ ye gi etum na mo mfa nka ho sɛ ye nto ye de no entwene enti sɛ ebe ha mo a me the Bible no ebeto. Well, they didn't collect the Bible from him, and from that moment he continued convincingly to combine the Africanness in him and that European Christian religion he had acquired. There's one thing significant about Nkrumah. Abra okwa chimota ewie no wa dwense opese obeye Roman suffer to join the Jesuit group. And those people always had a single-minded focus. At a certain point, come by or journey near so to me as a politician or by software on to me. No mom Sanchez no echo deep. So throughout his life, he was a very disciplined person. Now the biara is seen in this one to one. Now because Nkrumah wanted to become a father, a priest for that matter, he read the Bible deeply and agreed that it was the word of God. At the same time, Osanso Jidi said, "One more year, no man can see any ninara. Yamine ye won't say Womumra Emeye." And no kind. Psalm 68, verse 34. Also, it is written, say, envoys shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon raise her arms unto the Lord. What be memu say? A bad man and so actually in young coupon, I was through. Na Egypt and so what a bibi memu say. Among your four, if you hot appear there, and you're not some way, a fan, a bibi mine, a home, say bedroom lepino. A bibi man yinara, and young coupon air come on one seminal, or you sue 2 nations. A Kush, that is Ethiopia or Abyssinia, any Egypt, at the whole West civilization, started a one, and no digina what they are, and yet Debbie. A bibi man baba be yakese na brofo na yesum won ne baba abesom ye na se ne sound so dia no a wan ni sa ehunta semi we no should be the first prophet of that African messianic mission. So Nkrumah saw that he was a prophet, he was a messiah, a political messiah who would come and save the people of Africa. Nyami one say, "Uko AU headquarters, Addis Ababa. Samanko Nkrumah trade ne statue esiwo na ya tro ediegu asie. Envoys shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon raise her arms unto the Lord." Now Nkrumah statement no de kan ho, Africa must unite. Say da ye be hu say, "Kofo free Egypt e pie ba dwena bibi man ho." Da ye be hu say Ethiopia amman and saso esufre ne nyankopon no e se bibi man ye ka bom. And how would Kwame Nkrumah be the first messiah or that messiah of African liberation? He started thinking about it. Ocho semuan ohun se nipakasie biara what you say mu anyankopon so meye bibi no say nipa had a direct relationship with Egypt. Talk about Abraham. Abraham married one of his wives from Egypt. Yes, Ishmael ne mami awoye Muhammad ne nana no free Egypt. I'm talking about Hagar. So for Abraham to be the father of the world, he had an association with Egypt. He also discovered that Muhammad, I have said, his mother hailed from Egypt. Then Jesus Christ, Yawo no. Some say, Fakwala nu jani ko Egypt, and yes I bekuno. And Joseph flourished in Egypt. Moses, our Babaji, Israel, Madu Omucha Pukokono, Ononso was born in Egypt. So Nkrumah had to establish a link with Egypt. What would Nkrumah do? He waited until the age of 47, 48. I told you that he wanted to become a priest. In Tisabe, a Jamama any problem and can a life. At that age, you know, and who say so bet to me aka a bibi maya ya Arab North and the black South no abomua and so jina mfimfini no worry from Egypt. So in history onukwani the only person enye odo and odi worry neyere nemo opeso kan bibi mai ebom no ye won sofo a wodi kan nti no worry fatia from Egypt. A friend was saying Kocaine who said he wanted to become the greatest African politician at the Obeyan, Obientimi Enye Bida. And that means being the first world leader. And so Kwame Nkrumah studied all the world leaders and discovered that they all had an association or intercourse with Egypt. Starts from Alexander the Great of Greece. He came to Egypt. When I built the city of Alexandria. Come to Julius Caesar or by Egypt. I want to worry Cleopatra. Talk about Napoleon Bonaparte. He fought the battle of the pyramids in Egypt. No, introduce you the study of Egyptology. Let me diverge here and add something. Me akwala because school no. Na me pen Napoleon Bonaparte asempa. Nti obi a woni me bia no from Napoleon. Na me pen asempa. I was in P4 and I mean book be landmarks of world history. And I me kind baby I mean Napoleonism and I said I wanted to be like Napoleon. I changed my name because Sir Abra Napoleon Edru Egypt no. Pyramid be a obe a statue was. Statue be a who Sphinx be bia. O man the soldier for no afraid a kokotwa ehwene. And the reason was very simple. O who no say statue say what Egypt ginyina no ehwene ne tafam. Nti so be wene tafam a na say nipa no ebroni anaso ebibini. Pacho munya no ebroni anaso ebibini. So it meant that that famous Egyptian civilization no aye to me see nipa mami. Now about 3,000 to 5,000 years. Now the Otiana or ten. Say ya be before na day that knowledge in by. Napoleon to try and Patriot is still there. Go and Google. Bones Egyptian statue. Piara a ye nipa statue. No, Napoleon me cha edificio. Abrofuni chances or more time. Me Pacho ache ache pa. Now we are ye Cleopatra film. Egypt. Just last year. Now research says Cleopatra was a black woman. You used to black person at the year. All the Arabs got angry. Can see you used to Bruni. Bob Marley Bayan and the mayor who said, "Sabi before na nyamedi can boy." And let me tell you, Bob Marley mame eye pipini. Efi Jamaica and ane papa ye Bruni wa Scottish. No flourishing or turn you be any say no ye Rasta to say John the Baptist and Samson mo Eddie and be. And none papa crom for no abrofono youngsters no a young one dead so one this year our year Rastafarian agitating the whole world, the first superstar from the third world. Ne papa free Scotland. To omo tempted so mbeya Rasta nibi. Omo ye bia anyeye. Sa ansa na wuti betumi atwa mpese no just se bibini moja ewo wodi animu emu a edi afurusan ewo mu ti sa o kan twrosem na ye kasa John the Baptist no wa ye Rasta, Samson no wa ye Rasta na che se sa afo no mo ye de benfo. Yes, broni ya Rasta nyeye, broni o ya Rasta nyeye, broni ya Rasta nyeye. Pipini say one drop of bibini moja ba wo mu pe we ya Rasta be ye we broni nko ade nyeye nti na che se sa atwrose mu no me gidi se se ne Putin kan na anu including Jesus Christ omu nyina ye nipa tuntum na Nkrumah na wonim. Now we Napoleon Bonaparte so efruha come to talk about Adolf Hitler or no so ebekon the battle of the Nile ewo Egypt. Then Nkrumah realized say starting from Alexander the Great time no obi o person conquer wiase ni bia no would want to establish a relationship with Egypt. So that also informed his reason for marrying in Egypt. And so it meant that his whole life, he has set every say towards African liberation, African unity. Now, Adeba Konswa, Emma Kwame Nkrumah, Enya Dream Pasa, so can a bibimime, a bomono, was something that was accidental. And they say in those days, the brightest and the best of people from the colonies, yeah, the one who call colonial master in the country. No one question idea. To see idea, we na oba. No ababwa brofo ma omu ebumai no. Nti wo ba wie ete say dan kwamone adena wo be fi Britain beba. Na wo ka slangs. Na broni no wa classmate be at Oxford, University of London, all those places. In the case of Nkrumah, first of all, he wanted to follow agri. Second, he didn't have money. So he had to look for a very poor university at that time to attend. And that was Lincoln University. So the first thing, and they said, whereas people like Dankwa and others were educated in the UK, and UK has exactly the same size as Ghana, and Nkrumah educated himself in the US, which is the size of about Africa, a continent, calling itself a country. And the country of Ghana, yes, size, and that is the state of Texas. And America has more than 50 states. In Titamwa, before now, Obechia Omuha, Obia Pefa, who dear Ama Nemino. Now, Nkrumah, baby, a training, it is a continent. And you know, what Ghana says so small to call it a country. That was the first thing, his personal environment. America was a continent, calling itself a country. So why should Africa, another continent, be split? And then he remembered, said, Nanka nyami amfashi biara antu ebibibemu. Na ya the Berlin Conference of 84. And abrofono de esia etutu yemu. Nti ni abroni ni ye no, ese Kwame Nkrumah ye de, oyi edifri ho. That also became his lifelong ambition. Na ne hano kura ne baby ofino. Ukwanzema ya chemu mienu part wa Ivory Coast. The city bi wa Ivory Coast fana asini. Oba Ghana so another time fana say half asini. Kroba kwa ya chemu mienu ne naigu ha niti ewa ha. Ade ba ku biam se ba ha Kwame Nkrumah oba ne man Gold Coast to the easter. E kurase ba ku ne ya chemu voter region. Half waka French, half waka English. Was it there be the only solution would be African unity. But the white people will not accept that because Western countries in Nientira Umubedi Yensono, Aya Bibi Ketuebi, Nientumbedi Yensono. First of all, Omusha says Omobahano, Acho, Carthaginians and Phoenicians were coming here to trade. Nanientira Muya Umwadens Umbeba, I say. And who say, one, you be here Bibini. Ono no wa hoden America na ya discovered by Christopher Columbus no. Ye be kwa ye adwuma ha brofo no mu ye adwuma na no mu wuwu. Enti mama obia nwene say the construction of the Elmina Castle was an afterthought. It was a clear design by the Western powers to take Africa. And I'll tell you the reason. Tama Azambuja 1482 Oba Elmina no beshia hwanyene nana Kwame na ansa no kacha ne se dabia ye ba ha beton ye no ma na yeko ye ba beton ye no ma na yeko na na de pese mo ma ye kwan ne yesi edan ne ye ne mo etena nana Kwame na ansa told them say munti before some nana Kwame na ansa ma men kan se bi fankyerem Kasembi achram yana nanom no mu ni miyansa no mu sebe omunjimisa omudi kan kosama abrofo no potogifo no di kan kosama ana omukuto over 300 sailors. Christopher Columbus was on board led by Don Diogo de Azambuja. Na tamo omuko shama na nka mpese omusi fomo no ana shama afo ka kire won se hwe edan kase no a mosi no epo no so no shape no say ehu bi da a nipa over 300 ewom mo dan kase no a mosi ye gide say baby amufi no munhwa nyansasem African philosophy baby amufi no mo wo wiase mo knowledge nyina hwentare ya hyehya mo hwedan na motumasi no oposo mo wo wiase mo nimedie bia ade ba ko pe na mo nibi eno ne asase ti ye gide sese ye de asase ne mamo na mo de mo dan ne besi sa ya asase so pe mo ba de mo ba pame yan enti asase ne ba ye mo dia na mo firi mu kuro mu ho aba betena ho ne yan ye be fine so Shama refused to accept Don Diego di Asambuja. I say the next stop was Elmina. The man found so much gold over there. Sika Usiotani as a son of form. And the records in Mochasa were Hunu, baby at the Guinea coast. It is a gold mine. Tenene Lamina and Infantifona Elmina, a Lamina, the mine. And of course, you know, you did the gold coast. It's a Sikawa Hapa, Sikam builder. Now, what's ya? Nanano. And Nanana catcher and they say, Shamin Croft, where ye jinahi. We are almost naked at Arakura and Shebi. Now, share in Taria Shishamu. Ain't it? I had nine when Nijis and when the young a better. Kwame Nansan was making a great mistake. He didn't know the mind of the white man. And what was the mind of the white man? Mary Manu Jina one woman betty kiketi ne Jina Nechino. As Zambuja saw say you way pan the yashe, and you webi and the yashe. A man who was almost naked. Sabi, man when him Tamra near Mua Diva Fena Moise, as unfortunately, Tamania de Kataya. As Butcher discovered, they say, Ariniana was full of gold. And a kumadi gold, a did that one co, and a gold did that once, and another Kwame and Sasika iron and home ma. So when he thought he was naked, the white man realized that, hey, Papa, when Nimini Aoka, at the end of the day, Damukomu or Hono, at Arena mission, the value is higher than what we are wearing, and we want it. Now, or prayer, Abrofona Nyantu, because it was a design to come and take our land. Until the first European edifice outside Europe is the Elmina Castle. The first European house outside Europe is the European Castle. Now when you enter European Castle, you will discover that right from the very inception of the construction of the castle, there was what? A dungeon. So the slave trade was not an afterthought. It was a design by Europeans to come and then take us away to develop their continent. And so for 300 years, millions of Africans were transported across the Atlantic. Yato ebi before no Africa. Na yadi ako America in the plantations ako yejuma. Na ya sanding goods no edi ako Europe. E wana factories no ewo. Manufactured goods no so no mo di abre ebi before mo po mo mbede mo beto. Nti me friend the triangular trade, Africa, America, Europe. And the moment the slave trade started, you discover that industrial revolution took place in Britain because they had free labor giving rise to cheap raw material, and they themselves were not working, so their brains had the lassity to think and manufacture machines in order that they would grow and we would dwindle completely. So it was Nkrumah's idea that the 300 years of slavery and colonization should give rise to Africa's own civilization, and it will start from African unity. People would oppose it. The reason why they would oppose it was that slave trade, you know, because of economy. So because colonization, and it's a woman, because So freedom and unity of Africa means abrofono enya raw materials bia to feed their industries. 2, omunya baby bi ombeton womu enwoma. Enti right from the very word go, obibidi bia ope fa hudi na ope political independence nkuano abrofono de bema no mo abo uhumban ope political independence and yedema Mandela our South Africa. You know the difference between Mandela and Robert Mugabe? Robert Mugabe told the people of Zimbabwe that unlike Mandela, I've given you your land, your country, and your economy. The case of Mandela, the land of South Africa still is in the hand of South Africa. The economy of South Africa is still controlled by the white people. It's only the political, just as Ivory Coast and all other French-speaking countries. Yet the Wobaba Besi was away on Mampeni, any ministers, and the economy will continue to be dictated by us. And so those who wanted political independence and also wanted to take the economy from the white man, all those people were hated and destroyed. One of them was Lumumba. One of them was Nkrumah. And not long ago, Gaddafi. So anytime bibini benya actually say well political independence, you want economic one attached to it. Yeah, my own told that. The anytime be a obey your wagin say what do economy ni bema what do kwa share IMF for answer. Would you learn a found more brebia, sisi fatis, Sisa Kwame Nkrumah de, ye bibia, near some for fraka, not the next 50 years, ne kada, or mine anymore say yetua, Mpatron de Abrafuni be protected. That's now where that's how the 4 years. So the moment I obeba, Uba was start agriculture, sisi wa factory. Nankene Ghana a consume sugar, common matches, ya free China. Bibia tie ya disha car ase toothpaste bibia yakra wabra papa no asi hu factory bia so that at the end of it all say dollar say cost row say hurio say gina nkemfa ya hu ya say ni nyina obi ba catch us so this so factories, where are they when we had our own factories and we have destroyed them? But let me quickly come to the end now. So from this you will see that Kwame Nkrumah will soon be overthrown because he had stepped on the toes of the white people. Now when it comes to 24th February 1966, I do too Kwame Nkrumah. The first was that America was against Kwame Nkrumah. France was against Kwame Nkrumah. Britain was against Nkrumah. The reason was that the same Western countries now Nkrumah pay African unity for them. And why signed in a Russia for? And his reason, I didn't know who say, yes, Abrofonase 300 years of slavery and 100 years of more than 100 years of colonialism. Factory back Ukraumo and CB Amaye. In the Argentina, said, would you find Woody was signing the war and anti into no person in Russia for anti. And because there was a Cold War between the Eastern Bloc and Western Bloc, Nkrumah was a target. Previously, Nanka America for planning be pia about Kwame Nkrumah. Nana down for President Kennedy no abeka chire no ahwe ne musu. Unfortunately, in November 1963, Kennedy was assassinated Yekumuno and Johnson took over. Until from that time, let's say Kwame Nkrumah nya obia obeka CIA nsem achire no. Nkrumah's friend was also the Israeli government. Omuye bibia na Israel for abeka chire. In 1965, Nkrumah hosted conference Oma Arabs a baby because of the Palestinian issue, and Israel got very angry. And time where plan is Yebetu Nkrumah, Israel knew it, but it kept quiet. Now Britain and so no more so Kwame Nkrumah sempa. He was a personal advisor to Queen Elizabeth. No more penasa. Unfortunately, in 1965, OAU took a decision. So because of Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, Intino, there's a almost severe relationship with Britain. And Britain was expecting Kwame Nkrumah to play a role so be diffuse sudden. Nkrumah associated with OAU. So when the CIA was plotting to overthrow him, they kept quiet, to the extent that even when America told him, say, trouble na ba Vietnam, Nkrumah nko settle matter no. Na nka Nkrumah mpesa oko. And Queen Elizabeth edena no tum say the whole world wo ni obi a wo kwa trouble ni nyina eto ebetwa. Sana the aim was that se coup ne started wo Ghana. Na se Nkrumah nenam nearby West Africa ha na Africa ha baby immediate obe Russia ba coup no enye successful. So they wanted to send him very far. Our coup no ho asam o ye ho hwia enye. That was why he was pushed out. Then within Nkrumah's own government, almost everybody was bought. Chief among them was Dr. Alex Kwesi, first black person to be the General Assembly chairman. One of Nkrumah's ministers, I think foreign minister then. And now, Nkrumah catch and say, "Yeah, can be as a sa country, me too ye betu mabine." And Nkrumah trusted the man, so to quiet to Omobwa. In America for one seko, Okwana Oba, say we as Media Wagen, a card dear ba cope na Obia ento, and say about on now with the Nobel Peace Prize. It meant ye Obia as. Then Nkrumah assembled his security apparatus. Said, "What do you think I should do?" Menko and answer Mamenko. Look at how they lied him, how they betrayed, they lied to him, and how they betrayed him. Omu kachira they say, "Coup bia ebesi wo Africa." And at that time there had been 3 successful coups. Lumumba, ye coup no wan anim ne ye coup no. Olympio, ye coup no e wan anim and ye coup no. Tafawa Balewa, ye coup no wan anim and ye coup no. It is what is a coup, ye be ye coup, e be good is a ubetu kwan. A coup be ensi wa ha momu a na ye dangerous. Until analyzing this, Nkrumah felt he had to travel. And then the coup took place. Another thing that made the coup to occur was the fact that Nkrumah had changed the police commissioner, commander of the police, IGP, Majite, and he made Hale the IGP. And then CID commander was Deku. The two of them hailed from one tribe. Now we have seen that it was a mistake. For Nkrumah it was not, because he was a very detribalized person. So CIA recruited the two of them, and they too recruited their countryman Kotoka. And Kotoka also realized a coup by one ethnic group would never be accepted by the other ethnic group, especially the Akans. So he recruited his boy Afrifa, and then the coup became successful. After the coup, Kotoka and his people had thought, Bedema, who was Nkrumah's close associate and deputy, should be the next president of Ghana. Sana Nyasa in the war, others in the team. It was Buzia they had in mind. Enti Anyawanwa said, Tama, there was an abortive coup, a real CPP coup by Atta and Yabua, Ayekum Kotekano. They always thought that it was the Ashantis who had deliberately eliminated Kotoka so that Afrifa would become head of state. And indeed, he became head of state after the death of Kotoka. And I did Asante will be interested in Yankon. No wonder that 1979, June 4, coup, no? Once you could pick Afrifa alone from the First Republic era and added him to the generals and shot him because they didn't like him because of what transpired. Now, Nkrumah in Guinea, well, after his overthrow, Tanzania wanted him to live in Tanzania. Cairo, Egypt, wanted him to live there. Mali, but he chose Guinea, Conakry. From February 1966. He arrived in Conakry in March 1966. By 1970, Nkrumah had become dangerously ill. And it was diagnosed as a cancer. So what the government of Guinea had to do was that Nkrumah had told them, say, or after the Kulungugu bomb, cancer be started say develop war neridium. Nana emfuye bi in haban bi wani krom. So mu kwatete na oyusua na ade no ekɔ no de suppress here nti one say detect say cancer na ɛwɔ ne mu no ɛsɛ ɔmo kɔfa saa nnua ne bi wɔ Ghana enzema ediba. Now the Ghanaian government sent a delegation here. Buzia said no, so bewa ongu. That was one thing. So he couldn't get the local medication he wanted. And somebody will also tell me after the coup what happened in Ghana. Africa gave instructions. Said Obibi ombe huno fi Western region omumbo nutio enkuno. Now Western forces ma fono no mu edin dance. Akani blay ni yanke ni Asian money ade. No musai attire goldsmiths. So in less than 3 days, more than 100 of them had been killed. And it was Kotoka who made the announcement to stop that. And many Nzemers had to leave the country. Ntibesi nesa washa Western region phone to me in Fawo and Shaman Yosemu ewo Ghana. They also passed the Convention People's Party Disability Decree. Obibia na upe Convention People's Party associated Nkrumah. And yes, wunya abanye juma eye. To the extent that there was something called Apollo 568. Obi oye juma bia ya hwehwe wo manye mu 568. I believe say omuye CPP4 eyiyi wo mu wo adwuma. Tinache say papa ne free hon na chi eye basa. Now ni wo no eye dan na e bai. June Mill ne literary executives no e pa kire say ya poison no. Well, and it can be true. Abrofo steady Nkrumah ehunu say even though no onye obi opemba osanye bibini no mpa abrofo asem na momo no na Nkrumah empe any relationship with the dark-skinned woman. No. Obaby Nkrumah di na chibia no ekoko si abrofo no sua ni nyina ehunu deeply in his mind. Nti boya Dr. Francis Nkrumah the firstborn and ne maame fi Elmina also a say half caste. That's what Nkrumah like. And a South African woman be obey a Juma Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and Nkrumah and Maria Genevieve. Ono see a koko. And a fatty answer a ye koko. Inti in Guinea no almost said that ye bibini baby or ye koko. No wa be wa being power of far Kwame Nkrumah Adam for. No kobi or the fragrances at the co no any didn't come more yes. Sana mamene ya one antidote and Nkrumah ya poison fragrances in Nina to be drew be no kum Nkrumah kakran. So that added to the betrayal until 27th April 1972. The man died with less than $200 in his pocket. Now, but well, let me also say before he died, the president of Guinea made him a co-president of his country. So he will be said to have been the first and only African president where the Kocaine or mine mienuso. Or we know so Guinea fosi kariye diniti etutoso. So the only African president nedinda or mine fofrosika eso. First, what he did for the Commonwealth, the Commonwealth Secretariat, it was Nkrumah who made that suggestion in 1962 that they should establish the Commonwealth Secretariat. And now for the third world, it was Nkrumah who established the non-aligned movement. Say Yanso Yabeya one equal as against the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc. And for Africa, it was Nkrumah who laid the foundation for independence. So between 1958 and 1968, 30 African countries had had their independence. Thanks be to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And for Ghana, apart from our independence, he was the only one who gave us a sense of national identity and unity. What do I mean by this? The United Gold Coast Convention, which was the first political party, was seeking for independence for the colony, and the colony was Eastern Province and Western Province. Ashanti was not part of it, Volta was not part of it, Northern Territories, and Kaho. It was Nkrumah's Convention People's Party that was thinking of independence for the whole country. Now the National Liberation Movement wanted to seek independence for Ashanti, or at least federation. SG Anto, the National Liberation of Bafuakuta, SG Anto, Transvoter Togoland Party, their aim was to go and join Togo or create their own country. Gashifi, their aim was to drive away everybody from Accra so that they will have their city. And then Northern People's Party, Dombo, was also to ensure, say, not for Bejiwo, Fahudi. It was only the Convention People's Party, which was a national party. And Crawford Kwame Nkrumah created one party state. The reason was that parties here among body no money CPP for parliament. But now obie ni hwa adwene na wani tinaya or mine no adwene apart from the CPP, which was a national party. So Nkrumah who ne ho say so twene ho free we don't have a national opposition. Yenibi. So it means we had to unite and then under one party and start orientation from there. That was the bedrock of the creation of one party state, because parties in Ketwana and war parliament in Nina omuni or my way saying Huajini Asante Fane General not for general voter for John Can for John CPP Nkwana and national party. Now after Kwame Nkrumah, we see that under the Fourth Republic we are talking about there's a National Democratic Congress. Obiani baby a friend World Bank. We are talking about New Patriotic Party. Obiani baby World Bank. So it means that after Nkrumah, the nation has been divided on tribal lines again. We don't have a national party at the moment. Now, his death. The president of Guinea, Sekou Touré, buried him in his country after a glamorous funeral. Then the government of Ghana had been overthrown, the Buzia government by General Echampo. In honor of Nkrumah, Echampo had done something. Uncle for Bebre, Ajin Enis. What we say? Kuna yedu Nkrumah military junta near from the National Liberation Council, named after the National Liberation Movement. Nkrumah name is na Aba. The champion so two Buziano or no so signed the Osajo for Aba. Tonoso nemu ne National Redemption Council. Redemption in the middle. That was the Redeemer. Kwame Nkrumah din Osajo for Prempeh II Edemano. Kwakwaji 2 million free mankasim oba hima eho nana mansa amemisa ansana sa yegunsa na wafasa edin no de atono so nti na so saje for no sign ba to ye kudu no soma Kwame Nkrumah ba Dr. Francis Nkrumah so nkwankwohwe ne papa condition what is papa ne yare seriously oba no beka se hwe no wan mo ne din so wo de oman ne be sha ne say less than 3-4 months my father would die. And indeed he died. Nti owu you know na say Kwame Nkrumah ekofa emune de ba na yesie no Guinea dada tina Guinea president MP so be release no because we say ye entreat ni here na no ye president wo Guinea nti on release no na one ne maame who was in her 80s then maame ka we who sem bi enkyerem Nkrumah ye tu no na ne maame eti nyane ba estate ni ntia Nkrumah maame din da so and what estate back one or the man in the mammy one could sit down with East Legon. One or two down the man. Now, ye cool new year, look at what the cool makers did. Omoko ye ma meno efri the fee. And omo man the car, a packing no man with bodyguards, and omo didn't call Nkrumah in Crawford that you should go back to where you come from. Imagine that somebody living in Accra. Now we no call in Crawford. Now we can until we feel until a bind them more. Now can say go back to where you come from. The meaning is that you are telling the woman and the people of Crawford so Ghana mine. That was what you wanted to tell the person. Something significant also happened that in Crawford. Crawford sisi abon se Kwame Nkrumah fie esi bipo bi eso. Nkrumah ne maame dan na yende te dan. Nkrumah nsi eden bia ewo Ghana. no ni property bia na UK or say contractor the Anebani ambassador or say MPP nino former MP for Subi and no ye kwame Nzema kwan o see in science secondary school and other schools in the Nzema area ko du Nkrofon no ka say Nkrumah wo mansion bi ho na e kire Nkrumah fie ye ndetedan no so what ti one okodwiri bepo no so no see that glamorous building ne this you Nkrumah hu yin no see there me pay no enso edan we see nti megia enyeye enti na Kwame Nkrumah ewuye no ye de body ne baaye no waka to was say dan on peso bi aba hu say ye ne dia nti ne yamfa body na nko efie ho ne ye de no kosi Nkrofo Agriculture Secondary School Park because he didn't have any property and that was where he felt so comfortable to be. Nananka Aburi Pediasa Lodge way. It was Aburi Queen Mothers. And no discovered that place Accra and Yamedebema or mine. Ntim Nkrumah gave Pediasa Lodge to the state. Na Abra Osi Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Now we see Independence Hall, African Unity Hall, Queen Elizabeth. Why all those and not say or so see Republic Hall? And we didn't have money for that. And in the name of his party CPP, baby Okwe Lanche appeal for funds. Sikan one fund and sa anka one sidimpo. And ordinary yina besi hall not only in Republic Hall. No sister hall where me sweat pa. Oh great. Me sweat. Me sweat. Any Republic Hall. Enti Nkrumah make sure say CPP symbol na ya akukọ nini kokon eno oma ye dey one symbol. Unfortunately, because we don't teach our children history, when you go to KNUST, the cockerel is no more red but rather white. That is obliteration of history. It should be the red cockerel. So at the time of his death, he didn't have anything. And when you go to Kwame Nkrumah Museum, Nentariana Oshe Nyina, or say Ghana is kind of the 20 stamp bubom, Ghana government property. Ghana government property. It's not only BBR for himself. In time you didn't see park and so no. Now I believe say baby owo bi as ye wuna ye wo ho a na nani agi ye pa. Nti yesie no Nkrofo. That was the second barrier. The third barrier was in 1992 when it was felt to say Papa no so much so that he deserved to be in the capital city. Say obi ye betimi ababe hu ye nana Kwame Nkrumah. Timidima samene deba ewiya. This was a man who was born and died as a
Siasa na yebe kona mi busa lawyer efa Ghana kwanya yefa so ebenya yefa hodi a sese ayewunan wonwa akọ school esu abakosem ne bia throw history books bebre ene eguso ne ye dane ne ye se no lawyer mesrew fachame na shaase ifri baby abedru ye no ma
Sameka nyempesa mekanise ye ni founders ye wo founder
Yeni founders ena nye ahanko yeni founders we wiase baabia okay
or maybe one founder
okay
ukwa Russia Peter the Great ukwa America George Washington Burkina Faso here Hofo Boanye South Africa Nelson Mandela India Mahatma Gandhi. That doesn't mean say young no na memeni ho na mumu no yahwe nipa wodi animu asa nipa ni ho anka either say ade an betwentwan ne nan ase anaso say nka makura. In the case of Ghana, the founder wiase nyina agitum nti say wo wote wo man we say mo wiase we are billions wote ase and Ghana afa ne yakwa 32 million nti say wiase nyina agitum say founder friend Kwame Nkrumah. Now we work at 32 million people of Ghana. We now say we need to more. Now you from Swana why? Your name founders were baby. Na me sha se akasano. Na me ka bibi say. Tama ye ni ba ye ho so no. Na abrofo no epese passe emre bi a nkede apartheid ebeba yememu hese se forest bi e da ho a yemfa enye hwe no se ye de hye aban nase eno na ne ye friend lands bill ntina nka eba be lands ordinance ene ma ye friend say WEG say mo ene mensa sabamo e de delegation e call enyire se abroche so mu kope ohima na nim kon Victoria ene na akasa no wa drop saade no eventually it was dropped nti a drop wie no na kire say Aborigines Rights Protection Society no mfaso bi ani won so biem because yet say ye de be protect indigenous rights ene say ni a wo hwehwe no won saka ewo mu an ye bete National Congress of British West Africa eye akrachefo a efi Nigeria Ghana Gold Coast Gambia and Sierra Leone and aka won ho abom de entira Gambia your market to e bi ukọ school ha wonya adwuma nye nti esa wo ba Gold Coast be pa adwuma Sierra Leone your market to e bi no mu ne nya the first university of West Africa Fura Bay College to mo produce scholars bebre mu nya adwuma nye no mo bagu Ghana nti Ghana mfantidin ne kradin bebre firi ho te say killer paso ya mo edi ankase o mu nyina fi Sierra Leone o mu nananom firi ho na ebegu hese ha na Nigeria ne Ghana de we kwa ha na Ghana no ye economy ni better Nigeria say nya oil in the 70s na nka wo de Ghana gina wo de 1000 miles away from us nti wo mu dom ni nyinara egu ha nti na ukọ ba bi say bia Lagos town Alata towns anu Alata fo a egu ha any Hausa for a free Nigeria begua. I no be ababo nkuro. Nti na hu hia say scholars na krachi for na free for 4 countries ya begu Ghana no. Omo beti kuo bi beka won ho abom. Ano ne National Congress of British West Africa. Nti tama Second World War no yaku wie 1945. Ne yakokotena ase sign Universal Declaration of Human Rights say German for epese di wiase nyina so na yampene na yako ama Germany edi nkuguo dia ene obi bi ode ne nsa be hye krata we yase no eni tumi biara so obedi obi so nti immediately na ma Canada mo Australia India Pakistan Ceylon na omu enya won fa ahodie na ka ebibiman ene na me kire mu se ebibiman dia ha no obi enya ne raw materials edifi nti na America a pretend so nim ne ekoso France a pretend so nim ne ekoso Britain a pretend so nim ne ekoso because omu yina omu na ewo colonies ewa as a colonies no emma won faso wakase and I should say it before it's too late to say until we had our independence na yeni industry bia wo Ghana hase yeni factory bia chese railway lines ne akwan ayi ni nyina no they were meant for reaching the sources of production nti yetu a ne ye de kwa yetu a ne ye de kwa
na se train kwa ya nheda anya ama yen
pacho wo de na broni ye train dia bon se osuro ana so fero nti se wahwa so ye de man san ko de bako tambali nkonfa nko tambali de nka o man we se ho enko bolga san ka beko ho ana first capital Cape Coast. The Cape Coast in the bauxite burn or manganese burn or timber burn or water region. Aha. Nti baby a quiet near baby omu here timber. I say a trade bar and the bauxite and the manganese. Sa line no any other two here. Na nya bibi ti say wo here wo masremfo wo here wo mu anti yemfa railway line fan kwatamale and amfantefo sombo ema wo. Nti that was the colonial economy. 1947 yempanimfo no hu se ene debi abrofo ya ye ne wo mu buman no se base wo mu kọ according to United Nations Declaration ne dia ene no mu dia hye yensa nti UGCC no aye businessmen ne ahemfo ene the scholars aye from intelligentsia ena etisa ekuo no na ya na Ghana for ye mistake bebre because you see you cannot obliterate history.
That's right.
Abakwasem wo pepa no a eyeye. Na Ghana for try say be pepa abakwasem. Me kan say mo university first year. Your political science lecturer Mr. Dra FK Dra. Ojina ye yina ye nim ana say JB Dankwa ana di ni sika £100. Edi twa ticket ma Kwame Nkrumah for ship bedru ahese. Ebedru Ghana. ana JB Dankwa ana koye research ehu say Ghana tete wo no ye na ne wo Ghana empire no nti edin Ghana no efire no na masa education has no end nkwala na mutie me no say wan sua de te say ne wu ye yi wuti wan kire say me style say me pese ya ne wo yi wu no ne ono pe na obeye e de ama me sha say me sua ade no ana me hunu say sa opani a ye friend no Pa Grant George Alfred Grant one on the United Gold Coast Convention and no yeah it's bank roller na JB Dankwa de way here ni lawyer need to say me would deep power court to them and son when you scattered their near the and that is the truth. Na Pa Grant was one of Africa's few millionaires and the driver cry Bruni Mr. Holly Englishman or what offices were Liverpool, Hamburg, and then in the US, our the ship Kocaine.
Pa Grant.
Pa Grant into one no not in the party. And what she and I could jeba catcher and say, Sanya walk as a party a ye businessman. Nan yes a party in the Bewulu. You be here organize a beer or be move everywhere in the Gold Coast. No ama the aims and objectives of the party are alive on the minds of people. And also just say Kwame Nkrumah say wenimuno.
It's a JB Dankwa.
Pa Grant sika £100. And or buy and so beda Pa Grant fee Poissy Road secondary. The following day they drive to South Pond to start the administration of the UGCC. United Gold Coast Convention. Or by no na downfall. The first a kojobo to na a buy and the former mate a Chimote school nimuno Komila Agbeli Bedema a babekan won enti no mo babedru ye no and a Kwame Nkrumah ehu say UGCC mpanimfo te say a grant nuemu ati say JB Dankwa ati say Obechebi Lamte ati say Awuno Williams ati say Nanka Bruce they were members of the then Legislative Council. Dada just of they were parliamentarians so many abrofono and it's an independent struggle they are part-time work for them. At first Kwame Nkrumah no so who say apart from unknown Nkrumah no course school Americano before you about to many abrofono your classmates were Oxford, University of London, Manchester, Liverpool. Dada and a Freemasonry omina ye college bako omuye nuanom nti omu ye nipa baako pɛ nti Nkrumah hu sɛ saa na ɛkɔde a ɛne yɛbɛteki 100 years fa ahodie no yɛnyɛ ɛno mu ɛna meka biribi sɛ Nkrumah hwehwɛ mu a na ɔnam sɛ ɔno yɛ socialist on sɛ socialist theory no agye di sɛ wopɛ sɛ woyɛ biribi kaseɛ bi a yɛmfa krakye ne ana sikani so na mmom yɛde fa ordinary people no a yɛmmu wɔ
that's right
ɛno nti na Otumi conscientize osu alata manche na ye money din ono no starting 1948 boycott no say ye nto abrofo no ma bi afi so mo ya awam ni gina homa Association of West Africa Merchants nti obi oyesisifuo bi e say ye nkwala abrem ni say wo ya awam pa no mu no ma bo dene na ni
Association of West African Merchants awam
na Sabrofi Indian, Lebanese, and then European merchants. Woman Kuana, what to be so Macran woman to a woman and your word, a yakuo, until what's your woman, we are Bonina, was your one there, so we are wam, just a way as to see it. Now a year new Quabna Bonnet the second, a young crying here will free Osu, Latamanche, and now Obrewa was it true Nkrumah. Now, we are successful boycott. A band the year ending of January. And Nkrumah who say, dear bad dear Bium ya a de violence ebeba because a banner say wo fast smooth pattern one. Maybe ordinary general secretary, Penifone di menimini, omni abrofono na a bomb eshi, inti, dine ye benya, mfiam pim near the social abrofonasi. And no na make us or call and puano call and puano near Kwaji. And no more hunu. Yan Nkrumah ya do one free abrochira ba mu kokutia Germany Second World War na wo mu abasabe mfiansia wo kokoye bia wo yiri nim se wawu mbabiem to baba na wo yira ware wo mu bobo adwaman abobo wo mu aba wo story bia mete achemabu akwa papa bia oba na yira wo miensa e wo nachi na we no e koka asam no wa himfie no se na wokra ne anim se wawu samre so na telephone ni wona watuma afra wo yere aka kira ne se meda so e wo ho
me kokon na me wui
ebinom so ya twitwa won sa ne wonan ebinom chese omo asem ya awere ho afei aye ex gratia ana gratuity ese ya de pon sojafo no so a ya ma won bi enti saafo yi tumi ko hia wo Jamestown epona no ho na omo no mensa saa na omo su saa Nkrumah saw it as a potent force.
That's right.
In the independence struggle.
That's right. Ghetto boys, I'm getting ready. We are coming.
Enti
Ghetto boys, Nina. Come.
Enti wana Nkrumah, ene Onua akwaje ko. Na that day no, I say Nkrumah ma soje ni ba kusi ni trasise. Ena onu Kwame Nkrumah na chro. Omu resolution, a petition for the payment of ex gratia. Nkrumah na den handwriting chro ye. Ena akwaje ya lawyer no, onu use legal language no. Nto oboma Kwame Nkrumah na Nkrumah chro. Yan type ya anya no hwe musili ne kama. Say 28 February ochina. Mode bako akwa amrado no wo Osu Castle. Na mre wo honie. Wudura no ho a obonse so police fo no soldier fo gina ho. Omba intercept omba trace omba gikrata na firi unse ya gipem wo wie ya no no. Mon kasa mo pe amrado no ara nanim ahwe na mo de krata na hye. But the whole world, anytime be a yama or permission, now be invaded the seat of government, you know, it amounts to treason.
That's
and
right.
They can shoot you on sight.
That's right.
It is not Kwame Nkrumah enemy say omu kwa na until say nipa de ni moja.
To Kwame Nkrumah hide behind violence.
Behind it, and he sacrificed those people because he knew so without it, yenya fahudi. It is a total be near Ghana yesika. Instead of some big sex to be on it, no, nanka ni kwa bna born and phone in daso.
Eyo Osu ala tamache.
Radim Yankupon. Ene Sergeant Ajete.
One na say omutifa so.
Corporal Atipo obeche bi lamte. Sa nipa miensa ya de won kwato ho ma Kwame Nkrumah no. Nanka wo mu na wo mu dini eda Ghana sika so. If you say samampa ne yeto no ebedi. Enti danu duru ho no. Nkrumah so ang mananso ho because of a skillful organizations na or one. I mean, he was a skillful organizer. Until now, the whole country, no, Kwame Nkrumah without permission from UGCC, wako organizing youth associations in Nina. Said that mobile announcement, and it will happen on 28 February. Said, Yakunkum Ghana for this year be because Nkrumah knew people would die. Yakunkum nipa young crop for moja assoreno. Eya brofo na ayesade no nti broni stop biara na adwuma bia ubo no monkonkwasa na mu no ma nyina munwia eya me na make us akirem and they listened to him and the time announcement by say ya totoatua kum nipa brofo no mom eya announcement no wo munnim se na omo ye Kwame Nkrumah adwuma ama no nti amanfo tie announcement no an omo sha se boom elutu abrofo no bibia eno mu na make us Mr. Dra say JB dan kwa na to Ghana din no me pa che say JB dan kwa na to Ghana din a nke United Gold Coast Convention yet in 1947 nke ya be friend United Ghana Convention na nam say nya onu no to ni din ti Kwame Nkrumah 1948 students of South School your friend is Augustins and then Adesado and then infants Pim one teachers one team bed demonstrating in support of the disturbances in Ghanaian soldiers no iron. Near year roll call a saki woman in some more roll call no betchimu you went out to join those Africans because those days
St. Augustus and Fats Pim and Adesado.
Yes, okay. Students are almost students and the teachers almost backroom and the one who beji muno. And do you know that after sad demonstrations, a whole Van Larry Commission of Inquiry was a year before committee a lawyer new penny down where Ghana knew. Or recommending say any woman in a denomination called Bonnie, and the teacher for any pabonefo. Enti a year Kwame Nkrumah. I know no chama kwani baby or second or drew one for bo chenku, she first year about chenku, pockets of people, a sumas halfway. I know beside some na te say na nko bi anim no photo dada na eyiwe bi WhatsApp ni wona ye hu no to no introduce no sha tare te say wo die bi na dress na opa no ete say wodie na bi enti woda ne ho di sa wo ne Kwame Nkrumah na yate wodi no eye Kwame Nkrumah ena oma teacher fo no ekohwehwe obi uncompleted structure so instead say yakopa broni ne chewo no moma yenti school bi na sa school ni din no enu na beba abaye wo man no ni din na monkwala we say ni mo teacher for man we ewire emfi mo da and ye to ni din Ghana National College 9 years before independence na Kwame Nkrumah enim the name Ghana a wa prepare so de baba to o man we say eso enti nyaje bi da nkwa na to Ghana din Ghana ana nyaje bi da nkwa na de Kwame Nkrumah frɛ burukyire bai na mom eye pa grant ana obaje fa ahudie ni free wonsem enti after this riots no ana abrofo no set up investigations ana almost ya handwriting no kura egu letter no so general secretary of UGCC Kwame Nkrumah ne handwriting enti UGCC mpanimfo a won kran ya yehu wo mu that day no ane ye chi won ebi ne Kwame Nkrumah ebi ne JB Dankwa ebi ne Akoje ebi ne Eduardo Kufuado ebi ne Pawuli eni obeche bi lamte enti sai nipa we a yenya wo no the following day in about 6 papers mu big 6 leaders of UGCC arrested and unconformal wendi big 6 now
a newspaper headline now
mo time we police inquiry no and na wo mu nyina ka so mu ni mu ho hwe including
but I had the pointer ehia me no ena wo fa Frimpong adru no police for inquiry ni mu no ena enipa enum ne say then
obia ni mu ho hwe including on one adam for Akoje kura no slow
okay
wose woni mu ho hwe nti ya chi won ye de one good cells e won kra ha nipa enum no ena Kwame Nkrumah ne handwriting enie ono nso na nam no so a sa nipa miensa no yakum won na ya sa chechechi nipa bebre e wo man mu ha nti ya den no beka so ni mu hwe ena ogema no ho se e yo no nko a na ye sa de no
twen wote akofo wote won wa kan na adwane obi ayi Kwame man no no gema ne ho se eye mmea menko ana me orchestrate ye na enum ne fa hen
ana enum ye do mu good cells wa after that ye ja wontem na ne oye ne ye do no nko akọ tamale ekodi bosom miensa wo ho
Kwame Nkrumah
Kwame ko so no no ye nti wo ye no na abrofo no hu se basabasa no aba no omo speedy up constitutional development ma yenya fa ahudie ntemu a ne ebesi nge because boycott no aba and 48 riots no so aba enya se yetena homa bibi etoso miensa eba until they set up your friends and the Watson Commission to make a proposal say you better transfer or mine ye de ama abibifo na sa Watson Commission no mu setting no up no recommendations o mu ye no and ye de ma another committee from the Kusi Constitutional Committee
but anya Kusi ayawe wa msrewa
we see you SSC
anti sa wote anya Kusi ayawe
anti Kusi Constitutional Committee no nipa na omo hwe e de draw constitution no na wo mo se Kwame Nkrumah ni na chidifo te se bodema any boat yo mu ina they are violent people any Akoje nso wo mu nyina the end wo mu hu se ono Nkrumah na na mpo ano nti wo mu so ye yi di film ana wo mo kofa UGCC leaders no ebe dwan ni broni Kusi no ana wo mu draw up constitution no nti nipa enam ndo so a ye ba benya fa ahudie no ono na ne do mu nyina ya mfa wo anka committee no hu bi
okay
nti
Kwame Nkrumah
no Kwame Nkrumah
ya mfa na anka
committee no wa ye draw constitution no
Kusi no
Kusi constitution omo ade won UGCC for because maka kire wo say abrofo no UGCC leaders no one and Nkrumah had come in to spoil their tea. Nkrumah ni classmate bia wo man we in terms of tertiary education okwa ni universities ni na wo US oba Britain 1945 no na nka okoye law na times no ho to de bia na meka confirm pese meka law no okwa no entrance exams no failure sa na kire se obeye lawyer nka oba Ghana nka oba practice te se je bi dan kwa muntika independence nka yenya nti bibia beba wakom bia as a human being no immediately ya na wonti asa
Kwame Nkrumah faili entrance exams or they call law school.
Or they call law school were British.
Yes,
Until idea of starting it on you be any PhD our Britain. And no na oh yeah a fair kwaba mu so ba bia ye hia ne so make sankyere ye. Yeah a bibi man ka bom UK ho. Nti na fe onye sika ntua ne school fees nti ogyaite na fie. Nti time what say you invite number. Na ni pay ni buy £100 a month. Na fe so you twa ticket amani free no say urade me da wase. Eno na oma bebe through Ghana has say then 1949 or not in CPP Convention People's Party. Now yeah constitution no pe Kwame Nkrumah ehu say yeah constitution no and or describe constitution say it is bogus and fraudulent because ni ono hwehwe no nya no na ewom ope independence straight and the way nya no constitution no mu nti saade a kwan bia obefa so constitution na be say bia say essay eno na wo Kwame Nkrumah ti enti 1950 before say ya beto constitution no so abano and na Kwame Nkrumah eyusu ni paper bi afa ne People's Evening News
na Kwame Nkrumah newspaper
Onua ni newspaper People's Evening News ni newspaper na samre no omu print kakra bi abe 100 or 200 ewo takwa Royal Press na me na be ma UK Datsun media na wo mo spreading the whole country nti kuro baako na bi paper baako pe na mbenya
kuro baako
mbenya paper
one time one newspaper
nti krachi ni owo kuro mo no mo afre no no bia betwa no ho ahia ya bodawuro na ya say krata we frinkran na bai na ya kan enu mu na Kwame Nkrumah actual positive action say that way say mama bia nkwadwuma mama bia ntie instruction from Broni ya betrans ya kosi mra ya beje ya fa ahodie. And the history book says, he said the positive action, the declaration of the positive action was the most successful adventure embarked upon by Kwame Nkrumah. The whole nation followed Nkrumah, and there was a complete breakdown of law and order. Etina say a hwehwe ni poye saade no e Kwame Nkrumah na ye Kocaine no
bra Kwame
ye di nasam and ye jailing for 3 years on 3 charges of sedition and causing disturbances in the country. Inti Kwame Nkrumah eda Oshafort prison no. Na oda Oshafort prison no. Ana one ne lawyer kwaje. Ene na damfo Gbedema. Wo mu kwasra no mu tias wo mu hwehwe election law no mu electoral laws no. Ana wo mu hu say law na state say obi bia ye do wato prison. Na ubedi afe baako or less than that no who to me say utumi stand the election as a parliamentary candidate 1 year or less and Nkrumah who say schools one ko bia nya onyansa so woni bia nya
oh
nti one ne lawyer akwaje and na damfo Gbedema ehwe mu no mu hu say charge baako bia ye 12 months charge baako bia ye 12 months nti sa 3 charges na mame 3 years no yanka mom. See a combo man can buy concurrently.
That's right.
Now each one stands on its own. Into which say where we are. No one starting with. And so now a could do 3 now which are 3 years. Until once every charge a year not more than 12 months. No. And here we are going to test this. One more kwaje forms the break Kwame Nkrumah. No more put you up argument.
Now our jail.
Our jail Oshafort. Our Jamestown. Say what nipa no or demo no person stand election. Nibi, if we say the charges near the atono, each one was distinct from the other
and running concurrently.
Naba could be also a year, not more than 12 months until qualified to contest the election. And Kwame Nkrumah, Nipa Nanka Obe stand election where Nalanda, Nadi Nalanda, near the Babaya CPP chairman be 2008.
That's right.
Well, no standing Wakra Central near Fellow Dio.
That's right.
And no step it down. And you use Kwame Nkrumah ko twa no photo wo prison ho e de normal common sense an e no mo file man and no win election na normal
not the prison
what the prison ade ba kwa the last interviewer Gbedema ye ansana oh was say time ye de Nkrumah tu mu no ana abrofo no ba no ho be ka kire ne say we need the deputy leader of the CPP we master no dem ye pese ye leader prime minister of Ghana Nti sa wo pene so aye ma usika. Na wo de akoye campaign for yourself. No wa mo man ni nyina CPP fo ni na wi afi Nkrumah na wo abeye your friend say Ghana first prime minister Wujitum. Tina wo di no say amejitum. Nti wo se wo ji sika no wo se sika kase ye pa no wan tudi ye man cars. Nti wo se wo bae no adwene ba ko pe na ba ni tirim. Wo se friend ma wu se sa abrofo no suro kwa Nkrumah pa.
You have to be a faithful friend.
Yes.
You got to be a faithful friend.
Inti kasi ya de man ni bibia ni sika no de ko print banners no de Nkrumah picture kasi ya de bobo ho throughout the country. So many resources said this is the man Kwame Nkrumah, your leader in prison, fight for him, vote for him, then he comes out of prison. Without Nkrumah we are doomed. Inti the national sympathy for Nkrumah no ekosoro dodo ti declare resource on CPP and we need say womoba number out of 38 seats womunkwa enya 34 4 eka no UGCC enya 3 pe and obi o standing independent wo Accra enya 1 entina say ekoko yi Kwame Nkrumah mo be form government. Now the problem of Alan Banks no say Noble Aden Clark or governor no enie or say obe wiase until na bakwasa meda say obi ayede na to prison on legal grounds no you be use political grounds edi eyi no. We don't have a precedent like that. And Kwame Nkrumah legally in one win election politically in one win election legally there I saw them because they haven't exercised prerogative of mercy bia until so 3 years no. Until no mpanimfo kasa no mu hu said the way a papa na popular no so one hwe ye no when releasing a man ma trouble about no be 48 riots there no just because of that young man. Enti see yokoyi no ai enti ye sa popular man ni eye Kwame Nkrumah ema wo pie eba abonte enti obeye from prison to prime minister to oba no o enter parliament oba be start say obuni man ye de ayi de man no su castle a portion of it so obeba aba betena ho because I say aban ebo ho ban free na ko obenya police for na soldier for edi wachi nti anu ye 51 de no ye toma Kwame Nkrumah ewie pe na Nkrumah kokonya adwene bi se fa hudie na ye ba abeje no wo hu se ye say ye develop Ghana ye pa ama other African countries no esua bi na o ejinja wo mo so gi wo fa ahudie na brofo no so hu se san ye de fa ahudie mayen a ye behwe so yi na the only sustenance of the economy then was the cocoa industry into a shia kuyafo no catch on say for the next 4 years that nanimu no or they an accelerated development be eba and the Ghana education trust so schools e wo baby the same for there e so more free education because now brofo ni tiri mu odene omo de share to Ghana mu a imaginary boundary obi or what south bia no could go to school not in a bia anywhere so in education because not in a senior education on be sophisticated like southerners ntu ka so onko timba onko underground onko abrofo no onso ABCD or anything I want yet
and memory politicians that so yes I did seremunye yi
and Nkrumah ye we dem out say omo de so omunya free education nti eno enema Ashanti region at that time na bono ne ahafo ebom your friend Ashanti West eka Ashanti which was the biggest region and the biggest cocoa producer region nti wana bafo akoto ni Otumfo Ajiman Pempe the second etena aseka na se ne ye sika no de ko hwesrimfo no wasisi schools wa ibene infante na ye Ashanti fo ye sika ane ye mfa nkoye sa no mema na ye mpene enti wo mutu nipa ba Kwame Nkrumah ho se so betimi a cocoa no world market price of cocoa no omonfa won ade ema won na wo ti wo na na bi pese onu sunye sika asase na da ho meye bi na nya won sika de de behwe ehiafo the third time omo ba ne wona Nkrumah ka se mo ba bi a mechi moato ti arara mponsa ene ye friend sen bafo akoto omusa kwai no omunya CPP fuo bi nso epese ti wo mu free CPP like Victor Wusu e wa Santimemu ena omukoti kuo bi a ye friend Koko ntotosuo kuo
It's next say kona na wo kono eye say won pene say ye fa won sika enkohwe
amai omai ni na nke sika no fa hwa asante man ko a na nya ye na ayiben koko ben na firi ba mfanti koko ben na firi ba esirem na ukoton ye koko a
na so the president ko ba
ahead the BCC schools into 1/3 of the year. Now Nkrumah so catch that one say that's why he introduced the CMB scholarship. Say sikana men fam mamono me di create ade bia mam obi bia o carry koko no wa receipt no ma wo ban kwa ye common entrance no kwa secondary school na the moment obe show wo receipt say ne papa ye koko kuani no obenya automatic scholarship
on school fees
on tia na dabi no wa be say wo na me di sikana sha momu nsemu a mo be ware bebre egu koko na se won kwara no kwa buntumi hwe won school nti ne maka ne na ye anu no mba ye demonstration wo kuma se ye kwa kuma se ye nkwasiafo ye ya yetimi dua koko mo man no enye sika bedi ye nsema ye de be ware awo nkwara egu koko na se ye ntua won school fees ana ma wo mo ti koko ntutusi oku e ba be dane national liberation movement no mo
le mo friend koko ntutusi oku
ni tin no
okay
enti na nye movement omo de be pefa ahudi ama Ghana ti abrofo no hu se sade a fa ahudi na 1953 Nkrumah move motion wo parliament say ye mfa ma no ye de manua enye ye because violence wo edaso wo mem so broni ni permits bi o de be stay I say
okay
aha enti no ye say ye san to aba foforo ni hu se nuoma CPP fo ka kire Ghana fo no man ni nyina agetumu ana ene na me yekoto aba 1954 ye 254 no esremfo ehun se ye ge independence ya
sese ya
sese esremfo sa mre no mo independence broni kwam mo abesoma bibifo nti mo mpa independence nti mo ti won party of Northern People's Party NPP a wo mo de beti wo ho efise wo mo ni krachi ni awa ko school in fact as at 1956 the first Northern graduate ye fe na Lasa Banzaba ono na ye eni Susan Al Hassan ne ba ne awura na no ma news no Selma Valcott is a
Selma Valcott
very good ne baba no the first Northern graduate Al Hassan Banzaba enti na chesa sremfo ni graduate bi train teachers here no mo kakra Yakubu Talimo ene Mahama mo papa ene Alhaji Moru Gara mo no mo de training college mo na graduate de no mo ni bi nti o mo hu say o mo je fa ahudi a ye nyipa nye ministers ye nyipa nye bibi o mba some ye nti o mbeko ana asantefo nso at national liberation movement say so o mo beka
won mateme ho na na soro
mateme ho o mbeka kwa ame Nkrumah eboa me ye fa ahudi a ye di won sika behwe Ghana fo enti no o mo yam kura nka broni na crash asante hene 1874 Sagranti war nti broni nso okwade a onfa asantefo independence ma won efisa asantefo konka Ghana hina abrofo nkwa na breaki wo nti se broni ne kwade a ene esa asante hene na rule asante man nti o mo mpefa ahudie bia e wona ibefo nso under SG Anto wo mo se say after First World War na ye de transporter Togoland de bekan ho nti se broni ne so kwade o mo so ko back ana Nkrumah nso se awo ado so wa ye mu won o mo hia won asase na o mo so take gas fi mo pe enti so ana Nkrumah se Christopher emu won o mo so te won party there your friend Muslim Association Party enti na chesa apart from Convention People's Party a ejina homa o mine parties are can nyina your sectoral
interests
and never having the idea of independence in mind. And na sabre mu amuso jebi dan kwaye ni pakase wo ma mesraw na santifo hu se wono ani seat kura wo chebi no lusu ye ntini apam na free politics mu e wo Ghana. And after 1951 election no jebi dan kwa became politically redundant and superfluous in the history of Ghana. I was in the baby. And 54 election no a wo mu ekoye no with all these sectorial interests no CPP na ewini ye wow ti na chese nka se ye defa ahudie ma Ghana na brofo no so tena sibia mu hu se so mu gya o man no hokwa asantefo party NLM mo so mpese o muti wo ho ayibefo so mpese o mukoka Togo ho not for so mpese o muti wo man Nkrumah so o mbe pam ahoho efiri ha trouble beba enti o mu nkeka parties ni nyina mom na omu nyina nya national outlook
Okay.
And san wo mu akọ. Eno na ma ye san to ababiom 1956.
Okay.
Enti NLM no ene voter fuei ene NPP esremfo no ena ekabo mu a ete party of an United Party.
Oh.
UP.
Teachers are united.
Parties in Ketwana, a person titi wa wuni nyina adwene be ye baako.
No mo te UP.
UP nyeso mo pefa ahudi o. O mo adwene ye baako so ye wini a mo aibefo mbeka ye hum ye wini e be ma mo akom krom. Asante fo mo wini asante yene ebeti de nkrofo sesremfo mo bo am ye wini a mo so mbete mo ho na ba bia Kwame Nkrumah befa no wafa e ma ya hwe. Enti wo mo ka bo mu ne na nyate se wo mo pefa ahudie ama oman Ghana. In 1956, na Nkrumah di wo mu hwe fom biem team o wini ye na chesa wo ya wo hwe ya enye ye se ye de fa ahudie ma no na to show say Dankwa had become redundant no wo ti United Party no na nimpanka so ye wompani oni na SG Dombo.
Okay.
Samuel Diedon Dombo a wo free we dagatini na no ye train teacher na bono ni this year Samuel na bono ni Asante ye one region enti ono Dombo as against papa your friend is Chiamia Koto. Chiamia Koto a form 4 liver. Intina Kentina make us say a dema G Dombo a trained teacher. And no who said Debbie. I see a new beer or no so a school table for the Kwame Nkrumah. And no more Mukofa Professor K. Buzia at the back 1 for Dankwama into Dankwano. And Timuntia, you got a 20 years. MPP no uncle for say ye Dankwa Buzia. Traditional anya no kura Dankwa nka ho JB Dankwa wonka ho na ya pack asantefo mpa chemfo nim ahwe wo baabi a tini ya pack ne baabi kura na chemfo nka UP no United Party tradition wo nka ho wo mu dia ne UGCC egu so Ghana for beti ase a na wo nka ho kura enti 1957 afa kokoba se ye defa ahudie ehye yensa no na for the first time in the history of Nkrumah na Nkrumah na nka on share echeda na time of prison ebano CPP for badema ekwaye echebi a ya kire ni PG for Nkrumah na chidifo ati say Welbeck mu na ko prison graduate graduate hey ya dem Nkrumah no wan share na oba be for days no and no de share no sha se wo sum no sha she batakari no tam ya de no tu mu watamale no oba no sha white shirt no na emu nyina asai na ohini bi in one of the villages e ka chance watare na wo hye de akonkra na emu asai no ma no sa batakari no se na wo ne won krofo nyina mehye manimunyam kase pa nti on the day of independence na sa batakari no and so prison batakari ni prison e che no and or share would declare independence and for the avoidance of doubt no one way from big says and apart from Akunje no why na ka ho won Nkrumah ho esoro ho
oh you are
and yes a big says and a story here man narrative ababesi sabre why na tell say our founding fathers bi wo baby and your founding fathers di anka mome yan kai ke egbedema say nyo no anka Nkrumah ka prison and yanka mome yan kai ni kwabena bone
osu alatamanche
anya nka momi yanka sergeant ajete ene atipo ene odate lamte di wo moja bo afore de ma wo mai tie ni bibia say friend big sense in our history I mean him say president Kofo na wa shade o sede o ukotwa Ghana sika na wo de say ni pension we edi gusu a wo mu ewuwi ne yankai wo ena papa no so o lo je fa ahudie wo ne others mo mo nyina ene ne tenten ayepe mika Kwame Nkrumah na nwum na aka no ene ne tenten ayepe tisania omu nyina ekunwati penko me pa che wantisa
nsemosha ha
welcome na den na ban pam nkrofo aden na ban pam nkrofo eden ade anu waja kakra o MPP for na sorry aden tro mo ti ho muti ho obo body o adentina airport ya mama minute ho adena minerals commission adena hene ehu bebre ya nyamoden kwesi kwada ye yin krofo kakra bi awunim se eye political appointment ye change omo amose monti ase ana president Mahama no problem omo aka no omo ntena ho na je se bi omo ntena ho e bi obetima sesa omo atene chai and obetima decide so omo ntena ho forever so we dey no na mo MPP for na mo company sa ban yi nkrofo di no mo ankasa ye beti ebi kra ye press conference o ebi kra kokot so omo nti ase se san nkrofo no da so ti aban mu
se omo hu se sese no ho omo nim se san nkrofo no omo da ti aban mu no ade omo yusu omo de omo ye ti agana no se ja san nkrofo no tena ho mesan ye biom so they were just prompting Mahama say sack them
because they know what they
use them for. Airport there now, because were you not there?
It's simple pan of person for
now airport way last week me catch that we say
you were there
but catch that we say airport yi mo hwehwe dipa we are dancing mo hwehwe baby adipa me kwa sorry wo beti ase de enti owo ho
enya sorry oko the person is sabotaging the country.
You see
it goes beyond the church.
You see one we say Ghana adwuma for
oko sorry me
eya no mo complain
oko Duncan Williams sorry and oko Ajinasare and oko royal house and oko Pentecost ha
na den na ya sorry de umo
oh
anyway na ya sorry
Assemblies of God
me no kwa sorry
hey mo kwa sorry special duties what you know
mo kwa sorry
assemblies
the Assemblies of God kura
ho grade e bi grade ho na Assemblies of God grade say ho na ye ka say adubu anyo what the president na kwa sorry that's so one spare no
nti one cannot
one spare no
make our assemble ko
sababro ni revi
or how to do for the
I won't say they better sababro they do baby I want they
manka said me set appropriate time captain
ye tufu
adwuma dabi adwuma na ye no as I say yetimi tactical
strategic
yes what you say
operational
as if you hold mo awoka is of no effect
winim say
edru ba bia the same as em no the effect
ya pa was assassin say wa shemra ma na diwu
mo dey
ya bruta say wa shemra na mra say on the security terms I come and want to Matthias.
What is it?
Say onim the meaning of SWAT. Police, SWAT.
Yeah, sure.
Sa pepe na metie.
Yo.
So
we yate. But you do baby na what they will your friend is saying. Who cards no.
Me say agenda fato what the fact
I mean can say you know but me can say when you do here say the be next time no say
baby bia wo meeting mensuro
that try to
mensuro baby bia wo meeting she captain me se krom ha say me yi nuama pia ho Ghana ebe butubutu but etoda na wadwina kwa chire kakra no wahwe the thought that na so mu push wa to a pointer hwe tama omoje madwuma free Minsemo airport that was 1st January 2019 I was quiet na me call radio Kasama party me ye bibia me ko contest parliamentary ya until 2022 when NDC boys here ye pe me mani ehu om potna yi Yeti you no one time ya de beba ebi kra suggest kra te say like ba kwa koye nu sem ne apamu mafiri ho no ana me say me bie ma no ba ko pe afi kutukum o mo ntiase no eje sem nyina de to abodi o
no yeah sure that one I agree
eje sem nyina o
and them no you agree
look airport because e bie ma no Minia, deadly.
And the Kocaine National Security Coordinator.
Nyabotre. Last week, Mika Bakubi has said on the 18th of January, Security Coordinator no her friend Bogezi, our airport, a friend Bogezi.
January year,
2025 year, okay. January 18th, your friend Bogezi. Kwaya of Faso, a presidential gate. Emma Nigeria ni omo Kocaine has so akwa broko ayi. Emma no deep land cruises baako be 5. Ewura hoko lodu nyama gu ne private jet mu e de koye no. They must investigate that man. Wow. They must investigate that man. Why he was able to allow a private citizen
to use the presidential
non-citizen.
Yes, non-citizen.
Emmanuel use presidential gate.
How?
Yes, the grandma say you can't wait.
And that's why I can't be in Chaminson. Men can say, and then that's why I can.
And then the Yanka by Becca.
So, yeah, you're giant to one. Look, I caught NDC in Pennyphobia. And I'm saying, whoopsie, make sure say, ain't happening. Who were there? And I'm Fred Batman. Oh, I near ye. Na a fool ye abba. Guys, yabba a kinty power jina honum. Wabumu say ya take over gate 19. I'm not the cocoa far president. Maybe a president. Jubilee. Say minister pray to kwaya what you mean for this say be on president na
no I no cramp you best stop my president I instruct say madam
so who dey no this say e be a president be from man bi so ba no atima ba be use foreign minister grant me use honom say foreign minister to kwan wakotena ho wo ba be this say e be a what the presidential jet no e dey to kwan and say watima kwakofa honom ne ye bie Ediama alatani. Say on for honum. No scanning. Yan scanning. And she said, dear, and the guka numua, or de co, Yapaco Ludukano, that echo. Yet it groom has it. Look, Patty, me say, as someone enim, as someone yetro, men can too be so da. That's a man. Me call airport. Now, the same coordinator no afre national service wa dey do omu yaduma o papa no ba mo hwe do this say bi obe frame me aka che me say oh nipa simesi banti no hwe na on fa honom no wan frame me o profon do na me say me ni records bi ha me ma wonko no afre man no asi o fa phone ma no me say me no ngasa the phone so on come ya me frame no me say ba no frame man fa me say me madu two so look fight no ba bitu a e time is what two yeah any time I say the land or baby a wo ya more time e do me matter no mpa ho sa yeah sure me ya mom kokofa the main gate me wo hodo mo ana aviation security boss near friend kan akohene ado frame me say my office me say an o say o memra do ho sisi a me ko na papa eti o me che o mo anye so wo na na ni me mfa ho Neja on Kayao airport he ejina 3 of us so enti se bibi tochima eye nyina ekoye susu a eye nyina wokan ya na mse akohini bisa papa we say menene ya akada phone na wo fa the friend national security can say national service ni no adenti na ntimi fan frame me send me message kura say oh hope say ni pass message continue mano access na onko mentimi nka nkyere wo say mempene I'm saying, on can't say respect and reciprocal. Yeah, sure. We are in charge of the whole airport security. I'm in charge of VIP. Maybe office, you cannot run over me.
But can you be?
No, Mike, no, Mike. Can you be?
Me say, me catch and say, what do the security coordinator over the airport? Me so me in charge of VIP.
Simple.
Maybe office, me a boss. And also office, we a boss.
That's right.
Do say a bar in the year, very report to you. No, doesn't mean say we bet my idea without my notice.
Anyway,
I will not.
Yati fuels.
Nyankopo, yeah, the Nyankopo say.
Yati fuels.
Me said me fuel na short to me can mu yati so dia mahama Nyankopo Israel. So on that no. Ana me ye. Me say me stop mine no be 4 months. No give me vow.
Alata anyway.
Me na me catch up. Me what man me nya call free Jubilee house. Sebemra. Me da me call there me fi say normal yi me minimum de cro. Na nipa no. One day me boni din. Waka hu bi no mo conspire against me. A mo je adwuma ni free bi nsem.
Ukodu yo say
me call ya no asi o. Wanya complain bi na mine no is a good man. Wa hu say adwuma no mani da ho me yam adwuma all right. But wasre said o mo ne tie ni ntino ana me catch any plane say menye One person, Adam said, okay, I am going to agree on one condition. Or anything, what's what you do? Answer, me mama enough for him. Adam catch man say Oba be too quiet. No one mammy 24-hour notice. And from that time, no. A bill hopper multi-member 36-hour notice.
No, but you see, John, for power.
Yes. Really? You need someone or yes selfless. A Jumana will come no. A Jessica and what you seen any so. No more person or you my day. A Boagana. And no Nagana, you bet to Mako anymore. Nanyasa, or more Mukwe, yet you will be going, hey, now a hard idea. I said, Captain, the moment you hear that, let him say the partner, you man walk away. A hard idea. Oh, baby, do we have to grab the whole day? What do you mean?
Mr. Deputy Director General, why do you other remote? Now, no, ghost names be by mountain 81,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, okay. And it's still under investigation.
No, I
no cresse bibi says
81,000 ghost names.
Yes, no cresse be NIB sorry. I did promise son and I did. No cresse NIB for NIB for now. Asuma make us say most of the past director generals now are facing the NIB with even some of our staffs currently.
So you have that on your records. Say 81,000.
Yetimi year free.
Where you 81,000 in?
Yini ghost names ni.
But won't destroy evidence, no.
David, you can destroy it. Sir, now I bind the Sikabase Sikama allocated to national service in here. Yeah, the 220,000 names in a coy. And yeah, Director General Felix, enemy nearby route. So me kind.
Yes.
Jongo koya. Ade na nkwala na allowance na nko o ye nya sika no sika say that force say na mo so kro mo nko amugika sika twitwi die sika so ya mbetu bi so hu e ho na rekofa asen bas da bi o records e wo hai ni sika obodi die na DJ say finance minister mamin sanko hwe me personal ni biem nti director general ne nuaba route then no enne kwatena say as a number see yenye head count. And finance minister said mobile head count. And I have deployed all the national security on Mumbu head count because Muya head count need you can make savings. At all force and so dear, oh person or power sema training the way savings. I did say we can see the end obey be no puna moses here.
And never go be baby. I will put one. Oh, yeah, and they go obey and down for pa.
So that was how you quite head count and say, maybe the number was around 120,000. Not that 200 and something now, no Mokakano. So we saved the country over 70 million Ghana cedis. Just by clearing all the ghost names. Keke abrani nyanya hwe.
70 million here per month.
Yes,
per month.
Every month.
Every month no.
Bosome back. 70 million Ghana cedis.
How much save no? 1 month.
Why you me sika na yesay?
54 million.
Jerry, why you me sika na yesay?
54 million.
That's in fear 9. Bosumi biya no 70 million Ghana cedis may go down.
Bosumi fear 9 price how many months?
48 months.
48.
And about 70 million times 48.
70 million times 40.
Remember 70, but 70 million of phone so 1 2 3 4 5 6 times 48.
Hey.
3.3 billion Ghana cedis.
What do you call dollars in my business?
Okay.
Yeah, no 3.6 billion.
So
that's about 1 billion.
Would they divided by
15?
Would they with the 16
yeah,
now?
16.
Okay.
$210 million.
210 million US dollars. Right myself.
Wow.
Now yet had to say investigation that be nature.
Wow.
Oh, no, but I can assure you, say, Enchebia.
You can assure me.
Captain. When
American refuse visa. You can't say we are assuring you refuse visa.
And I make sure say see me no can say enche ebi be dem.
Daben.
Captain T. That you did it. I'm making a letter.
A letter me.
I don't know say dem be so be dia.
Yedina said you complain say Akufo-Addo apake. Supreme Court in the court no. Said you jitum.
Yeah.
True of us. Now, what's it like? As he said, maybe to you.
And yet, never be able to send to a chief.
What the look of
I said, I too straight to.
I mean, can't set the court straight. I mean, can't High Court Judge be a or Nkrumah or regional capital be an inquest. Someone echoes Supreme.
Naka young freezes Sicily.
Maybe most of the High Court judges are our friends. The High Court judges, majority of them are our friends. We know where they are and what they were thinking. How High Court judges and even appeals court judges were intimidated in this country to rule certain cases in a certain direction.
I made the calculation in there about for 8 years. 8 years, I say 433 billion US dollars.
A million US dollars, yes. Chief, the year can say. Who commit crime to a certain level, even though Supreme Court say every offense is bailable. Patrol to President is say 24 hours bail. Okay. So every offense is not bailable.
Oh, that's how we need a bail, but the case is
I don't know what person here back here. Who buy a boy to say every coast flag and the Abotoko was here. Yeah, can't get some person. Yeah, why did you wow? What kind of fight corruption?
Yeah.
And so what he said, not all that are legal are right.
Okay.
Yeah, they be illegal and they right because if you say one, I wear 2 and me and John Kwame Chia on a somewhere you need.
Chairman, what's that?
If you say away, I wear 2 and John Kwame. What's me Chia on one side? And I'm more than any. I wear 2 and me and John Kwame. Now say Brahmi Chia on a transa. And no better really? No, Chief. Baby, I do jail for buy, and we were in this country. By my God, I say, no rule of law anymore. You share the magnitude of the criminal branch and a committee. No, or that's why me sell over 20 days. Yeah, I didn't call court. No, I'm a man in the pay, no, for them or them lives. As well as a woman.
Captain,
maybe hold on. How can you tell me, say, we are on my Ghana 70 million Ghana cedis every month?
Every month.
As if you're telling me there's a rule of law. Rule here of anyone. What are you talking about?
I said, Captain, you to me for the question.
The national security will be 2 weeks.
And so what I should do.
Okum na offer so fi Japan buy your man bail not if you know no beer
Otabio no twabie
Captain won't say because him be say
it is say the baby ye duru no ho as say you fight corruption to a certain level me CaptainSmart am teach you me yam
yeah sure
I agree with you
sure
as say me yam should say hey say that you betimi asi
radical move
na obi ti ho say your friend no your friend say Oforiata say ono me mama who data
ono de beba Ghana
my mind feel say my ye bone na me mama me who data me dia ma country
say me aso
that make what you smart by now we a red flag on Interpol you better come away through hospital bed so do ba what are you people talking about with them pass to America you better waba abacha time in Nigeria oh you no ne ba now on the hospital bed so no way when we reissue red flag alert no way police for walk straight to the hospital and handcuffed him. He was put on a flight
The next day to Nigeria, obviously Nigeria hospitals were.
Yes.
It is office of Papa the president no who kwa Nigeria hospital. If indeed agenda 111, yes here na here Ghana Akufo-Addo so a commission bia, can of rata then under back.
What's a Legon crowd?
So issue a red alert. Interpol should bring Ken of Rata. Me if I were the president by now he's here.
One time.
Wo pass na we yare aba, wo be da police hospital. Say why you come and what the one handcuff that one za. What are we talking about?
Send over the Reverend Zubemba no. What the police hospital? Na handcuff.
Victor Smith. No, I am Victor Smith. Victor Salome.
Yeah.
Victor Salome ye kosra MPP guy bi ana oye rough no more man no e won samom. That time you free you know David Yaba me no kokoso hini ne a few other national security operatives near there and o mo ka say yen konkohwe no ti ye ko ho de ye kohwe no and they are there and ye kohwe Victor Salome that day na papa na pant no ho na ye ho the way na o mo fa no atukem a na onhome na papa onhome a ensiso I could feel it na Victor Salome onhome a ensiso ti say nemfe yes so fake yare no na oyare. But what happened? Because say yes why bone etia omanity, we left him there to die. Right or wrong? So who is kind of for that and the rule of law? Rubbish.
Last week once I can say see a person to corruption see. This Rambo star as I say to me e move no e ko ni mo kakra. What I say? I'm for Gazana. Right. Now, right, you know. Obisika Ghana Sikana Ufadi no. Only me babu dodo because of that. Can over that you say oyare. What the Nkrumah dodo awu because of actions. Banks are ogugu Nkrumah. What the Nkrumah for mu ye. Haircut are we ye. What the Nkrumah for zu ye.
Nim come.
And that's how you okay. No, me say the current government say mobe boa Ghana for. That mo pesi ejimutu mu say actually you are fighting corruption not for a particular regime. Nemum ebe to aswa. Me say Japamo enko the higher level. What mo at the higher level? Kwa ya gomo di gwa ya gugu wisa ya for the fulcrum and antimpo mo fa ntu kam. So next time no obeti baby obeka say hey
na dwumbe da ho nipa kwa na dwumbe da ho yeah
ni ekwasu ni hwe minia operations I want to do akon una in charge of operations hey mona mo be generate course no mona obeye ehunuama.
Okay, so this is the process.
Ma wani enda ho da be mi tu fu keke ma wani enda ho
Matiminia
na bi ko ya operations ayi wo mu ni na mu no na operations
and I was
and na mu sa ababedu ada me say mono na bi no musuro nana.
Oh, what are you?
Are you telling me say 2017 2018 2019 no sa ghost names ni bi ho?
Somebody
invite the director general then. I am Mustafa Yusufa. New operations running in Bromo Yading. Omo press conferences. I know all my threats.
My typical example. Osama bin Laden so nipa.
Yeah.
Na oti Onua and Nkrumah. America invaded his comfort zone in his country, arrested, killed him, and dropped him at high seas. Yet say Africa boy and some America first we Kokuma Osama bin Laden. Did not go to
Amnesty International.
The whole Amnesty International were quiet. Why? Because the guy has committed crime against humanity. There are a lot of politicians that want to commit political terrorism, atrocities on the people. Alaji ana Royal Bank yeni dey. Madam Alaji de we no. Madam for be to ne badin. Nti me call no wase e no mchem so captain Royal Bank ni run nti
That's an wadom. And then we started talking. I'm saying, Papa said, "Yes, I want to bow." And the man could be a branch, it could be account. Oh, Royal Bank. And then why now? And my friend, and I'm a chair down. Want to say, I like you. Want to say, I like you. Want to say. Royal Bank, not a crime, and say. I can offer the good bank.
No, the Sicano, Scano de Cogu, and then also just Scano
de Cogu, and then also Jessica and Anson. Sicana na Anson, na Royal Bank Moka. Me man call Royal Bank, my young catch him semi sika.
At the home to me.
Mean to me, need that.
UT Bank, so sir.
Who go bank, no UT Bank, Papa, can offer attending to area punch in my yato.
Kofia Mwabe.
Only Kofia Mwabe to area punch in my yato. Did. Also, mean you mean your she. What's the Bible say? Said any pain in a boomutane fair. Me miniano. Mean your bibia. O bankano. Me anam pesameto. Nanso enye mean your she. O tunica. O fini gate. O che. That time I do news 6 p.m.
Let them
pie.
It was midday.
Midday news. Thank you.
Midday news.
Midday news. Me my boss here no be breakfast. Me ko. What's here nyame he? Midday news. No abo me din.
Don't you want one opano? Omo ko da Ken Fie.
Okay.
Ken Fie.
Well.
Kofia Mwabe wabo di dinti mamenka. We invite the governor of Nigeria Central Bank. No ye nadamfo.
Okay.
Sa wo mra no mama intervene ma no. Can you had a moment and drag no drive or motor chebi? Or no one the Gina kitchen yard behind it.
Among nobody and can find one why. Okay.
What got through? First 20 minutes. Now Bible. What will ref you on? First 20 minutes.
Yes, you're
your bumper, your near Kotu, your bonny Kotu. Or Muye, and a Central Bank in Penifaba. Your cocoa ye in Sapa Besisi or blue label near Kakikam. Nom Kekawano, or Nwajina kitchen ye piano. What Muria no Mobecono sit at the Yadiasa, Momiena. I know die. Papa so or the chartered flight. Was it no problem? Madame Winton Mamba, Meda. Sorra Humache Chikosia yeti mano na papa who no two nay. What do your cocoa drew office first call of your. Hey, says what they check news? Or share ya?
You're going to bank no?
Hey, Papa, they say, New Yasia Waba. The only Sasabrin, someone will Yasin. I can move that. I like something yet, Jimmy. Now, who's a woman peninsula? Yeah, may quite be so, maybe a party to grano. One penny, make assurance.
Nyaho clinic. Enti me fi hospital no pie no. Em say me wura no papa no hu me. Such a noble man, Alaji. Ojina Nyaho clinic anim ho ama me wura hospital ho. Ewi pie bai. Onti asen ti me bia me yi na ye kro bi hu. Even though me save you on a bank no. Baby obehia me bi obechama de. Hey, Obo watch me now. I mean, watch. I'm saying, hey, Alaj. You told me you are not rich, but look at the watch you are wearing. No, you're watching. They say, Captain, this one is not expensive. Hold it and see. Miss Somerset, you can keep it.
What am I supposed to do?
Someone can say you can keep it. The last time I'm share, no. Na papa na your mobile one come.
What can you imagine this? Can you imagine?
What say Uncle here? Just 13 million Ghana cedis. Emerson is sick and I so 13 million Ghana cedis. Yeah. Emerson is sick and so. Now Emma the bank no enye kese engineer na so.
Recapitalization.
Who here ya? What the 500 million Ghana cedis na egu the bank no? And this man, yes, this man at the hospital say, Onua man so beba me. In the Interpol, never we are seeing one to a woman.
Chairman.
Oh no, well,
Yeah, can
you president.
But of money boy is in here. Yeah, trouble. Yeah, national service. Project Ben and Master to some way. Mobile more. Masas na wo is it Legon?
Yeah,
almost as Legon.
Westland.
Make us say catfish or whole crowd, the boys look at you.
Men go on getting my statue.
Oh, wait, about
say me 400.
Yeah, or 10,000.
Oh, there's some more dorsal. Men me 400.
Why are they?
Me won't go on getting 400.
Why are they?
Men weekend we should not to be account.
No, you see, but the most painful aspect is say, Captain, then you said 10,000. No, ni yankuko ni nyina ye 300,000.
Hey,
yes. Yene Mastercard Foundation. Nhihia na ye wono no. Na obeje di say enkuko ya sensan bibia wi a o ma approve sika na ma ye wi a so mo fambra no. Kuko no bedru ya. Yesi ye ni nkuko bu enti no. Mo fa nkuko no ko ma nkora ma ye.
There be no mic in ma.
Hey, that is what happened.
There be no mic in but what kind of for that?
Me say, ya sign contract we Mastercard for so ye bremu nkuko ye bremu 300,000. Ye di kind the first 100,000 ba. Ye so mu fambra. Omu di nkuko ni bedru ye nkuko ma ni bedru ya anase nkuko nketi ni bedru ya. Ye say sorry, National Service for sa ni ni nkuko bu. Nti mu fa nkuko no nkoma ankra mai na omu hwe so mai. So as I speak to you now, older farmers and if you could 100,000 so much.
But I know it's time ben now.
This was just the 2022-2023.
Mo enti say one MPP for Subai. Bon. Ono no kase nkoko nketen no enya policy papa. But now we use national service for.
Oh yes. Yes.
One when nedipa.
Yes.
At the end oh yeah but no also.
There be say only me yenti. Esa Ashanti ni aware dagati ni onche dagati kasanti ontimi mu ano osisire before aware yengede.
Agufadu ka se bi Nkrumah se mo ndi kodu ye. Wasi Ghana nye ohia man. Ye tisika so enso kom de ye.
Dem na kom na de wo mu.
Tie asem no. Wasi ye tisika so enso kom de ye. Do you know what it means? Anya Ghana for. Anya ohia for ni nam kwan so asem ko.
Wo
So what we buy 2024 buy no almost had my holder. As I speak to you now, Daku Farms is managing over 50,000 beds for us. Aglo Farms is also managing another over 50,000 beds for us. Until this year, they na another 20,000 ba. And my Director General Mira Felix Jemfi. Satano ni minu abarut na oho. No say massa we nkwa de yemfa nkoma obi emergency bia ya ebe nti yenso ekobubo nkuko buo ni bi nti eno ne shed na obehu wo papa wo farms ho no yesi sade for ni nyina within 3 months
bambet be nya 1,000 na mame
nkuko ne 1,000
me wo space
da ebe ba behwe but they said you say secondary school for the answer. You see, Mama say, secondary school behind starting poetry.
That's how we secondary school.
There be a baby household. And they were not for
a question. Was secondary school in DSA?
Smart Academy.
Smart
Smart Academy. So no space.
No household the beba. And where Kupoku neye. So what down for no.
That's all referee said time of day. Ready for export. You didn't procure number wahodo de mama for various districts no. MMDC is fully natural fire. Ever since some of the young Mankasa farms. Mean them grabbing in 6.
Yeah.
Now we know we catch them say we have the rule of law na Chikron for. Most mama won Nkrumah. Hey,
but I can say
for now
prosecution asema mu okay wo. Yeah. Medie. Wo mu ba aban mu 3 months in so. One say, yes, who did Okota, not just what did
yeah.
Na, and we are comfortable.
Oh, would it?
Sabe, who did he? A cromphone a busa, but did Membu, a member, the Captain T. Chenedy, let's me buy Lusu cases, baby. But a person over because he said one yabutre, I had the national service idea.
we Abutamia.
Right myself. I didn't know.
National service I Abutamia.
Won't you go prosecute ni pa ba ko pe.
Dabi wo dey get back we chase. You say because you talking about. Get back we chase bra.
Obi are in your face.
Abrante ya latani ya wo kan.
Obi are no offense say. 70 million a month.
Yes.
I don't know obi are no offense. Obi na e ba ko.
Obi dey negligence.
Yeah, well, Deputy Director General. Obi na different offense. Obi are inside they differently.
Yeah.
That's why it's the same prosecution. The same prosecution. 70 million. And that's
evidence I hear say Edubu ahi bayi. Sika na nka ne papa bi odi president akobe sesa kogu anaka mu wanya asesenti obedi ne papa de wa ba mu hwede wa sesa. Me hu kromfo a wagimi sa da wo. Me wi asamba bi do nya me hu kromfo gimi fo sa da.
On the koto.
Say wigina ho sa wo wi sika atade. Ata you cry this ankwasa sem no.
Madam for now dinner.
Me won kromfo a wagimi sa da wo. Say wigina ho sa na wa ko real estate. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 25. One day adan ya say estate hand na adan no. Me nko a ma to 27. Ebi aso bi $290,000 to ase. Unjini ya obebo sa kro no we. No, who does this? Where? Which country? Somebody should be sincere with me. Who does this?
Enti omo muti abamu no mutie.
I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Some of these things, a grade.
Yeah.
Ebia, you say that. Ebi kura obi aba be tennis kabi. Opsi. Wodi obi aba be tennis ko na me pesa. Wo kura ska imame. Se ode beba obema me bi adi no. Won famba. One ne yere di besie. Ya chida. Ya chidi.
So nyame adum ye say I be
50,000 mo na mo.
It is as I speak to you now there. Omo the first 10,000 na but we 4 shares ni na which can take 20,000. And no so minim say who say any take for bi so ko. Omo so aba say there ye ne ye omo fe. Nti omo pe say instead of say you be see there for 10,000 omo be see there for 50,000.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Am I?
That was the same premises.
Oh, the same area.
And more land, more assassin.
It was 17 acres.
That was the same place.
I wanna
me hwem kokko no so.
Oh, wait, my best.
Me po me ba be hwem kokko no so.
Ono be hwem kokko.
That me pesa Mary.
Country family.
Media and say, Mama me pump action 3.
There be.
Listen to the agenda.
Oh, your program there and say your farm 70%. Especially because of Kuko man into no say mema no na ma dwen doors wa
anya no kwa wu
no makum
mema ni mkoko so hwe che ma
omunyina na mema na hwe
Dabi, it's not true ema ni we nam no
oba bia sora no pa
that is the program
opese ne kunu ema no osia tie omukura hu
so that is the according to the program the farm man no more so we've taken like 70 to 75% near ma omuna hwe dey o chicks no so
okay
nti see amino ka say omedi be almost 1 month
so say media no kwaya ka se chen so say media omedi
yeah then they are now weighing around 800 grams 800 to 900 grams like no more 1 kilo
same was catching
then there is the catfish pond and also so
catfish biom
your catfish wo ho
ba ko no mototo je ne unu
it's a egu say
Captain, kasi mi chirman
say. Chief, enu ti na me ka kire mo say.
Oh, ya point and here no.
Enu ti na me ka kire mo say won. Senior, ye do ba bia he, edua ya yeti. Ma me ka no kire kire mo. Edua ya yeti he. Say ka say ya katua nko an ye di ofie ha me twa wontro.
Yeah.
Ye didi ho ye.
Because we di ma fo na ne papa ewu. Yeah. And so that no ba last time no okọ no, o ma me 1,000 cedis.
Hey.
What did I mean to say? Ne papa ewu and so be a commercial interview na okọ no o ma me 1,000 Ghana cedis sas kan yan tibi dia
wow
petrol
media but say antibi be ba na ma betam camera yes we say me koton a
yeah that's still it
asam ho eno na ye ka say sa won a ye sa de no nti wo mu ni ho. The evidence is that who call in a fish pond and there's no fish.
Yes, but you restock it. You see, yeah.
And then you are criminal. Yeah, you are criminal.
No.
You don't have to restore.
No. Oh, we've taken record. There was nothing. But you ain't me. Yeah,
any part of Sheffield were who?
There be.
What do they call hobby?
Omunyina abaho.
Mom me who say fishing.
Yes.
Enti wo mo nenam fie ye den.
Esi nyina ka no mo NIB.
Oh, chief.
Me nyina ka ho.
Yeah, already.
They say,
ya no ko numa kro ma nyina ko e bo dai.
Me say,
o bedro numa kro ma oja botre.
Ya bi hwe, kro ya ye wotimi. Enuma krom akwentu o Ghana ha ehwemu owram. Se mu nya wram a ka branch ba ko nkogina one real estate and third time mako 27 and deposited $290,000 per house. What are we talking about?
Captain, enye no nko.
Oh.
Me free fu ho na me say ho ya esenebufu. They say
your time na so.
Yambo the street. Yambo the street near to us.
For no kwa break na. O da mon ka cha member, mon ka mo national service. Me say na mbufu. Hey.
E ti no ne afia baba.
Asante be dey to ba won kutapon e to no pa pepe sa do a wonya is. Oda Nkrumah to no pa sa do a wonya HIV. Oba wasako. Na me kan say, oba to kutapon na won say adu a wonya HIV. Oda na kro him. Me wa fa no wedi. Oh, really? Boy,
you fancy ya. Nyame adoma next week near to us.
Ya di si ase.
Your time na so.
Time na so.
Aha, asemba ko.
Ya den de make us
David, asemba ko. Ababa wa bia watwe na no si president Mahama so.
Where?
Yeah.
MPP ni gebi.
Oi.
Oko TikTok o se friend Ghana jolo.
Oh.
O de titi, captain.
enemre.
Nyabotre de ti.
Enemre.
Nyabotre.
Ye kan pa osifu.
Nyabotre ensem na wo ka no. Mamo nrobehye. Esese appointment to one among.
The osiku.
Ghana.
Oni ku make kasi bi.
Enja ku make it's about that time.
Wa keka for fraka ho.
Time.
Ye pe krama tako fu mu ase.
Ensem that time. Kati, obi ka kira wo se wo ne wo ba wa wo no. Ada. Akwakọ ya bocha. Can you take it just like that?
I will not take it.
Enti no.
Mahama be ye.
Wodeti.
Chama wutimi ka kira se no di na Mahama ko krom. Amon ya na mabi o mo ka mo se ya. Abai no bi a kiro. Wutimi alternative so kaka kwasi asem. Se Lordina ko krom ko di dwa be ye aduane ama Mahama. Lordina say according to ayi wuntumi or say obedru fie no na the house help. Na Mahama gutu no so. Ye ti pro yim. My Mahama dey. My wuntumi dey.
Ana make ka say enti antu aso sa. Asi say to aso. Now ni that you dey asem am ikai. Sa baba we. That it asem am ikai. Me say sa baba we.
Mahama go to
MPP politician. That it asem no. MPP why member of parliament. Ana sa member of parliament na dey sa baba wa no akwakoto UK. Yaso akoto diamond wo honom. Anu wote honom. Anu akwakọ hide behind. Now, oko page no so a omwatro Wumia for 2028. Hey. Me say that time, wo de call TikTok we need to make sure
national security coordinator to IGP Tete Yohonu to NIB